All right, today is the day. Time for our victory lap. We reached the final parts. It was ups and downs, man. Some ups and downs. But I've gathered my thoughts last night. Just some of the main points that I want to go over. And then yeah, let's do this. Oh, wait. In order to do that, I need to go here, right? And I need to make a new clear. I need to make a new clear state. We're probably not gonna use weapons. Interestingly enough, this game I don't think has a the OPE golden pistol yet or anything like that. None of the shenanigans that make you be like, yeah, this is what I played 150 hours of Yakuza is for. I'm glad they did it later. Some of the Bobby rewards are pretty good, like the rage stuff. I accidentally sold my rage armor, so can't really do that. In my frantic quest to getting 30 million yen, I accidentally sold the rage armor. So we're gonna go Yeo Vanilla. Well, not really Vanilla. Yeo Max Legend, right? Actually, not even Max, because he's not maxed yet. Near Max Legend, and then just read properly and use health items. A moment. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so we create a new clear data. Override the old one, so we don't make the mistake. Same mistake. Or mistake of starting with. And we pick this one and we go to legend. Here we go. I'm gonna watch the cinematics again because I can't get enough of the backstory. This one was so different. It could be such a beautiful game because of Okinawa. Maybe when I'm 50, there will be a Kiwami 3, you know? It's not uncommon for games to rotate in remakes every decade or so. The first round of remakes only went up to Kiwami 2. We'll see. Yeah, these kids don't come back. So what I mean is they don't really show up again. Like largely. Like this type of dynamics in Yakuza 3, it's unique to Yakuza 3 only. Wait. Oh right, it starts a little forward, then goes back and explains things. He was shot. That's right. They start at a client, like a turning point, a conflict point, before going backwards. So now we go backwards. Or not after this actually. This is where we get introduced to the other players. Mine? Is this Mine? No, this is Daigo. He has a meeting with Mine, Hamazaki, and I keep forgetting the bald guy's head. Bald guy's dead. This is Daigo refusing the deal for selling Okinawa, the Okinawa estate that Kiryu is on, or to the Ministry of Defense and or that guy who's building the resort.
ええ、そうです。この件、登場会は一切手引かせてもらいます。だから断ると言ってるんだ。たとえ100億200億積まれても答えは同じだ。それじゃ
会長。
うん。
今の電話、例の沖縄の一件では。本当に断っていいのでしょうか。
どういう意味だ。
お言葉ですが、今本家は直系白鵬会の上がりでやっていけてる状態です。もしあの沖縄の一件、うちが引き受ければ、この先10年は食っていけるだけの金が本家になだれ込みます。ざっと見積もって1000億。いや、それ以上の金が。それに今、あの男に恩を売っておけば、後々政界との強いパイプが。
黙れ。そんなことは百も承知だ。だが、あの土地は奪えねえ。
This is where Daigo is starting to he's getting close to his wits' ends here, because we know that in Yakuza 4, a year later after this, he kind of just lose a handle on things. Of all the pressure, especially living up to Kiryu's legacy. Of course.
会長、会食のご予定はどうされるんですか。
キャンセルだ。それより今、沖縄の土地買収を勝手に進めるような連中が出ないよう、組織を固める方が先決だ。
It would be kind of so Kiwami 3 ideas, right? You gotta fill in all the Daigo stuff. Because in Yakuza 4, Daigo just falls off a cliff, just like Nishiki. But they filled in Nishiki because of Yakuza 0 and then Kiwami 1. It would be kind of interesting to see how he became so cynical and jaded from his lofty top of being like this guy, this Daigo right now. Like he's really resolved and can have a lot of conviction, but then 1 year later he doesn't.
どこからどう見てもご本人としか言いようがありません。
どこにいる？
This is where he meets Joji Kazuma, which is
わかった。
Shintaro's brother that no one knew about, basically. And they're apparently twins. Hard pill to swallow, but it was certainly a surprise to see it. Yep. Joji with Richardson, which is the assassin that we eventually have to fight.
驚かせましたか。
これは
今のあなたにとって大切なものです。
Joji is a CIA agent, and I would presume that Richardson is too, if not a double agent of some sort, but still CIA.
知ってますよ。あなたにはあの桐生一馬がいる土地を奪うことはできない。だからあなたに代わって。
But there's a larger conspiracy happening here that we are aware of now. Joji is just doing his job as a CIA agent, so is Richardson, I guess. But Richardson is a double agent. And Joji is working for the Ministry of Defense, who's in cahoots with, well, he's in cahoots with the CIA, who's colluding, technically colluding with
そんなこ
the
とは言って
Ministry
ら
of
んないでしょ
Defense, Japan's Ministry of Defense, to get the deal to promote and provoke a secret arms black market organization called Black Monday out. So they have to have the deal go through. So that, and Daigo's got caught in a crossfire because of honoring his conviction to Kiryu, because Kiryu's on that estate with Morning Glory. And it's still not clear. I don't think Joji shot Daigo. I think it was made kind of clear that Richardson shot Daigo to make sure that Joji doesn't get shot. Joji was not actually gonna shoot or reach for a gun in the events of shooting him. It was Richardson who shot Daigo.
犯人は割れてんのか？
いえ。お嬢と二人きりのところを襲われたんで。
This.
親父は腹に。
Oh no, wait.
数発食らったみたいで。
I might have it reversed. I think Joji shot Daigo in that scene, but Richardson shot their boss, Nakahara, here in this event. It wasn't Kazuma. Or someone shot that wasn't Kazuma. Because they were defending, because Nakahara went for his gun inherently to protect because of danger, and then it was a reflex on defense. And then Saki was there, which is Nakahara's more or less adopted daughter at this point. She was abused a lot, so at young, and she became mute because of it due to psychosomatic trauma. But she's very good at drawing, and then it's revealed that it's someone who looks like Kazuma. His father, his surrogate father, his adopted father. But we later know it's his twin brother, Joji. So many things happen in one scene. Now, this is something traditional that's always kept in the game in some way, shape, or form, which is the recap area where you can recap the previous by visiting the grave. Kaoru Sayama, the only scene with her in it. She's just gonna leave. She didn't come back in Yakuza 4 either. Feels bad, man. She was great in Kiwami too, though. She just says she's gonna leave and like go off to train in the US. Yeah, this is our review from previous game. Quickly. Oh. Yeah, she's gonna join the Metropolitan Police in the US. Who knows? Like a dragon in the US? I don't know if it ever goes there. Be great. There's probably gonna be a lot of logistics. Of course, Pseudo and Date, the dynamic duo who always shows up at the very end and the very beginning and spotted throughout. But they're like the mascots of the game at this point. Always outside of the reach of death. They're like the they take place more of like the narrator, the narrator, the observer outside, not often directly involved in all the stuff, but close enough that they witness a lot of it. This is them reminiscing about Kiwami 2, what happened in Kiwami 2.
それに加えて倉橋課長と人言派の起こした警察内部の不祥事、警察としては大きな汚点を残す結果に。
It's a nice way to review things. So far that's been consistent. They have like this graveyard scene in the games in that order to review what happens in the previous game in a natural dialogue way.
まあそうなんですけど。
That's right. Pseudo's division
心配なんですよ。
I think he's Division 1 again? Or he might be the chief of Division 4. I forgot
警
now.
察は今後、
They go
東
back
上
and
会
forth
や
a
近江連
lot.
合といった組織に対して一定の距離を取る方針です。今回の警察の失態を救ったのはある意味彼らでしたからね。なるほどな。で、何が心配なんだ？私はまだ極道を信じてません。もし東上会の跡目が桐生さんじゃないなら。
Date is a journalist now.
昔のような
He's no longer part of the police force
大丈夫だ。
in this game, I think.
あいつはちゃんと考えてるよ。奴はケツの吹き方を知ってる。カムロ町を去る前にやることはやってかずだ。
それじゃあそろそろ行く。
ええ。今日はカムロ町にでも行くの？
ああ。和樹や優也たちに一言挨拶しないとな。それにどうしても一人話をしておかないとならない奴がいるんだ。
東上会のことね。
ああ。このまま
This
行
is
け
where
ば
he asks
大悟が東上
Majima
会の6代目を
to do him a favor.
だが
He asks Majima to guide
組
Daigo.
まとめるだけの力が足りない。
But this is way before what just happened. This is like 3 years ago.
俺と同じように
2 years ago.
昔からの登場会を知っている人間が一人
Because
な。
the first scene we saw was
なるほどね。
actually
けど
2 years,
堂島
2
大吾の
plus
彼を
years
飼いならせ
after
たけど
this
度量があ
scene.
るか
This
し
is
ら。
immediately
あい
after
つは
Kiwami 2.
誰にも飼いならされるような
Like really close.
玉じゃねえよ。
Kiwami 2 actually has
真
this
島五
scene
郎。
at the end.
要は彼が今の東上会に魅力を感じるか、それだけってことね。
The year 2007.
彼のこと説得できるかしら。
And then it fast forwards to the year
やるしかねえんだ。
2009.
だから俺は今日どうしても真島に会う。
So this is
そして奴を
right after,
説
and
得する。
he decided to leave, and she decides to leave, and he needs to make sure that
殴り合うよう
Daigo
な展開になら
succeeds.
ない
So
といいね。
Daigo is just a budding
そればっかりはわからんが
budding chairman that is fitting into his role. So we're gonna
気をつけてね。
he's gonna go out of his way to ask
Ah.
Majima
お
to
前もな。
make sure that Daigo
じゃあ
gets the support he needs to become that Daigo that we just saw. I got shot by Joji. Didn't feel yeah, we don't know anything between that time though. So those 2 years, it's difficult to know what happened because they skip over. Which could be a Kiwami 3 thing, you know? You know?
おじさんとカムロ町を歩くのも今日が最後かもしれないんだね。
そんなことはないさ。またいつでも帰ってこられる。どうした？
今日は思いっきり遊びたい。おじさんと一緒に遊びたい。ダメ？
わかった。
Obviously, spoilers. We come back to Kamurocho a bunch of times. And then some, and then some. 3 more years. But they did not return, technically, to Kamurocho for another 2+ years. So this is the last time they come back in 2 years. Oh yeah. Oh, those things stay completed? Oh, interesting. Generally, those things don't stay completed. They usually reset. Oh no. What do you even get for completing them? I don't even remember. Oh, you do get a golden pistol. All me surprised. This is, the golden pistols exist in Yakuza 3. Huh. Interesting. I guess we're gonna go golden pistol style. Because it's worth. This is the victory lap. Some of these aren't that great. Oh, right. It also gives me the other stuff, so you can redeem these on each playthrough, I see. Okay. We gotta pull out the golden pistol every once in a while, you know? It's our victory lap. Holy heck. I forgot about all this other stuff. I just wanted to see. I don't remember. Extra mode. Yeah, it's still the same. At least we don't have to buy anything. This should be good enough. Whatever we have in our inventory. That looks like the spicy dagger in the future games. Is there anything else? Wow. How many things are there? A black shaft. At the same reaction. At the same reaction when I first saw it. Modify lighter. That one challenge, like, who? What else was there? Man, you have so many things. We're just grabbing all the staminans, I guess. Definitely keeping those staminans. Cool. I think I would take toughness infinity over a morale. No, we don't need payback. Ooh, payback ring is okay with oh, I haven't considered. You could use the spirit. It combos with payback ring. I haven't even considered that. Oh, we got another rage armor. Actually, we're gonna do that. Just to pop even harder, you know, pop off even harder. Dang. They even give you a full set of cheat items? I don't remember any of this. Oh, that's just modding stuff. More cheat items. That's where I got all my extra cheat items from. That still wasn't enough to get the money. We actually had to do some legit gambling. Old bell. Does this keep going? Oh my god. Another full set. So you get a complete full set of all the cheat items. Gambling cheat items. And then more crafting items. Oh right, the roulette cheat items. The shotguns. Dang. That took a hot minute right there. Do I not have a save point? Okay, I can get to a save point. We gotta say farewell to Yuya and Co. too. The only time Yuya ever wears something so far. There, Yuya is kind of like a Yakuza mascot too. He's got some serious plot armor. He's there to like do introductions and stuff, and keep the Kamurocho spirit consistent. So we peace out. So, right now, during the events of Kiwami 2, Kazuki got shot. He got shot in a Jingu operation where there was a clone. A guy looks like Kazuki and was masquerading as Kazuki. Korean Jingu agent. So he still hasn't recovered from the gunshot yet because it's practically right after Kiwami 2. I would say it's even the day after. So this is like the tutorial reintroduction of the game. So we got another pair of rage armor, so that's cool. We're just gonna equip our rage gear here. The last rage thing. Did I sell that too? No. Okay. Infinite. Cool. We can pistol whip some peeps for fun. I guess Legend might have the same restrictions, where if you fail, you have to reload from the previous save point. So might as well save. Like no retries. There are a lot of assumptions I'm making that might not be accurate because this is technically the oldest game. So we went from one of the latest games to the earliest games just because of continuity. What was that guy there? So we get to say goodbye to Kazuki. We can actually skip these scenes in Yakuza 3. Where later games you can. More like it's a quality of life change that later games have. And most current games have. How strong is this pistol? It's pretty powerful. It's Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0 powerful. Kiwami 2 was all about the sword. The sword that the freaking Amon in this game dual wield that like triggered me 2 days ago. I want to dual wield beam sabers. What do we call them? Heat sabers? All right, and then we say goodbye to Kazuki. Yuya and Kazuki had a supporting sub-story in this game where there was a little debacle about opening a second Stardust location, but really it was another rival trying to out their business. And Emoto actually showed up in Kiwami 1. He was a sub-story where he helped like another person in exchange for helping the other a black boxer, I think. But he already knew the black boxer wasn't in danger. He just had like, I think, a stomach flu or something. And then you fought them in this place. I don't remember what we did in Kiwami 2 though. If Emoto showed up. I don't think Emoto showed up in Kiwami 2. I don't think he was written in to this. He might have. There was a time, yeah, I think we saved him from Jingu. We saved him from Jingu. Basically when in Kiwami 2, Ryuji finally arrives, and then so did it's either, I don't remember if it's Jingu or Ryuji, like which one? I think it was the Jingu. It could be the Omi Alliance, but they attacked the clinic and you come here to clean house. You did the same for all the 3 key supporting Kamurocho residents. Bantam, the bar owner in Bantam, Emoto Clinic, and Stardust. So they're all like, and the game is arranged in that way too, every time, where somehow either the beginning or the end, where you try to get reminded about the people who are persistent in Kamurocho. Emoto comes up, Stardust, and the Bantam owner, which they're like, they're even less than supporting. They're more like the persistent elements. Let's just go. So we finally get to make our peace. So now we head over to Majima, which is just faster just to... Actually, it's faster to take the taxi up here. So we do have a golden pistol, which is great. Victory laps with a golden pistol is amazing. Oh, that's right. They bring their Aniki. They say they're in the Kazuma family, but they have no idea who... This is the ongoing joke about how people in the Yakuza just don't know who Kiryu Kazuma is. And it's literally even underlings that literally say they're part of the Kazuma family don't know who Kiryu is. Although, with that said, I think the Kazuma family is no more in 1 year later, and 3 years after this, in the events of Yakuza 4. In Yakuza 4, the 3 families are... Actually, the Kazuma family is kinda no more here too, right? Because this is Hamazaki, Mine, and that one dude. Oh, wait. The Kazuma family's still here. This is when Kashiwagi... In this game, Kashiwagi dies. And that is the end of the Kazuma family legacy. Like, no one ends up actually taking up the Kazuma name. At least no one that really stands out in Yakuza 4. Oh, and this guy, he's also one of the persistent supporting. We need a different name for these characters. These are the we're gonna call these like the sidekicks. These are the persistent sidekicks. This is Nishida, who's been around with Majima for like ever. I'm not entirely sure. So Majima is even less in the game in Yakuza 4. So I think you bump into Nishida. I don't know if you bump into Nishida in Purgatory. We'll have to see because we haven't done the sub stories in Yakuza 4 yet. But this guy actually had a cinematic with Majima. His Nishida's like big screen debut was in Kiwami 2. They had to defuse all the bombs, right? And Majima had to defuse. There was one bomb left in Kamurocho Hills, the construction site at Purgatory, and he was the guy cutting the wire while listening to Majima guess which wires to cut. That's when Nishida had like a front and center appearance. And then now we basically do it Majima style to convince Majima to this is a really touching reunion because you don't get many scenes with Majima, but they fight it out to get the agreement. As per usual.
どういうことや俺はな兄さんあんたに大悟を支えてほしいと思ってる
I don't think I fought Majima in Yakuza 4. I think so far the MSQ didn't have you fight Majima. Up till now, outside of Yakuza 0, which because they never met, right? The last two games you fought, including this one, so the 3 games, you fight Majima in an MSQ. Like they cross paths and duke it out like bros. But I don't think I remember. It's just huh. Yeah, I don't think so. Later he reopens the Coliseum. 2 years later, when they have another reunion, they fight again. So every time Majima has crossed paths with Kiryu, they just fight it out like bros. Oh, I think 3 or 4 days ago it was Majima's birthday. It's his digital birthday. SEGA did a trailer of like a lot of the scenes that Majima's in. I watched it anyways because it was I know a bunch of appearances that he has that we have yet to come across. I couldn't resist. We're just gonna pistol whip him. We're gonna pistol whip him if we can. Wait, does he not Mad Dog? I don't remember. Oh, so he doesn't Mad Dog here. I didn't even remember he doesn't have his dagger in this one. Wow, this actually doesn't do that much. Ow. Oh! He actually hurts a lot. Holy heck. I should get another weapon to use this heat, like expend this heat. Wow, that tracking, that quick step read is really good. That hit me, holy. All right. Hell's Gauntlet. Let's go. It's okay, we fought Majima like 8 billion times in the ultimate matches. I'm not missing much here. He's a Gimper version before he breaks out his Mad Dog later in the Coliseum fight. Oh, that actually disarmed you. Oh, we can finally get enough XP to max out. Sorry, Majima. Don't worry, we'll probably fight in Yakuza 4 somehow. That classic Kamurocho Overlook. Actually, it's way more than Kamurocho. It's Tokyo. It's the Tokyo skyline.
寂しくなるね、キリュウちゃん。大悟のことを頼んだ。
ああ。ただ一つ気がかりなことがある。
なんだ。
もし六代目がおかしな方向に進んでも、俺には止めることはできへんで。
どういう意味だ。
One thing I do have to say, which I'll probably say later when we summarize our experience, is that this is the first PlayStation 3 title from RGG Studios, I think. This is their debut for the mainline game. And it just seems like there was so much going on for this game. But because of maybe production constraints and budget, so many of the scenes like were shortened. Like what I mean is there isn't as much TLC as much later games. It's there. The writing is there. But so much potential left on the table. The beats are fantastic. They're really wonderfully executed like this. But then what happens is imagination. It's just left for the imagination. And I'm all for leaving the imagination, right? That's acceptable. Fan fiction can fill it in, but my thought immediately was like, Kiwami 3, just fill it in, and I like experiencing things that are not left to my own imagination. I spend most of that time in my head already, so I would have loved that they, in a Kiwami 3 potential remake, that Majima gets filled in, the 2-year gap gets filled in. There's just so much that can happen. But they pick the essential parts. Like, it's kind of like the Sparks Notes version. It's like, and then, there we go. Fill it in. Yeah. So we fast forward 6 months. I love these bits. Like the bits of his life and whatnot. But it's only one event. And you only do like a little bit of it. Because the activities are cut short.
今真剣なんだ。話しかけるな。
こらダメでしょ太一。痛いよ姉ちゃん。ご飯作ってる時は邪魔しちゃダメって言ったのに。
Like humor, like situational irony and like situational humor just doesn't happen very often up to this point in the game. And they did a lot of sprinkling in it, and it could be so much more. Like there's so much potential for like wholesomeness to balance out the palette. It definitely would turn people off because of what they're expecting from Yakuza series, but later on, a lot of this gets integrated into it anyways, like beats of humor and wholesomeness and whatnot in the actual mainline story, as opposed to like incredible melodrama. But it just seems like a game got too big. Or like for the time. Like the PlayStation 3 time. It's not, in my opinion, the MSQ is on the smaller side of modern standards. But nowadays, though, modern standards are completely MSQ driven. There are rarely ever games like this where the vast majority of the content is not related to the MSQ. So this game, by modern standard, feels a lot shorter when it comes to the MSQ TLC. It's disproportionately heavy on sub-stories, which is, if I had to take a stab, was way more cost effective by, you know, using text box and lettering and stuff. But they hit really different. Like, I really enjoy the little bits of Okinawa and all that stuff. It felt like the sub-stories had more TLC than MSQ. Wait. I forgot what I'm actually supposed to do here. Oh, Izumi. Check the orphanage while I look. Oh, right. We're supposed to find Izumi. She's in the beach. Yeah, she's at the beach. This is a super touching. This is where Izumi got upset because people at school had parents. And she's an orphan. But this is where Kiryu does his fatherly thing, like, you have a family. In fact, it's incredibly large family. These bits would have been like, oh man, if it was brought up to modern standards with like the wonderful voice acting talents of today. It's not to say there weren't back then, it's just the production seems to have cut a lot of it to just be longer, right? Like the game just gonna be balloons out to like, instead of 13 chapters, it balloons out to like 16 or 20. These beats are really great, in my opinion. It's a different type of family, but that's kind of one of the great wholesome silver linings of Yakuza games. They're tackling different angles of family. Because Yakuza itself, organized crime itself, is a family. Almost even more so a brotherhood. And then now they're crossing, they even, and it's deliberate because it's in the dialogue, like it's in the interaction that if you didn't get it already as a player, like, hey guys, this is intentional to draw a contrast and comparison between the different types of family values and the bleeding between organized crime, the perception of organized crime, and what it's like to family dynamics with loyalty and all that. They spell it out for you in these games. Because Kiryu literally says that to other characters. They even introduce sub-stories where they address stereotypes and whatnot.
Ah,
So it's this beat is like super chill,
よし。それじ
and
ゃあ
I can empathize why some coming from the 3 previous games, right? And in this case now it's 0, Kiwami 1 and 2, that they'd be like, dude, what's up with the pacing in this game? Like it's different. And I like it for being different. It's super ambitious though. So like one of the main criticisms in my opinion is it was quite ambitious. Like so ambitious to the point where it takes a while to establish all these things. So it gets notice of the deal that Daigo eventually rejects in another 6 months, and that's Mikio. So this is before you get to learn who these guys are.
ちょっと様子を見ろ。
Rikiya and Mikio, who are part of the Ryudo family, headed by Nakahara. We still haven't reached the present day yet, so at least the present day of the first scene. It'll be not for another like year and a half until that first scene. This is where we get introduced how Hideo gets involved with Ryudo, the Ryudo family. Nakahara, Mikio, Rikiya. Yep. And get introduced to Ryukyu. And then we fight, we confront Rikiya in front of the Boulevard, the Rikyu Boulevard's M store, which was a really, really difficult fight actually, or really long, because you don't really do a lot of damage in this game. Boss fights are, I would say on average compared to the order, right? If I had to order them so far, Kiwami 2 has the lowest boss time. It's more about understanding mechanics and you execute. Like you just pound hard, really, really hard when you execute. So it's more like being cinematically inclined after learning. And then Yakuza 0 follows that. Then Kiwami 1, which is the closest technologically of the 3 of the games I played so far to Yakuza 3. So the closer we get to the modern standard, the drop in the design for long, aggressive, like consistency game, and more for theatrics, realizing the mechanics and being rewarded extremely. So like the difference between seemingly impossible and raffle stomping the boss is just playing through it with a short breath of trial and error, right? Like just observations carry you. That's the modern standard. But in these games, which now Yakuza 3 is technically the oldest of them, it comes with attrition too. So the old games often are dealing with grinding, like you grind attrition. So your consistency has to build to the point as well. So it's all the whole package. And I wouldn't say I'm the best with that either. I'm less of a combo gamer. So the older games, which Yakuza 3 is the oldest, it's the heaviest combo game. So fights are really long because it's a brutal slugfest. it's made to feel very, very long because that was old designs. Nowadays, when you're really good, you only have to execute it well in sequence and you get rewarded. In the old games, you repeat over and over again, and your consistency in execution is what's rewarded, which I can't do all that well anymore. I'm not that great of a combo gamer. My focus is not that great. This is where we cross paths with Rikia. Rikia, I think, takes off his shirt here, and he reveals his tattoo.
Yo, Chimpira.
I really like these two characters, and it was very, very painful to watch the inevitable death of Rikia, which right from the start, when he started calling Kiryu Aniki, all I did was wait until the scene he dies. Mikio survived though. He almost died.
とにかく子供たちが怖がってるんだ。もう二度と顔見せるんじゃねえ。
俺らはな、内地からしゃしゃり出てきたやつが大嫌いなんだよ。とっとと沖縄から出ていけ。
それが立ち退きの理由か。
さあな。
They're such goofballs.
どうしても知りてえなら。
Like
直接親父に聞くんだな。
They do the classic Japanese melodrama stuff where like just initially they do the technique where on the surface, right, the first impressions are legitimately used to draw contrast to what happens later. So Rikia comes off as this jerk, Mikio this like really airheaded, arrogant side buddy, and then by the end of the game, which only took like 2 or 3 scenes with them, they become this warm-hearted friends become enemies become great friends thing. And they do this a lot. It's a mainstay in Yakuza series in terms of writing. And it hurts all the more when these characters get ripped off. Rikia didn't even make it to a second game.
どうしても生きてえってなら俺を倒してからにしな。
ほう、そんなことでいいのか。
なめた口聞いてんじゃねえぞ、おっさん。てめえ、頭に本当に勝てると思ってんのか。
Mikio.
そうだ。
I'm not sure if Mikio is even mentioned. The kids aren't mentioned in Yakuza 4's MSQ yet either. We'll see if the sub-stories address any of these. A lot of times the supporting sidekick characters can get downgraded to a sub-story, but the sub-stories end up filling in a lot of the gaps. I wouldn't call it a downgrade as in a bad or a good thing, it's just production and focus. Oh, Rikia does not make it, yeah. He takes off his shirt. He has his tattoo of the Viper. Or is it a Viper? Cute snake. Yeah, it's a Viper. Kiryu doesn't take off his shirt here. He doesn't want to give away his legacy. Oh, and it's super cute later that Nakahara discovers that Kiryu is actually the fourth chairman of the Tojo clan because of his tattoo. Yeah, he's the dragon of Dojima. He's actually a rough first boss. To be introduced into Yakuza 3's battle system, this is a rough one. Like, it is really rough. Get at minimal damage. Holy heck. We can probably use the tables, maybe? No. Yeah, we can use the tables. Here we go. To stop them from advancing. Yeah, they have a lot of life in this game. Or what I mean is either you do very little damage or they have a lot of life in this game. So, I mean, I either do this or I just tiger drop him over and over again to try to end this quick. Tiger drop is probably slightly faster than what I'm doing now. That's okay. This takes less execution. I actually probably wouldn't even tiger drop. I'd probably parry into a full combo. That's probably the most reliable. We fought him like 4 times already. That's okay. Poor Rikia.
どうなってんだこいつは。
どうだ。内地の腰抜けのおっさんのパンチは痛かったか。約束だ。お前の親父のところに案内してもらおうか。
Almost 39 years old in this specific scene.
わかりました。
And you can see on Rikia's back, his tattoo is incomplete. The eye is missing. Which you do a sub-story to fill it in. It hits harder every time. There's like in Kiwami 3, if Kiwami 3 is a thing, right? Would it become a thing? They could make Rikia's death so painful. Like anything you do with Rikia or fill in with Rikia, it's gonna hit different because it's the Final Fantasy 7 remake or a Crisis Core kind of a Crisis Core reunion kind of deal. Like it's inevitable that a character dies, but it's gonna hit so hard in retrospect. Either you're a new person or an old person, it's just gonna hit really hard. How does it feel? Like Kiwami 1 was Nishiki? I think Nishiki hit incredibly hard because that's 2 games, right? Yakuza 0 spent some time with Nishiki, but in that game though, it's not a frontliner. Like it's not a guy who is, because in Kiwami 1 he was more of a ghost, right? And they try to fill him in by giving him cutscenes and stuff. In Yakuza 0, he was overshadowed by Majima, right? There was a lot of screen time, like sharing and impact factor when you have so many characters in line. But in this game, Rikia is arguably the complement to Kiryu in this game. So any more details, I mean, pretty much all the other characters also felt like they were cut short. The one stock character, the bald guy, he's like your introduction, so that's fine. Hamazaki actually gets a reprisal in the next game, and Mine was cut short. So you had Mine and Rikia. Nakahara would be the closest second, but he isn't a buddy of Kiryu. Like he doesn't participate in the activities. But Nakahara would be strong second or tied for third. So anything with Rikia would make Kiwami 3 outstanding. It would hurt so much. It would hurt like Zack from Final Fantasy. You didn't want to see it. Like I was screaming for rubber bullets, but rubber bullets don't come into play until Yakuza 4, so Rikia did not get hit by a rubber bullet. This is basically all the things we're gonna do now show that Rikia is the Ryudo family is a kind family, like a family that keeps order in. And now you get to like kind of get the sampling of all the locals' interaction with Rikia. They're basically goofballs, and it's like the countryside version of what they had at the Tojo clan for a bit of a moment, but much less, like a lot more rustic. This is where you meet Nakahara, their patriarch, which is a great character too. I love the contrast that they decide to go for after 2 games in the city. This is like the part of Japanese culture that I find even more resonating. I spent a lot of time between spending half my life in the city and half my life in the countryside. Or like suburbia or like remote side of life, and the quaintness is the quaintness of these like countryside Japanese stuff is fantastic. And they capture the moments well too, with the orphanage and the kids. And
あんたが桐生さんか。うちの力也が可愛がってもらったようだな。
あんたに話があってきた。
ああ、立ち退きの件だろ。
And they pull the old rough guy with a heart of
どうして俺
gold
らが立ち退かなきゃならないの
character,
か。
which is
わけが知
Nakahara.
りたい。
さき。おいさき。ちょっとこのおじちゃんと話があるんだ。部屋に戻っててもらえるかな。
I'm a sap for the whole like what do we call it? A character archetype that like subverted character archetypes. So where they take tropes and then they flip it on their heads deliberately to an extreme extent. So you have this old guy who is somewhat brazen at start, but it's ultimately revealed that he has a heart of gold. So kind of what Kiryu does. Kiryu is the trope that I have guilty pleasures for, which is the writing mechanic where you have someone who is constantly misunderstood, but because you play the character or you have omniscient knowledge of the character's life, you have that constant dramatic irony, the ever persistent dramatic irony, where anybody that comes in contact with the character, you know the character is not that, but because of the world it's in, it gives the character is a walking plot device. Kiryu is a walking plot device. Basically, wherever he walks, if he encounters someone, there can be a joke being made. He's constantly experiencing the judging a book by its cover kind of thing, but the book is way longer than the cover itself. Like, the cover only reveals a certain amount of details. You have to read the entire book. So he constantly walks around triggering memories of the plot device. Like, oh, you look like a scary dude. Like, well, you're not. That kind of thing. So each game, at least up to this point, that is the most consistent character archetype in Yakuza to make you more or less probably help you remember, reinforce the idea, but most of the characters, they go through the same archetypes. They're misunderstood at first, you gain clarity, but in reality, then reality sits, so everything comes back again. And almost all the characters go through that phase where it's to enhance the melodrama, which makes it the guilty pleasure that is shows, video games, cinema of organized crime, or cop dramas in general. They tend to do this a lot. And then the other hallmark is to throw in twist, which complements the character archetype. Because the twist is Kiryu looks like a scary guy, but the twist is he has a heart of gold. So does this character, so does pretty much every character. And then a villain is like, oh, this guy is crummy and stuff. It's like, but wait. And then the explainer makes you, you know, kind of accept the villain, and the villain ends up being more human than just like even Majima and whatnot. So does it all the time to enhance the melodrama, the stark contrast. Can't get enough of it. At least personally, I can't get enough of it.
理由は分かった。
そうか。それじゃあ。
断る。
ああ
Which contrasts this with a mini game, karaoke, and all that stuff too. It's kind of the deal, the theme for RGG Studios.
何
俺も昔は極道だった。他人の生活に土足で踏み込んでは何かと理由をつけて、いいようにことを運ばせていた。だがな、そんな俺たちの事情で振り回された子供はどうなるんだ。俺はな、ここで施設をやっているうちは、あいつらをそういう目に遭わせたくねえ。話は終わりだ。帰らせてもらう。
おいこら、ちょっと待て。
He pulls out a knife. Throw it up, basically, you know. How do you resolve conflict? You resolve it with near-death combat. No, they don't actually fight. He actually walks out.
あんた、本当にそれでいいと思っているのか？
ああ？
今俺をここで殺して、子供たちを追い出して、あんた、それで満足なのか？
This was a
沖縄の
great
ことを愛し
scene.
ているなら、俺たちを立ち退かせることよりも、もっと他に考えることがあるんじゃないのか？あんたが暴力で向かってくるなら構わない。そん時は、こっちも手加減なしにやらせてもらうぜ。
The one time, this is one of the few times that a fight didn't happen, and it's a great choice of situation in which Kiryu walks away from a fight.
続いてのニュースです。
And then now
来
this
年
is
度
the
民自党が衆議院での
ambitious
通過を
thing
目指
that
してい
this
る
game tried to
沖縄
do,
米軍基地
where
拡
they
大
put
法
in
案のキーマン
geopolitics.
田宮隆三防衛大臣と同時に開発が
It's
進め
so
られている
different
リゾート開発の
from the
責
other
任者
games.
鈴木義信国土交通大臣
There's
が
usually
今日
some
揃って現
geopolitics
地
in the
沖縄へ視
background,
察に
like,
訪れました。
but this game just
日
went
本防衛
ham
の
on
鍵
the
とも言われる
geopolitics.
弾道ミサイル防衛システム、通称新 BMD システムの導入を目指す田宮氏。
So we know this guy
一方これま
is
で沖
colluding
縄米
or
軍基地拡大法案に一貫して反対す
cooperating
る
with the
立場を取りながら
CIA, and
沖縄の内
Suzuki-san
需拡大の
just
ためリゾートの開発を推し進めてきた
not really part of-
鈴木氏。
he's not really
意
part
見
of the
の異なる
story.
両大臣揃っての沖縄訪問に
So
政
the
財界から
Ministry
の
of
注目が集
Minister
ま
of
っています。
Defense on the left is in
田宮氏の
cahoots
現地
with the
到着に先
CIA
立って
to make the
空
deal
港
go
前に
through,
は基地の拡大に
in
反
order
対
to
する
draw
市
out
民
Black
が大勢
Monday,
詰めかけ範囲を示す
which
ビラを
turns
配
out
るな
that
どする一
Richardson
方
works for the Black Monday,
鈴木
actually.
氏はリ
He's
ゾー
actually
ト
the
開発によ
leader
る
of
内
the
需
Black
拡大を
Monday.
支持する 地
He's a
域財
double
界関
agent
係者に
working with the
迎えられ
CIA at the
開
moment.
発候補地の視察へと向かいました。タミヤ氏の米軍基地拡大法案、鈴木氏のリゾート開発、
argument
共
about
に現地でも意
tourism
見が割れており、
and
法
military
案成立に
defense
向
on
け
in
両大臣
Okinawa
と
is
も
an
各方
actual
面との調
real
整が必要と思われます。
issue during this
確か
time
に
in like
BMD
actual
の導
history,
入
but
は今の日
this
本
is
にとっては
obviously
重要
fictional,
なこ
the
とです。
characters and stuff, but
しかし
it's actually
こ
a
れ以上
real
沖
thing.
縄に日本防衛のための犠牲を払わせるわけにはいきません。それを少しでも軽減するためにも内需拡大を見据えてリゾートを開発することでなんとか地域の振興に貢献していきたいと、
I forgot he had a
そう
VO.
考えているわけです。
VO.
国を守ることは私の責務だ。それ以上言うことはない。
空港到着後、インタビューに応じた
And
鈴
of
木
course,
氏とは対照的に、タミヤ
as
氏は
per the
足早
usual
に車に乗り
convention,
込み、
the
現地の
guy
視察へ
that
と
looks
向
the
かいま
most
した。
suspicious,
突
the
然の両
most
大臣の沖縄
like
訪問に、
the most
野党からは
abrasive and
鈴木氏の
brazen
沖縄リ
is
ゾ
the
ート開
guy that
発
is
にタミヤ
actually
氏が便乗
trying
す
to
る
do
形で
something.
強
And
引に米軍基地拡大法案を
so
進
it
めようとして
happens,
いる
it's
のではない
a
かと
really
疑問
common
の声が上がっ
convention.
ています。地元の住民の反応
So
は
you
どうな
kind
ん
of
で
get
しょう
used
か。
to it. In Yakuza, the moment you see like a really bad guy, there's a almost a 50-50 chance that he's the good guy. Or quote unquote the good guy, the misunderstood good guy.
タミヤさんはさ、結局沖縄のことなんか考えてないんだよ。
Yeah, Tamiya is his name.
次期総裁候補として呼び声の高い鈴木タミヤ両氏の沖縄で
Although
の
I
行
don't
動
remember
に
what happened to
今後も注
Suzuki.
目が集まります。続いてのニュースです。
I actually don't remember what happened to Suzuki.
今のニュース、ここの立ち退きの話なのかな。
Still great. Very ambitious, and they did lean in on it. Later we'll have a scene with the Ministry of Defense, but the problem, in my opinion,
おじさん、
oh, more this is Shiro is being bullied in school. Shiro is being bullied by a kid who happens to be the son of his teacher. And yeah, that's a relatable conflict quite a bit. Yeah, later you get this like dry office talk, but man, would it be great if it was like a VO, moody, like I would have loved a dry like conversation, but it turned out I feel like it just got cut short, and it's an info dump instead, like a text info dump, which is uncharacteristic of, in my opinion, of later games, where they choose to cut a lot of the dry information, like avoid info dumping all at once. But this game had an info dump, and typically when I think about it, which we'll talk about in a bit, I think it's like chapter 6 or something, cutting a lot of that and just having very specific like Sparks Notes version would be a great thing, or just turning it into a scene or something like that. But I think this is where we ask around. We ask around where Shiro is. Or how what's wrong with Shiro. And we ask the kids about him, and then he's in his room crying or just hating life because bullies suck. And you get to you're constantly being exposed to the kids. Be so much more. There's Shiro. I think we gathered the information for Shiro. Yeah. I think we have to ask all the questions, but it's really a bully. Oh. Oh wait, we had to collect all the reasons from the kids. So we're missing a set of reasons. Maybe? Huh. Yep. Okay, we had to ask before we went to the kids to ask. This is where Kiryu calls the teacher. Hashimoto, that's right, Hashimoto. And Hashimoto denies that Shido is being bullied, and Hashimoto's bias against orphans. Because he basically doesn't trust orphanages to provide the necessary guidance and substitution for parents. Which, it's a deep cut, but in this case, we understand that Kiryu goes above and beyond the average as opposed to doing the average. Go back to Shido. Automatically removing the shoes. Great little touch. Shido refuses to so we have to talk to Taichi to figure out who the parent of the bully Yoshinori, yeah, Yoshinori is, but the Yoshinori is actually the son of Hashimoto. So that's revealed now we know that Yoshinori's father is actually his teacher. And classic bully style, right? Yoshinori picks on bullies pick on people who don't fight back. Those easy targets. But Kiryu's like, nah, Shido, just bop him one. Because, you know. So the next day, talks to the neighbor, and the neighbor talks about Hashimoto, who sucks up to the student council, or not the student council, but the teacher council, whatever you want to call it, and they chill at the golf course. So now Kiryu's gonna go play golf, which introduces the golf minigame, and you can warm up to the general council, or like the... We play golf, make nice with the guy in charge. You know, classic modern parent stuff, you know? We don't have a club membership, but Akasaki just happens to be by. Like, we don't know who this person is, but he ends up being Akasaki, the very person that Kiryu was looking for. The city council man. So Kiryu is going above Hashimoto because Hashimoto is a butthead. And we get mulligan in this, even though I don't think we need to. We know how to play, right? I think I still remember. No win either, huh? Actually, if it's no win... Okay. We might hit it too far here. It's fine. It'll be close enough. Whoa. Okay. Wait. Can't even see it. Okay. Dang. Can we play like 3 holes? Kiryu introduces himself. And this guy is great. Akasaki? Akaraki? I forgot his name already. He ends up visiting. He's a really friendly guy. He's great. Whoops. It's fine. It's good enough. Oh, he actually birdies this one. Forgot about that. Ah! Okay. I slapped it too hard. Talks about Haruka. How he manages with the 9 kids. They reminisce about how kids are raised these days. Compared to how they were raised. Like back in the day. Oops. Wow, that's such a steep hill. I keep forgetting how steep that is. Triple putting! Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Is fine. Talk about video games and kids. Okay. He invites him over to the orphanage whenever he has time. And it turns out Akasaki just decides to come anyways, like immediately. Akasaki's a go-getter. He's just gonna show up at the orphanage right away, as opposed to waiting. And then Hashimoto shows up as well. And it resolves itself. So there he is. Just to check out. Aichi comes back. Koji. And then the girls. Izumi, Eri, and Riona. There's Shido. Shido got into a roughage with Yoshinori.
次は絶対勝つ。
元気な子供ですな。
あれ、お客さん？
ああ、挨拶しろ。
はじめまして、シロです。
ほう、ちゃんと挨拶もしっかりできて気持ちのいい子だ。
おい、あんたが桐生だな。
Hashimoto shows up, complains about his bully of a kid.
どうしてくれるんだ。ああ、橋本さん、お久しぶりですね。ん？
赤坂先生。
Yoshinori is undisciplined, and Hashimoto gets embarrassed, while Shido was well behaved. So, win-win. Haruka comes back. And then we got this Shido thing resolved. I think don't remember what happens here with Taichi. Oh, the money thing. So Izumi, I think this is Izumi, right? Or is it Ayaka? Yeah. So Ayaka, I think Izumi borrowed the money from Ayaka, but she couldn't pay it back. So Ayaka told Taichi that someone stole the money. I think Izumi was borrowing it, but she stole it technically. And then now we go in a wild goose chase of ultimately discovering that Ayako is protecting Izumi while taking the blame from Taichi's money, for Taichi's money. Which is a really cute way of oh no, it's not Izumi, sorry. It's Eri. Eri is the one that's standing there. I think. It's one of them. I thought it was Izumi. But yeah, that gives you like a little taste of what it's like to micromanage 9 kids. So we're basically we're gonna have a house meeting to get to the bottom of who stole Ayako's money that she owes Taichi, I think. I gotta remember. Grab. Haruka's in there. We're missing Riona. We're missing Riona and Shiro. Riona and Shiro is missing. Were they supposed to be out here? Oh, Taichi. Yeah. So, Ayako borrowed money from Taichi. But then someone stole the money from Ayako. Wait. Was Shiro already in the... Okay. Maybe Shiro's already in the... Oh no, Shiro's already here. Okay. We're still missing Riona. Right? Where's that Riona? Oh my gosh. Which kid are we missing? Koji, Taichi, Shiro. I don't remember your name. Oh no. I forgot one of the kids' name. The kid in green. Izumi, Eri. I guess Riona is that. Where are we? And then we have Haruka, but Haruka sits next to us. And next to Kiryu. Oh, the kitchen. Or not the kitchen, but the laundry room. No, Ayako is her name. What am I talking about? One of them's Ayako. We're missing Riona. This is Riona. Yeah. We were missing Riona. I forgot. Tatsu? What is the dark skin kid's name? Yeah. Ayako is the one in green. Okay. We got Haruka. Alright. Yeah, Eddie was the one that stole the money. I think. And then this is where they blame each other and all that. Mitsuo. Yeah, Mitsuo. Mitsuo is the kid in green. They basically start pointing at each other. So it didn't work out. Basically now everyone kind of doubts each other. So now the goal is we find Eddie, right? Eddie dips out. Or looking at Ayako's bag. The money's back. So Eddie returns the money. They get allowances. Now Eddie and Ayako mix up. Makes for a really wholesome scene. She talks about how she needs to borrow some money because she's never invited to hang out with friends, and she needed the money to hang out. So she borrowed the money and she was gonna pay it back when she get her allowance. Didn't mean to cause any trouble. And then she doesn't think anyone would forgive her, but here comes Ayako.
Eri-chan.
さあ、勇気を出せ。
綾子ちゃん、私ありがとう。そしてごめん。なんで綾子ちゃんが謝るの？本当はね、私エリちゃんがお金持ってくところ見ちゃってたんだ。 もね、私その場でエリちゃんのこと止めてあげられなかった。エリちゃんのことを本当に思ったら、私あの場で言うべきだった。後悔してるんだ。私の方がお姉ちゃんなのに勇気がなかった。私にもっと勇気があればこんな大きなことにならなかったのに。だからごめん。私も許して。ごめんね。ごめんね。
I just had a thought. Like a Dragon 9, when Kiryu's like 60 years old, we can see all the kids in their 20s. Or their 20s and 30s. Okay, maybe like 10 years later when he's 50. Oh, I mean, it's getting pretty close. He's like 55. Or he's like 45. No, +1. He might be in his close to his 50s now. And you get to see all the kids grow up. And find out what happened to each of the kids. That would be kind of... That'd be kind of be great. A good payout for Yakuza 3. Like, as far as the time jumps and stuff, I think the next time Kiryu returns in the main line, like the latest date, it would be really close to 50. Getting close to 50. So it would make all the kids, they would be, by how old they are now, they would all be close to adulthood, like young adulthood. Leaving, at least finishing school. They would finish all of them would probably be out of school now. Or going to college, or considering going to college. This is where Kiryu says he made a mistake, as opposed to having Kiryu takes responsibility because he is the household. He's the head of the household. But then then everyone apologizes and make up, and then time to eat. So Kiryu diffuses the responsibility, and as the adult, he assumes the responsibility, which is very, very checks out for an Asian household. And very patriarch-like, you know, organized crime. Those who are subordinate to you are a reflection of yourself. What's his name's back? Riki, had to handle business with the Ryudo family. This is where we get into the debacle with Tamashiro and Saki being kidnapped. I think we're doing this now. Actually, are they in the beach side?
またお前か。俺の答えは変わってねえぞ。
いや、今日はそういうんじゃねえんです。
ん？じゃあ何の用だ？
今日は兄貴にどうしても頼みたいことがあって。
Immediately. He starts calling him Aniki.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saki gets kidnapped. And Nakahara is not he's not like a spry chicken. So he tells him about who Saki is. And they reveal that the girl is mute. Psychosomatic trauma.
で、俺に何をしろと？
今、親父は荒れちまって手がつけられねえ状態です。
Yeah.
だから兄貴に出張ってもらって、とりあえず親父を落ち着かせてほしいんです。
なんで俺なんだ？
先日の一件から親父は兄貴に一目置いてるみてえです。だからここは兄貴しか収められねえと。
ちょっと待て。
はい？
さっきから聞いていると、俺のことを兄貴兄貴って何言ってるんだ？
だって兄貴は兄貴じゃないですか。
お前は流動一家の若頭だろう。俺はお前の兄貴分でも何でもない。
まあその話はいいとして。
よくない。お前みたいなやつに兄貴と呼ばれたら、うちの子供たちに悪影響だろうが。
別にいいじゃないですか。俺は兄貴の強さと男気に惚れたんです。俺にとって兄貴は兄貴なんです。じゃあシモン、車回してきますんでお願いします。兄貴。
Ricky is so pure. He's like not even teenage Kiryu can match Rikia's pureness. All right, now we go to the Ryudo family office. Oh my gosh, if Kiwami 3 happened, Rikia would be so devastating. Hearts will be broken if they flesh out the times and like what happens with like make Rikia have more moments. Oof, that would crush some people. Man. Yeah. Mikio took a lump from the abduction.
頭、桐生の兄貴。親父は奥です。さっきまで青森飲んで暴れてるとこっす。
We know what Adamarin is now. Nakahara is drinking. He's in a rage fit. And not sober.
しゃあ、なんだよあったかよ。ああ？おお、これは桐生さんじゃないですか。
どうも荒れてるみたいだな。
This is where Nakahara says like he doesn't deserve to be able to raise a kid like Saki because he's just an old fart who was in charge of the he's a Yakuza. He's basically very self-deprecating because it's pretty much his fault for being deficient.
なんでお前さんが？
俺もな、あんたと一緒で目の前に困っているガキがいると放っておけないたちなんだ。
ちょっとあんた、俺はあんたから土地を取り上げようと。
安心しな。別にサキを連れ戻したところで土地の話を持ち出す気はねえよ。 それとこれとは話は別だ。
would love him
今は
because
先のことだけを考えようじゃないか。
he is what he is.
お前。
あんたんとこの若いの借りるぜ。
Of
行くぞ
course.
力也。
はい、兄貴。
Every time he says Aniki. So now we go to Hatsmachi. Yep. We're gonna visit the Tamashiro's family office. Kick his door in, more like it, and then this boss was something else. Like, if you don't do anything and don't level or anything, this is a backbreaker right here. This coming up boss, Tamashiro, like Tetsuo Tamashiro. It might be Tatsu Tamashiro. This would stop someone from finishing the game. This is for some old school gamers. New kids on the block. New kids on the block would not like what's coming up. The good news is though, like for people who are like taking it slow, you would then be able to pick up weapons and stuff. You get introduced to Kamiyama here, and just like get weapons. Weapons would offload this upcoming boss fight. We did it vanilla style as per usual. Once you get the hang of it though, it's not too bad, but it still takes a really long time to cycle. Just a bunch of people telling there's a beef between Ryudo and Tamashiro. Some beef. We're just gonna pop the cap on these guys. Bosses have like immunity, a super hyper defense to everything, but mobs in this game are very, very thin to most types of weapons and heat action. It's just the scaling on bosses are incredibly high. Like their defense is incredibly high. Heat action is reduced by like 95%. And like weapons are reduced by like 60 to 70%. But the regular guys, they almost die instantly. And heat actions are almost guaranteed to take down regular enemies. So you often can identify who the boss is and who. Basically Kiryu, I thought Rikia was gonna die here, like in chapter 3. Or get really injured, but he actually makes it really far. It still hurts though. This is where we bump into Kamiyama. Kamiyama is upset that he doesn't recognize him. Kiryu is supposed to recognize Kamiyama. He has bumped into him multiple times already. It's just it's been a while. I guess it's been a year and it's been half a year since they, maybe or more, since they last met. Kamiyama is a recurring character. He's also part of the persistence, like the supporting psychic peeps. And he's a master in this game, a weapons master. Which, in the other games, there were other weapon masters. So now we just walk in, because we're just gonna bust the cap on everyone. This is the first, generally, when it comes to RGG, the first full sequence boss battle, like full sequence into a boss battle tends to be the when the gloves come off in the game. And this is the first time. Even though Rikia preceded this as a standalone like tutorial boss. Oh, and this game didn't have a tutorial either. This game did not have a tutorial. Nah, golden pistol. Can I hit lockers with a... I guess I can't. I actually have to attack. What does circle do? Oh, I can still kick with it. Shoot him up! Spare bullets! Spare bullets OP! Wow, I can actually go really far. Holy heck. QT. We did this in the ultimate, in one of the ultimate matches too. So we know, oh, that was invulnerable. That guy was invulnerable during swing. There's another QTE down the hall. And then a bunch of guys come up. Magically behind us, I think. No? Never mind. No, we can't do the like the shoulder aim down sight thing with the pistol. Do I unequip? No, I don't. And then now we fight Tamashiro. I don't know, I can't, oh, some part of me want to tiger drop Tamashiro, but you know. Tamashiro is a one-off boss. He's more or less the tutorial boss.
流動一家の新入りか。一人で飛び込んでくるとはいい度胸だ。
俺は流動一家じゃない。
This is where we learn about basically the scum of a mother Saki has. But Tamashiro is even more scummy and taking advantage of the desperation and weak Saki's mother. And then a super wholesome scene where Nakahata officially knows that Saki loves him.
そんなことも知らねえで来たのか。とんだお人よしだな。
This is like the first Kuze scene in Kiwami. I mean, Yakuza 0,
かわいそうな娘もいたもんだね。父親は目の前で首吊り。母ちゃんは男のために
Her father committed
実の娘ま
suicide.
で誘拐しちまうとは。こりゃ世も末だ。
ちょっとあんた、何言ってんの？あんたこの前さきと一緒に3人で暮らそうって。
俺が本気でお前みたいな年島の女相手にすると思ってるか。お前はもう用済みなんだよ、おばさん。
嘘でしょ。ねえ、嘘なんでしょ。何言ってんのよ。嘘だって言いなさいよ。
話せ、話せ。この合わせ。 うまく避けたじゃねえか。さあ、次はお前の番だ。
I think I can use the couch. The couch just to like LOS him forever. Let's find
その
out.
指全部中原に届けてやるぜ。
Tamashiro.
気乗りしねえな。
I like how the Kiryu voice actor does the
何一人
sound,
で格好つけてんだ。
the tisk sound.
だが、てめえみてえなやつをのさばらせておくのはもっと好きじゃねえ。
ああ？
来やがれこのゲロ！
He can throw daggers too, so I don't know if this will line of sight him, but let's find out. No, it won't probably. That's fine. Like, look at that damage. Yeah, Tetsuo, like bosses, have so much defense. You can't see most of their health bars, but look at that. We're just gonna sit here. I actually think it might be faster. Once he switches over to fist, I think it's actually faster to combo him. But we'll put our weapon away. He needs to lose his first bar. I think he just dropped his this weapon. Okay. He just dropped his knives. Dang it. Right into the QTE that does 0 damage. Yeah, we did this boss a couple times already in Ultimate Match. Yeah, you're like constantly getting delayed jabs over and over again. It's faster just to cause him to use his combo. Yeah, like he turns around, instant recovery, even on whiff, and he tracks. It's crazy. Like this legitimately can get anyone to quit. If you're doing it on if you're like one of those modern gamers like that want to do it on highest diff and just have legend unlocked right away instead of having to play through hard. Even on hard, this is super unreasonable. Like it's really rough. You can always tiger drop him, but you can't tiger drop him in the first playthrough. You don't have access to any of the advanced techniques until way later in the game, like 2 more chapters into the game. So what I just did there was not possible on the first playthrough. Most of the stuff that I did was not possible. Like the double heavy combo. And you have to reload the game every time. So the downside is it's attrition. So if you lose, to trial and error again, you have to beat all the people and then get to that scene again. And then you have to keep reloading on the hardest difficulty.
お前がな、本当の母親のとこに行っちゃったんじゃないかと思って。
They still have
すご
healing
く寂
items.
しがっていたんだ。
But that's good.
お前は中原と母親、どっちと一緒にいたいんだ。
The mother, dude.
何が娘よ。何が母親よ。バッカじゃないのあんたたち。
何？
私はね、この子のせいで人生めちゃくちゃになったのよ。生まれた時からいっつも邪魔だった。
このアマ王将の前でなんてこと。
うるさい、私に触らないで。そんなにその子が欲しいんならあんたにくれてやるわ。
くそ、なんて母親だ。実の子の目の前で。これじゃあ先があんまりにも。
先なら大丈夫だ。スケッチブックの中身見たことないだろう。
ああ。
見てみろ。
いつも見守ってくれてありがとう。
It's so awesome.
答えは出ていたんだ。サキは
Yeah,
あ
man.
んたの本当の娘なんだ。そうだろ、サキ。
There's like 2 scenes in this game. This is the goat. This early one, massive goat. This is one of the. It goes from like you're hot, your blood is boiling from the easily one of the arguably the most frustrating sequence in the entire game. Hamashiro, the first boss fight and stuff. You're going all through that, and then you get that, and it happens a lot in this game though. In this game series, you get like an incredibly frustrating boss, or like the first time you go through it, everything's stacked against you. The boss has all better frames, all better weapon, like you have no tools, like this is the first time you're playing, and then suddenly you get a cutscene and all that just goes away. You just feel really awkward because your blood is still somewhat boiling, but then you have a scene like that and everything just fades. It almost enhances what happens after.
この中原茂に共同40年。あんたほどの男見たことがねえ。
This is where he discovers, and it's even better. This is where he discovers who Kiryu is.
俺はあんたとどうしても兄弟の杯を交わしたいと思ってる。
何？
I think what makes this scene so much more wholesome to me, I guess, specifically as a person of Asian heritage, I suppose, like of Asian values. At least I inherited quite a lot of values from my parents, is just the idea that the humility and humbleness that comes with someone who is older, who has seniority, that gets humbled by the presence of someone who is modest but younger in stature, but incredibly imposing other ways. But this person, he's exercising humility in the greatest sense, but just that realization that everything falls into place and everything makes sense. That humbling experience between someone who's older or it's someone who's remarkably younger is incredibly wholesome. Like, seeing seniority is a great value. Like, it's a really strong and I guess almost stereotyped value where I accept it unconditionally quite a lot. When I see an older person, irregardless of my station or my imposing nature or whatever my legacy is, I would pretty much more or less act like Kiryu, where regardless of what I could possibly do, I must demonstrate the same set of decorum and mannerisms towards my elders, people who are my senior. And when that senior ever discovers and becomes humbled by that, it's like a break. It's a really unusual situation. And that unusualness and that dramatic irony is heightened by my Asian heritage and makes the scene even more wholesome because it doesn't happen very often. And this scene is great in that way. It heightens all of that, which is completely absent, in my opinion. In fact, I would say statistically, it's the opposite a lot of times in Western culture, specifically more commonly in the United States, where individualism, instead of legacy as a large communal legacy, takes precedence. So it is more focused on the individual, the person, not what the legacy, all the legacy and history that a person carries. Often, people favor their own opinions and decisions and stuff as a priority over others, regardless of any form of legacy, like age or whatnot. It's not to say it's not absent. It's just statistically, and it's more heavily on the individualism side as opposed to like the relations in a community, which talking about people who are older and younger is more of a communal thing. It's an interpersonal thing as opposed to a individualistic thing.
俺はあんたに惚れちまった。杯を交わしてくれ。
と言ってもな、俺はもう極道じゃねえんだ。
And I do this. I would say, just pause for a little bit again. I still inherited, like being multicultural, I inherited a lot of the Western audience where I forget or I forgo that I am the older person. And in my station at the time, even as an educator, in order to reach a different audience, I like to emphasize that seniority, title, and legacy doesn't dictate or weigh on the exchange of ideas between people. So I actually, in education and whatnot, I circumvent this. Like, I don't embrace this. The idea that one should act accordingly and respectfully or go beyond respect because of your station. So someone older, by default, demands heightened respect. But when I'm in that position, in an appropriate setting, I would honor that or do that unconditionally out of habit. But in my station, if I am in Nakahara's position, I would downplay my legacy inherently to allow the person who is younger or potentially inexperienced to share the same ground. So I throw out titles as opposed to try to hide the titles, which Kiryu is being humble by hiding his title from Nakahara, while allowing Nakahara to exercise his traditional entitlement to his station in life, only to create this dramatic irony that's happening now, the situational irony as well, out of humor. In the United States, though, or Western culture, the way academics work is you kind of try to even the playing field. You try to share mutual respect and equality regardless of your station or title. At least that's what I take from the Western culture.
そんなことは関係ねえ。要は俺があんたに惚れたってことだけだ。それで十分。
勝手な話だな。
売借人もいねえが我慢してくれ。頼む。
Yeah, so he's showing humility because he wants to share the mutual respect, but generally Kiryu is a man of principle, so he likes to keep everything as formal.
Daigo.
But they're waiving it.
お久しぶりです、桐生さん。
どうして大悟がここに？
例の沖縄リゾート開発の土地買収の件で。
リゾートの土地買収だと？
ええ、実は今話題になっているリゾート開発に必要な土地の買収。
So this is
沖縄の
the
東上会
talk
傘下の組織
about
が中心となって進めていたことなんです。
Tamashiro.
なんだと？
Basically,
まさかその東上会
Tamashiro
傘
is part of the Tojo clan, or a satellite, but then they lost kind of in
玉
touch
城組
on
は
it.
東上会の家具。
And then this is
工事団体に
where
当たる組
he
織です。
kind of sort of introduces
その
the
玉城
other
組が
guy
東上
who
会
is
の本家
working
の許可もな
with
く
Amiya
勝手にリゾート開発の
at the
土地
moment,
買
the
収を
Minister
進め
of
ていたんです。
Defense, on a resort
どう
deal.
して玉城組は土地の買収を？
Or
例のリゾート
technically
開
the
発
base deal.
計画の立案者であ
And
る
then
鈴木大臣
Tamashiro was trying
土地の
to
買収を玉
steal
城組に依
deeds
頼
and
したという
real
のが
estates
事の
to
発端で
do
す。
for Suzuki
あの
to
リゾー
make
ト
the resort deal.
一定の広さの土地を揃えることができないと
That's
動かない
why
計画なんです。
even now Kiryu is being pressured off his own
はい。
land.
リゾートに必要な土地を確保するためにはどうしても現地に詳しい組織に任せる必要がありますからね。玉城組は格好の存在だったというわけです。
その話は分かった。だがどうして大悟が
So that's how like
沖
they're
縄
all
に来る必要があった？
how Tamashiro is linked to all
玉
this.
城組の土地買収のやり口は非常に強引なものでした。
And Daiko
他
was
人か
here
ら土
to
地の権利書
resolve
を
it,
奪い取
or
るようなことば
more
か
or
りして
less
いました。
dissolve the Tamashiro family.
じゃあうちの先をさらったのも俺の土地の権利書が目的だったのか？
おそらくそうでしょう。玉城
Yeah,
は
they kidnapped
中原さんのお
Saki
子さんを誘拐し、
to force
身代として
Nakahara
土地権利書を取
to
引する
trade
つも
for
りだ
the
ったのでしょう。
deed to the lands.
くさ玉城の野郎手の込んだ真似
This is where they also introduce
玉城組のような強引な土
Amaya's
地買収を続け
second-hand
れば
man,
いずれ大ごとになるのは
or
明
soon
白
to
で
be
す。
second-hand man. This
リゾ
guy
ート開
next
発
to
に
Daigo.
ヤクザが絡んでるなんてスキャンダル。世間に知れたらリゾート開発はおろか基地拡大法案まで白紙に戻る可能性があります。それでタミヤさん
So
は
this guy,
私のところに事態の収集を依頼してき
this
たん
guy
で
is
す。
Tamiya's right-hand man right
そうなの
now,
か。
but he ends up
世間で囁かれている通り、
leaving
基地
Tamiya
拡大法案とリゾー
to
ト開
help
発計
Suzuki
画はワンセットなんです。
because he's going to do anything
それはどういう
possible
こと？
to help Okinawa
あの
succeed
二つ
because
は
he's from
持
Okinawa.
ちつ持たれつの関
He's
係
an
なんです。
Okinawan. But it was
どちらかが通
misguided
れたらうま
because
くいかなくなる。
Tamiya was in
リゾート開発がなくなれば
had a
基地拡
special
大
ops
法案
with
だけが残って
CIA
しまう。
and it was for the
住民
best.
感情から法案が通る可能性がなくなります。だからある意味タミヤさんにとってリゾートは自分の基地拡大法案の生命線なんです。
なるほど。それでタミヤは
A greater
自分の
geopolitics.
基地拡大法案にケチがつかないよう大悟に事態の収集を依頼したってわけか。
ええ、そうです。私は今回の仲裁を
This did not
こちら
have
の
like
トー
this
マ
type
君
of
に頼んで
conversation.
タミヤさんと一緒に沖縄まで。
Yeah,
タミヤ
Toma-kun
防衛
is
大
his
臣の
name,
秘書
yeah.
をさせていただいています。
Yeah, so he's still with
トーマ翔
Tamiya
陽と
right
申しま
now,
す。
Toma. But eventually
Oh.
Toma
その
betrays
年で大臣先生の秘書さ
Tamiya
んとは
and joins
立派な
Suzuki.
もんだな。
But he didn't know the truth
私は
that
タミヤ
he's
先生
going
の
to
ご
get
指
caught
示に
up
従っているだけの
and
男
be
です。
assassinated by
し
Joji.
かし
So
土地の買収を止め
that's
てしまえば
how then Kiryu
ど
crossed
の道
paths
リゾ
with
ート開発も
Joji
進まなくなるんじゃない
to
のか。
save Toma from getting killed,
結局
getting caught in the CIA
タミヤの
business.
基地拡大法案は通らなくなってしまうだろう。
その件に関しては地域住民との話を詰めながら進める予定と聞いております。
どうしてそこまでして法案を通したいんだ。
基地拡大法案を通せばリゾート開発よりも大きな仕事を成し遂げたことになり、次期総理
Right
へ
now,
一気に
he's on
近
the
づくから
side
で
of
す。
the prime minister
なるほどな。
and
東上会としては
minister of defense.
本来なら下部組織の仕事を奪
They
うような
must
こと
build
は
the
したくないん
base,
で
so
すが、
they're trying to get the deeds
ひとた
for
び
the
スキャンダルに
land
なって
to
しまっ
build
た
the
場合、
base.
後々警察にマークされ
But
てしま
6
う可能
months
性も
later,
高い。
or 6+ months later,
それだけは
this
何と
is
しても
the
避けたいと思い、
deal that Daigo
仲裁の役目を引き受
rejects.
けたわけです。
そういうことだったのか。
でもまさか 桐生さんの施設が買収対象だったとは正直驚きましたよ。
まあしかしこれでどっちにしてもあの土地を手放さなくてよくなったんだからよ。よかったじゃねえか。
まあな。
しかし今回はこういう結末になりましたが、このままというわけにはいきません。
This is foreshadowing, basically.
いずれリゾート計画は
Toma is saying no matter
私の
what,
手で必ず実
they're
現させま
gonna
す。
make sure the resort deal succeeds.
あんたはタミヤの秘書だろ。リゾートよりも基地拡大が重要なんじゃないのか。
私は沖縄出身です。
He wants the
この
resort to
辺境の地
happen,
は
not the base,
このまま
which
なら
is
必
what
ず廃れていっ
his
てしまう。
Minister of Defense, Tamio
リ
wants.
ゾート開発計画のように
So
直
he'll
接
go
沖縄に
behind
金が落ちる
Tamiya's
仕組みを
back,
作らなければ、この島はいつまで経っても発展していかない。
and then Tamiya
私は
cares
タミヤ大
about
臣の
his
秘書ですが、
the people who
基地はもう
worked under him
むし
or
ろリゾー
worked
トの方が沖縄には
previously
必要
worked.
だと思ってい
So
ま
you
す。
want to save his life, and he deploys Kiryu to do
ト
so
ーマさんしたっけか。
by kicking Joji's face in.
あんた沖縄の人間なら分かってんだろう。別に沖縄の人間がそんなこと望んじゃいねえってことくらいよ。俺も最初は沖縄に金が欲しいならいいと思った。
I'm actually, I didn't look into the background. I don't know if Okinawa actually end up having a resort. I'm pretty sure Okinawa, like what Nakahara is saying here, they are against to this day, like in actuality,
いかに沖縄が日本にとって必要のない
like
小
to
さな
keep
島なのかって
Okinawa
ことが。
like
私
to
は
the
何としても
Okinawans,
沖
so
縄
to
を
speak.
豊かにしたい。
So I'm not sure if
多
there
少
are
の
any
犠牲は必要
main
だと思っています
constructed resorts in
その犠
Okinawa
牲が俺らの
as we
土地って
speak.
わけ
I'm
か。
pretty sure it stays true to the Okinawan spirit.
沖縄
What
には海や
Nakahara
砂
is
浜
trying
は
to
腐る
portray
ほどあ
here.
ります。多少リゾートのために切り取ったところで問題はないはずだ。
目的のためなら一人二人の犠牲は構わねえんだなんて、いかにも政治家さんの発想だと思うんだけどね。でもよ、そんな土地に命張って生きてる人間もいるんだぜ。
とにかく今回の一件、これで幕引きとさせてください。失礼しよう、トーマ君。
はい。
I think this is the only
Daigo.
time Daigo and Kiryu speaks until the very end with Mina, and Daigo's already shot on his
その時
hospital
は一
bed.
言言ってから来てくれ。俺にも守らなきゃならないものがあるからな。
分かっています。ですが、ご安心ください。俺が6代目のうちは沖縄には手出しませんよ。
本当だな。
ええ。
And that's the promise
俺は嫌ってほど桐生さんの怖さ
that
知っ
he
てます。
made. So he rejects the
登場
deal.
会が潰れちまう。トーマ君の夢は彼が総理大臣になった時にでもやってもらいましょう。な、トーマ君。
Yeah, he's running for prime minister, which
その
ends
頃は
up
も
not
う
happening actually.
桐生さんもいい年になった。今面倒見てる子供さんたちも今の俺くらいの年にはなってますよ。
That's what I'm looking forward to, right there.
俺は結構
Like a
しぶとい
Dragon
ぜ。
9, right there. Make it happen.
そうでした。
When all his kids become older, and
じゃあ、
Morning
今度は
Glory
プラ
is
イベー
no
ト
longer
読んで。
there,
ああ、
and close down Morning Glory. Toma lives. Kiryu saves him by intercepting
あの
Joji.
よ兄弟。
ん？なんだ？
あんたもしかしてあの登場界の4代目ってわけじゃねえよな。
それがどうした？
嘘だろ？ 4 代目っつったらよ、こっちの人間でも知ってるぜ。確か堂島のりってあんたひょっとして桐生？
まあ、今度から喧嘩を売るときはちゃんと相手のことを調べてからにするんだな、兄弟。
なんかとんでもねえやつと杯交わしちまったぜ。
まあ、そんなこともあるさ。
So good. The dynamics, you go from like super heartwarming, then suddenly wholesome, then it's like sorry to excuse us, we're gonna go into some really dry geopolitics and like double layer of foreshadowing and stuff, and then back into a humor, you know. All right, nice. Now we're back to yeah, 1.5 years later. So now we're back to 2009. This is like, now it's like a total of 2.5 years after the events of Kiwami 2.
はい。桐生、俺だ。柏木だ。柏木さん、すいません。桐生、何？
Yeah, so Kashiwagi gets Kiryu to come back to discuss what's going on in Tojo. Like with the whole like resurfacing of someone who looks like Kazuma. And of course, Daigo has been shot too. By coincidence. Not really coincidence. The shooting itself was a coincidence. It just happenstance. Like they didn't mean to shoot Nakahara. But Daigo was that was intended. And Kazuma was seen at both. And they explained it because he's a CIA agent with a private jet. So somehow he could get from there, shoot Daigo, and within the next 2 hours he got down here and an incident happened that accidentally got Nakahara shot. Which it was in self-defense. Nakahara went to reach for something and one of the agents shot Nakahara. Apparently, based on Joji's word. And now Haruka and Kiryu's gonna have a moment because Haruka's worried that Kiryu has to leave her side again. Which typically whenever Kiryu leaves her side, it's danger. Which is true, but you know. Yeah. So, 2 years have passed, basically. Since the last time they've been in Kamurocho. And, Rikiya wants to go with Kiryu. Which this is where I start, you know, you start to wonder if Rikiya dies. Over and over again.
兄貴、俺は絶対に兄貴の邪魔になるようなことはしません。
Yeah.
だから俺を連れて行ってください。
わかった。
He's lying.
兄貴、ありがとうございます。
Kiryu tried so hard in this game to not put Rikiya in harm's way. He still did it anyways.
Haruka. リキヤのことも頼んだ。
え？
あいつはここに置いていく。今のカムロ町は危険すぎる。あいつを連れて行くわけにはいかない。
おじさん。
He doesn't come this time. Rikiya finds his way in Kamurocho later. Against Kiryu's wishes, usually. But you know. Hero of heart. Alright. Oh yeah, Mame. Mame gets introduced. The little doge.
さあ観念しろ。
Basically, Izumi had a dog before, and was named Mame, and Mame died, I think. And then you spend time acclimating a new dog to Izumi. They're gonna spend time getting Izumi a new dog, or the kids a new dog. So now we're gonna run in town with Mikio and do a wild goose chase with the dog. Oh, and then we get introduced to the other master. He's the weapon master. His name is wait, his name is Yonoshiro too? Wait, isn't Yonoshiro the name of the... Oh, is it Yoshinado? What? Isn't Yonoshiro the... We're gonna... He's the other master, but we already done all of it. He's one of the weapon masters. Are there two Yonoshiros? Isn't that the kid's name that bullied Shiro? What the heck? A family name, I suppose. Or, not family name. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's his family name. Yonoshiro. The other kid's name was actually Yonoshiro, because it's Yonoshiro Hachimoto. Right? Wow, there was a name overlap. How do we do this? I think... So we're gonna go on a wild goose chase for Mame, the soon-to-be doge named Mame. So, let's go. I think it was... I really don't... Yeah, it was up here. There's a thug that I want to avoid. Yep. It runs away. Now we go chase it. We basically just follow it until this is where it introduced the chase mechanic for the first time. Honestly, I kind of want to chase a dog just to see. This is hard. This is all right. And it goes out here. And Izumi and Mikio. I actually failed this. So we ran a half marathon, right? Okay. Okay, so now we need to get food. We need to get dog food. We have choices of what we can do for it. For Mame. I just basically failed so often that it just advances, I think. I think you're meant to fail, but... Yeah. So let's go get the dog food. Which, it's on this street corner. Oh, you can enjoy the convenience store ambiance. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. Oh, I just realized what the song is playing in the background. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't buy the dog food. Okay. Go grab the dog food. Oh my gosh, I need to clear my inventory. Okay, I need to clear at least one spot. I think the save point is right here. There should be dog food on this list somewhere. Here it is. Okay. Oh my gosh. Please, camera. Oh. I saw that coming. Oh, is this the headbutting thing? Yeah. Kick him through the wall. I mean the glass panel. What were you holding? Oh, it doesn't go through. There's an invisible wall. That glass panel is still in play. Okay. Okay. Alright. The dog food doesn't work though. Toys, a ball? Where would I get a ball? I think I've seen, oh, Koji? Do we have to go all the way back to Koji? A baseball. We haven't done this part actually. We chose a bone, but we don't know where to get a bone before. At least I don't think I was successful at getting a bone. We can go Koji. Where are you, Koji? You hooligan! Wait, are you not actually here and you're actually in town? Where are you, whippersnapper? Oh, are they actually in town? Really? Not even at the beach. Okay. I got lost on this one. For a bit. So... how the heck do I find Koji? What the heck? Maybe if I go to the pawn shop and just buy a ball? How the heck do I know where Koji is? I feel like they sell a squishy ball here, right? Come on. I remember I chose bone and I asked if the pawn shop had bones, which they did not. What the heck? This is a thing? Is this where I get my other technique? What technique is this? Oh, it's a mod. It's another weapon mod thing. Okay. Oh, there's the dragon taiko sticks. Have to find a ball. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I just go back to an orphanage and just pitch it. Unintended. I thought I needed to ask Koji, but I guess we can just steal it. I mean, borrow it. Probably in here. Oh, wait. Koji's here. Okay. Yeah, we'll just buy a new one. Here's a rubber ball. You said baseball. You play baseball with a rubber ball? Dang. Makes sense. The real things hurt, man. Don't wanna... Okay. The first time we did it, we didn't even know the town at all. So it took a really long time because I had no idea where I was going. Since we did MSQ only. No? Nope, that's a no-go. Now I'm supposed to get a towel? Don't want to give up. Maybe a little walk around town will give us some ideas. Oh, yeah. This is where we... Now we just mess around until it's triggered. Do we have any inspiration? Walk around town. Let's do anything at all. Walk around town. And we're back. No? Alright. Let's walk in a bigger loop. I don't actually know how to trigger this thing. It was by happenstance. I don't know if it's like it's something we have to observe, how much time needs to pass. It is very unclear. Oh, that's Kaede. I like Kaede's sub-story was amazing. It was great. It was like a deep cut rolled into a few scenes. Actually, a lot of scenes. Her sub-story was really long. Are we good now? Maybe we go to that same corner? I have no idea. No idea. We're supposed to walk around and get some inspiration somewhere, but... This feels like the first time I did it. It feels like me playing a point-and-click adventure game. I run around and hope happenstance inspires me exactly what it's described. Maybe a little walk around town will help me get inspiration. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm getting any inspiration here. Hello? I don't know. Send help. What am I supposed to get inspired by? Do we walk in somewhere? Oh, okay. We were supposed to walk in somewhere. It didn't matter where. Well, we did a lap about Ryukyu. It's a good lap, you know? Alright. And then some punks. Ow.
泉ワンコと逃げろ。でもいいから早く。
豆おいで。ほら。
Mame takes him out.
なんだこの野郎いた真っ赤なお前何すんだおいやべえ出直しだ行くぞ
Mame the goat.
おい大丈夫か
あおじき
ずいぶん遅いから心配したんだぞ
すいません俺がそばにいながら泉大丈夫か
うん私は大丈夫豆は
やったな
豆
犬小屋かでも俺一度大工目指してくじけたんだよな
MAKU foreshadowing obviously. He totally builds a doghouse. But even more serious things go down.
おじき
Hey. Off we go. Casually going after a wild goose chase on your last day before you head out to Kamurocho and do some real... We see the last scene with Kashiwagi's final scene. Made it through 2 games, man. Yep. Riki, we still have time. You should, yeah. Oh. Another thing. Mitsuo likes Riona. But Riona doesn't have a clue. Right, we get distracted a lot before something happens. So now we're gonna put on a wrestling fight. Oh, actually, first, we do a fashion contest. We do a fashion contest to remake Mitsuo so that he can ask Riona... Riona out. Because Mitsuo has a crush on Riona. And we don't have too many choices. But last time, we dressed him up like a Yakuza. But now we're gonna choose the other choice. Which is like not the dragon shirt. Oh, this is a sub story. We're gonna avoid that. We're good. That was I don't quite remember which one that was. It was I think it was a mistaken identity sub story. So we went with a dragon print polo last time. Let's just do American flag. Which is kind of funny. And then we did sunglasses first, so let's do a 10-gallon. Let's make him K Kona, right? Or we're gonna turn Mitsuo into K Kona. Neither of them win, obviously, but we're gonna pick the K Kona outfit this time around. See what Mitsuo looks like. Let's check out Mitsuo as a K Kona. 10-gallon hat and a polo with an American flag on it. Alright, Rikia. And then we eventually do like a wrestling match is what we do as well. There's still a scene with a wrestling match. Make overtime. Oh, this is Rikia's old stuff. And Mitsuo rejects that. Yep. Get changed. Let's go. Let's see it. There it is. There it is. Old-fashioned rodeo. I don't know how I feel about that shirt, the way this shirt is. I thought it'd just be like a flag printed in the middle. As something else. She rejects him. He asks if she wants to go see a movie. He asks her if she wants to go see a movie. So then Mitsuo decides to go with Taichi to go see the movie. So Riona has to hang out with her old friends, or like her friends. First, she wants to learn how to cook. She wanted to ask Haruka, but Kiryu knows how to cook too. So this came out of nowhere, but Haruka thought that Mitsuo and Riona would be cute together, but she doesn't want to hang out with a black guy. That's what it said. The game. It was like harsh. And now she's gonna run off and yeah. So Mitsuo wanted to see a love, like a rom-com with Riona, but Taichi was like, nah, that ain't me, bruh. So, but he just walked off. And this is where we see a really touching scene where we find Mitsuo, but we actually find him confronting Riona's friends, who was making fun of her because she got burned before. Her arms, she has a scar, a burn scar. And Mitsuo comes to the rescue and teach him what's what. And defends her. And then they end up being really, really good. Like, more than just orphaned friends, I guess. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't know how that works out, but, you know, they become more than just that. A great little scene. Yeah, one of the girls out her.
いや、やめて。
わ、ひでえ。マジ。気持ち悪い。
Bang!
みつお
There you go. Mitsuo,
なんだこのなんなのこの子大丈夫岡田くんもうわけわかんない行こう岡田くんごめんでも別にアートをつけてたわけじゃなくて通りかかったら偶然大丈夫か
みつおは気持ち悪くないの
何を
やけど
そんなの全然だよそりゃリオナにとっては大きな悩みかもしれないけどでもさほら俺なんて日焼けもやけどもしてないのに真っ黒なんだよその方がもっと変じゃないね笑えない
ごめんね
どうしたの
All the kids have a like a duo slash kind of like all the kids get a scene. Like we still haven't done Taichi's scene with the wrestling. So Taichi has a wrestling scene.
Oh?
Yeah, so we had Shiro, Ayako, Eri, and then the dog is Izumi, and then Taichi, the wrestling is Taichi and Koji. Oh wait, Koji is the baseball thing. Oh yeah, that's right. We totally forgot about the baseball thing. Okay, so Koji is the baseball thing. This is where you like... This is fun. Yeah. This is the thing where you like just slam the ball. And watch the kids like scramble over the ball. Yeah, I forgot. Koji is baseball. Yeah, each of the kids have something. So that it slows down the pace for Kamurocho, but you know, it just... Oh, and the extra kid too. This is the somewhat. This is the kid with the overprotective mother.
誰なんだろう。知らねえ。
仲間に
Who
入り
also
たいん
don't
じゃ
like
ないかな。
orphans. Basically, they all dislike orphans because of the lack of parental guidance, I suppose.
なあ。うん。あのさ。
Yeah, his name was Akira. The kid gets injured, then the overprotective mother comes by. You get introduced to the doctor, and you know, it gets resolved because the kid actually likes hanging out. Akira. All right. Yeah, man, so much happens. I forgot that Mitsuo is the one that pitches. You just like launch it out of the you just watch like, where's the ball? Like the camera just like loses track. Coach trips. And then there's Mame. Mame just randomly shows up. Shido trips everywhere. He just shows them tripping all over the place. Kiryu doesn't hold back. Akira warms up, but you know. The kids get a new friend. And now, it's almost time to head out, but then Akira got injured. Overprotective mother. And turns out it's, brings in Hachimoto. But Akira skulls, yeah, Akira says that he likes hanging out. And puts his mother in her place.
上級生の橋本くん。
まさか。ちょっと、あなた話があるわよ。今の一体どういうこと？はっきりと言わないとあなた。
いや、これは
あなた教師でしょ。一体子供にどんな教育をしてるの？
He's getting bullied
早く
by.
良くなってよ。まだまだいっぱい教えてやるから、野球。
He's also getting bullied, so it blows back on Hashimoto. I kind of feel bad for Hashimoto, but they made the kids make a new friend. It's an overprotective mother, so she's like, we still care, right? And now we head off to Tokyo, but we'll be back. There's another like thing with Taichi.
どうしたのおじさん、その格好。
実は今日から1週間くらい東京に行く。
マジかよ。
いいな。私も行きたい。
そうだよ。一緒に連れてってよ。
I'm telling you. Like a Dragon 9.
旅行に行くわけじゃないんだ。
Like a Dragon 9, all
ど
the
うしても
kids.
東京に行ってやらなきゃならないことがあるんだ。俺が留守にする間、朝顔には新しい友達に来てもらうこと
Turn
にした
into a Persona game. A Persona game featuring all 9 kids. Oh yeah, that's right. And Saki, they volunteered to take care of Saki
わけあって話をすることができない。
because Nakahara's in the
今、さきのお
hospital.
父さんは怪我をして病院に入院し
So
てい
you
る。
throw in Akira, you have a
しばら
whole
くの間
cast for a Persona
う
game,
ち
you
で
know?
預かることにした。どうだお前たち。
A Like a Dragon Persona game.
仲良くできるか。
当たり前じゃん。
Taichi.
よろしくね、さきちゃん。
よろしくな。
はじめまして。よろしくね。私、エリ。
俺、太一って言うんだ。
よろしくね。
よろしくな。
俺、三つおって言うん
俺、
だ。
浩二って言うんだ。
So I haven't played through this Kiryu's sub-story in Yakuza 4 if it has anything to do with the kids. But as far as the main story goes, there wasn't anything. It showed the house though. Morning Glory was in Yakuza 4, like this actual location. Oh right. We have this distraction too. It's Mizuki and what's his name? Akimoto?
みずきちゃん。やったな。
秋元くんたら。いや。
それ。みずきちゃん、みずきちゃん、みずきちゃん。
This is when I had a shock that the sub-story actually graduated to mainline. Main MSQ. But you know what? I don't think we have to do that. That's just a supporting... Maybe that's just a supporting story. Oh, that might just be a supporting story. That's... So it wasn't mainline, but it had a VO. They became a mainline supporting story, you know? Wait, why is it highlighted? Oh, we're going to the market. That's right. Oh, and Haruka has a sequence in this too. During Taichi's thing, Haruka tries to get a job to support the orphanage for the kids. But that was her story. I don't remember when that happens though. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm having a cigarette, apparently. This is faster. The bullet head move? Yeah. It's a classic. I keep forgetting what it's called. It has a name. And you use it so much. I use it so much. It's a revelation, I think. Oh, no, wait, it's not a revelation. Is it a Komaki thing? No, it's not a Komaki thing. I thought it was a revelation. What the heck? I don't even have everything. What? What is the move even called? It's like, I don't actually remember what it's called. Wait, did I just see it? No. It's like, it's not a, they're not common words. It has a name. We'll just call it the rolling headbutt. It probably translates to that. I don't even think they're English words. Alright. Alright, and then we chill with Haruka. I've got nothing to do, so I might as well look around. Is this where we bump into the market guy? Yeah, you get distracted by so much. It basically, in this part of this chapter, these chapters are easily the longest, like 4 and 5. So the chapters are disproportionately long too in this game. Like you go from like a short chapter to an extremely long chapter. This one, Kiryu's like, I finally have to go back to Kamurocho, right? I keep having go, but it's the longest day ever. Like all the kids sub-story, like all the kids mainline stories, everything just happens all at once. Like, wait a minute, Kiryu, don't you have to go? Kashiwagi really wants you to come to Kamurocho to resolve something big deal. I think we can just leave, I'm pretty sure, to trigger the next thing. I keep getting turned around. Oh my gosh. I keep getting turned around in this marketplace. There's so many people I can't even move. It's like the real thing. Okay. There it is. Yep. This is where we part ways with Haruka. For now. So far we remembered most of the things. Most of the MSQ things. I actually don't remember that sub-story we accidentally triggered again. With the doctor and the lady. I think it was a miss in identity, but I don't remember what the context was. So now we finally head to Kamurocho. And Haruka just goes, oh, and then we meet Mac. Freaking Mac. And we learn about Revelations. This is the first time we meet Mac. The guy from the United States. And we learn how to, Kiryu learns how to blog. Create a blog. Hey, Worm. So basically, I love these Revelations, but they don't make it into the later games. At least not in the form that they usually do. So, Kiryu finally learns how to use a phone to take pictures and be a social media person, you know? And we get to see the auto first scene. It's Youjin again. They keep they keep going back to Youjin, which Kiryu actually knows from Kiwami 1. He actually gives him a tour around. And then again, and then again. bumps into Eugene references. He's the local popular celebrity. Yep. Kiryu's blog. Yep. Oh, we don't have to do any of these because we've already done these two. And then Matt goes off and talks about how he's looking for the perfect shot. And he's still looking for the perfect shot. In Yakuza 4, we meet Mac again. Oh, and Taichi calls about getting a saying goodbye and hope he has a good trip and don't be shy of coming back to visit. And then Taichi later is gonna call about getting a Shonen Jump 5 or Shonen 5. Yep, that's Mac telling us the next clue, but we don't need to do any of them. We're doing a victory lap. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna say, how long has it been since Kiwami 2 came out? I'm gonna give it another 5 or 6 years. I think 5 or 6 years, Kiwami 3 will be announced. It's so hard to pass up. Yeah, there's just so much about this game that could have. 3, 4, 5. When PlayStation 6 is out. Yeah, this is where we meet Mine. Mine gets introduced here. He's one of the 3. So now we do the Yakuza arc. Basically, the first 4 chapters was the Okinawa arc, where you learned about Kiryu and learned almost all the kids. Later, there's more. The 3rd arc is a mixed bag, but the 2nd arc is about Yakuza. The Tojo clan, the current Tojo clan. So this is Mine, the guy we basically gimmicked yesterday over and over again because freaking Mine is toxic.
先ほど柏木様よりお電話があり、緊急で幹部会を開きたいとの申し出がありまして。
そうか。
夕方からは IT ベンチャー協会の会合が予定されていますが、いかがいたしましょうか。
He also has a dragon tattoo. I didn't realize that.
キャンセルだ。
You only see his shirt off here and then at the end of the game.
了解いたしました。
But you don't really see it while you're fighting him. Usually you're facing him forward, approaching you. This is introducing... unfortunately, this place gets blown up. It's kind of a violent scene, actually. Hamazaki. This introduces Hamazaki. He's the other Tojo clan, which he's featured in Yakuza 4. He ends up going to prison, becoming a brother of Saejima, and then going out in a fire like Awano from Yakuza 0 in a redemption arc. But yeah, this is Hamazaki. Hamazaki in this game deals with the Chinese directly most of the time. Like off camera. Like it's inferred that he deals with the triad, the snake triad. Mafia. Most of the time. In Yokohama. So when the backstory behind him is he came into prominence by making an under the table deal with the snake triad who Kiryu kicked to the curb because of Lao Kong Long. And that's basically how he got his rise to prominence. Which will be explained sort of, kind of later. He's in Little Asia right now. This is the Little Asia part of Kamurocho. I think. It could be Yokohama. I think this is supposed take place in Little Asia, which is on the east side of Kamurocho.
試してみてえな。
Which now this scene hits differently because we kind of know what happens in Yakuza 4.
Oyaji, 本家からの呼び出しです。6代目の件で話があると。
He's a nobody. We don't know who he is. He's just unnamed. This person is not someone we know either.
Huh?
It's mainly their plot devices for Hamazaki's character.
そうか。まあ、無理なら仕方ない。怖がらせるようなことしてすまなかったな、陳さんよ。こりゃ迷惑料だ。取っておいてくれ。ん？俺は陳さんと一緒に仕事がしたかっただけなんだよ。悪かったな、邪魔して。気が変わったら連絡してくれ。それじゃ。
And then now we get introduced to the other guy, which I keep forgetting his name, so we're gonna find his name soon. Date gives us the lowdown later anyways. That is not what it sounds like, just so you know. We learn later that he has a fetish with giving massages to heavy-set women. That's what he's doing right now. And he's the guy who took over Nishiki's family. So he's head of Nishiki's family. He basically was under Nishiki at some point. Oh no, he wasn't, because he was in prison. He came out and he whipped all the people who are like angry about Nishiki getting wrecked by Kiryu technically, but they don't know the truth that Nishiki actually went out on his own accord. Yeah, so this is the third guy. Yes, wish people. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a subversion, but you find out later that his deal is he likes to give massages.
よいよ戦争が始まんでお前ら覚悟しとけ。はい。
ミネ？
え？今から10億ですか？
そうや、10億の現代を持って今から来いや。
神田の兄貴、何しでか好きですか？
Mine is technically not. He doesn't run a family. He runs an enterprise. So he's kind of closer to more like he's a money handler. So he's closer to more like an outfit that Akiyama would be like in Yakuza 4. Or like Kanemura, which is no like dies in Yakuza 4. He's only in there briefly. But he's a money person. He doesn't run like collectors and whatnot. He's more of a enterprising guy. So he's not really the like the patriarch of anything or that. Hamazaki is, but technically Hamazaki's thing is just the snake triad deal. So really the only family left is the Kazuma family, which is head up by Kashiwagi after Kazuma died, Shintaro Kazuma, and the Nishiki family, which that guy runs, and I still don't remember his name. Yeah. First thing you come into Kamurocho, Stardust. First thing you leave in this series, before he goes off to Okinawa for 2+ years, Stardust. Man, see, like, the thing is, like, each of the characters in all the games, it's kind of like watching an anime intro, in my opinion. That's how this, the MSQ in Yakuza 3 feels like. The anime intro got you interested, right? It's a little longer than an anime intro. Imagine like instead of a 1.5 minute anime intro, it's like a 15-minute primer series where they have great introductions of all the characters. Like they all have 1 or 2 scenes, but that's where the game ends. Like it feels like they were trying to make a PlayStation 3 game. They went really hard, but the problem is the game was still need more production. Like what I mean is not really need, but all the things are there. It's just enough. But the game leaves you wanting more. Like you want more scenes with all 3 of those characters, Mine, Hamazaki, and the yet to name guy. You want maybe 2 scenes for each of the kids. You want the Okinawa. So there's so many things there, but we'll talk more about it when I finish our victory lap. It's just so many things are here. This is where we find out that this guy is trying to pay off and buy Stardust. Which a sub-story involves this too. So there's a sub-story that follows this up, where there's a rival gang, rival Yakuza or enterprise that want to take the club from them, but instead they went through an underhanded way in the sub-story. So basically just bop him. He's not really Yakuza. He's a rival club owner that has probably ties with the Yakuza to get his job done. Well, actually, he might actually be part of. He doesn't show up again, more or less. So it's an introduction back into Kamurocho. Yeah, he has ties with the Yakuza. I don't remember if it's any specific family. This might be Nishikiyama. Like, with the other dude, the bald-headed guy.
いや、そうはいかない。お前らの腹、聞かせてもらおうか。
それやったらうちらに喧嘩売ったんは4代目藩の方いうことになりますが。
ああ。
Like there are so many characters in this game. Yakuza 3 has so many characters. Oh, he doesn't name drop. So there's no family name drop. It's just oh yeah, it's Nishikiyama. Okay. He is a captain. Oh, he's the current captain of he's the current captain of the Nishikiyama family. Fair enough. It's fine. Look at how much damage the boss actually takes compared to the enemies. The bosses have like 90% resistance to everything. We could take him out. Hang on. Let's just get rid of all the other peeps first. It's probably faster just to tiger drop him. Hang on. Let's clear up Yuya and stuff. Alright. Nope, he's not weak to that. Does he even attack? Oh, I can parry. I think he picks up a sword at one point or something. Oh, that was weird. What the? Yeah, I think he picks out a sword. Yeah, there it is. Right out of his butt. he pulls a katana right out of his butt. Now I can't. I have to tiger drop him in order to. I don't think I can parry him. Yeah, because he needs to be unarmed. So now we just tiger drop. Because nothing else hurts. Not even heat action and whatnot. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I can't actually block that either. Wow, that's actually really late. That is unsafe for the dude. So we can get him to EI strike. Do your EI strike. Oh, okay, that's Ow. Alright. We're done with this. Oh wait. Oh, you can no. You can force him to do it by walking away. That would be the way. That would definitely be the way. Yeah, we're on Legend now. This is our victory lap. So on Legend, all the bosses have like an incredible amount of resistance to damage. It seems like the button input's also changed. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah. It's still a trade though. We still take damage from the trade. Because I have an imperfect. Wait, did I just break his sword? Alright, so now we go back to parrying because his sword is gone. Oh, that's really late. His stupid back is to the wall. Alright. Fair enough. Wow. That's a crotch shot for you guys. One of the few moments that the person that's fighting Kiryu actually knows that he's Kiryu Kazuma. I tell you, 90% of the time that just doesn't happen. Yep. So someone's going after Kasawagi. So the whole idea is we're gonna get to Kasawagi, and unfortunately he doesn't make it. Kasawagi doesn't make it here. Yuya?
2年ぶりですね、桐生さん。
Yep. Over 2 years. It's 2009 now.
そして桐生さんと酒飲めるのも久
March
しぶりだ。
2009.
ゆっくりしていってください。
いや、そうもいかないんだ。
さっきの長谷部とかいう男の言っていたことですか？
ああ、柏木さんのことが気になる。
I think Date shows up here.
すぐにでもミレニアムタワーに行きたいんだが。
Date shows up, fills him in on Hamazaki,
じ
Mine,
ゃあ本当にホスト同士の喧嘩なんですね。
and Bald Guy.
ええ。ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありません。
One of the very few lines Kazuki, voice actor, gets to say. Kazuki doesn't get a lot of lines. Yuya actually gets more lines than Kazuki. Alright. They're just gonna check on the club and whatnot. Kazuki fills in on the tension that's going on between what remains of the Kazuma family and the Nishikiyama family, which causes him to go down a red herring, like a mislead. Because the bald guy is not that clever. It was Mine, but
ええ。柏木さんのところへ行くんですね。
he's gonna go resolve it. Okay, never mind. Date does not
どうだった
back yet.
外の様子は。
ええ。警察の連中、店の前からはいなくなったんですが、ミレニアムタワー方面に張ってますね。
まずいな。
うまく警察をかわせるルートがあればいいんだが。
それならちょっと面倒なんですが、
We sneak around
一
back.
旦中道通りに出て、そのまま道を横切ってピンク通りの方から回り込むように言ってください。そのルートなら警察に会わずにミレニアムタワーに行けます。
わかった。
桐生さん、警察以外にも数日前から変な連中が街をうろついています。
I'm getting a scene from
気をつけて行ってください。
どんな奴らだ？
黒いスーツにサングラスをした数人の集団です。
Alright. We're gonna meet our first CIA agents.
堂島大吾さんの行方を追いかけてるって噂です。
なんだと？
目的は分かりませんが、大吾さんが撃たれたことに関係している連中かもしれません。
Either or is fine.
どこかの組がいろん
I
な
don't
手使って
particularly.
大吾さんの居場所を
I
知ろうとしてるん
prefer
でしょう。
difficulty presets.
大悟の安否を確かめるため
Personally. But either having both is the ideal
もし大吾さんが
answer
亡くなっているとしたら、
rather than
まと
having
めを
a,
狙ってい
just
る組
having
織
a
にとって
choice.
これ以上嬉しいニュースはありま
But
せ
I
ん。
like
どち
I
らに
like
せよ
presets
桐生さんの味方じゃないことだけは確かです。
because I want to play what the developer intended.
わかった。
I'm not interested in my own experience, my own Taylor experience. With that said, though, it's kind of weird about difficulty presets. If you're an old school gamer, it has always been that, where you choose your presets, right? And the developer already implied which preset is the intended, all of them. So you choose which intended preset you want from the developer. But then it kind of went backwards and went, hey, we want to do dynamic difficulties, right? And then people pushed back for choice. Then the choice was allowed to be, now choice is the gold standard again, but the choice is now tailored to the gamer's perspective, like for accessibility. And now the next phase I think that would be the gold standard, is to offer both, which is the accessibility and indication of which one is the developer's dynamic intended difficulty. Or offer even more than that, a gold standard where it uses dynamic difficulty, a preset, and indicate which one is the developer's intended, and the accessibility options. So they could do all of them. It is possible, and it has been most of the major developers have done 3 of the 5 that I mentioned, and they typically just carry it over with that design in mind. So for example, it's not, yeah, it's the same, yeah. Adaptive would be the word, but I wouldn't call it adaptive because it doesn't make the game easier or harder based on what type of player you're going to get. It's based on their performance. So the player can perform poorly or better randomly, right? So it's just a difficulty that dynamically changes. It's not adapting to like, I don't like the word adapted because it would suggest that if a player is really, really good, it would get harder and harder until the player can't succeed, which is not true. That's not how, like, the game isn't adapting to you. It's just changing the difficulty dynamically to offer a different experience. The game could actually get easier when the difficulty sways and stuff, like, because players can do certain things better than other things. So dynamic difficulties as opposed to be adaptive. It's not guaranteed that adaptive would imply something like an exam or something where they're measuring something and they can increase the difficulty until you can't do it anymore because they're measuring that one thing. But it's very difficult to make something like that adaptive to in a video game, unless you're playing maybe something like Osu or puzzle game. I would say puzzle games could be considered adaptive difficulty. If a puzzle game has few rules and they adapt those rules to the player's proficiency, I would consider that as, yeah. So like if the puzzle game only offers like 4 different options of motion and they adaptively make those 4 options more and more complicated as the player gets better, that's fair enough. Dynamic would suggest anything goes. So for example, the example I was going to use was the combination of accessibility and choice would be the recent God of War games. The God of War 2 by Santa Monica Studio. They offer choice in the presets. There's no dynamics, but in the presets they tell you and describe what the preset difficulties do. That could be great, but honestly, I would love to see a more dynamic thing where if you a good example of a dynamic set would be something like Shadow of Mordor, like the Shadow of Mordor games, where if you're performing poorly, you possibly can get punished as part of the game, right? Or you're performing really strong or you use something really effectively, the game responds by reactively doing something else that isn't what you're already doing constantly. So the game isn't necessarily adaptively trying to meta you, but it can. but it's just changing it so that you have to change up your style or your thing. But it doesn't make it any more difficult or any. It doesn't guarantee that it makes it more difficult. It's just different. They try to do something different. There are games like there are games that deliberately meta you by design or by preset. So pretty much all of those. I would say all of the above. If it's possible. But you need a game that is large, not too large that you can do all that stuff. And the game has to be modular enough to accommodate all those things, which that's asking for a lot. That's asking for a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of foresight. And I think the reason why I think it's possible is because indie games do that. But indie games make small games. They make the largest game they can, but offer the most dynamics in difficulty. So, for example, like a different mode is a different type of difficulty. It's not adaptive, as in going from easy, normal, hard, and you just scale up the stats. That would still be considered adaptive difficulty. A dynamic difficulty would be when you go from normal to hard, something just completely different changed about the features. So you play the game differently, and that's the only difference. Like, it could end up being easier or harder. It's not to scale up. So it's a mix of both. And I hope that's the future of gaming, in my opinion, for difficulty settings. In this game, it is not. It is a scale up. It's a preset scale up. And they scale up really hard. Like, really, really hard. Actually, oh, which way I'm supposed to go? I think I'm supposed to go down here. Anyways, yeah. Nothing fundamentally changed. So this is the classical, old school, the old school scale up, preset scale ups. So your experience, the one major factor that changes with the preset is how long you're doing something. So it challenges your consistency game. It does not do anything else. So it does not dynamically do anything else. It tries to mirror an adaptive difficulty game, where it's just adapting to force you into a more consistency, to force more consistency out of you, as opposed to being more dynamic with your solutions. They're both about the same, though. You could make an argument that that is adapting to the situation, and that can be fair. I just don't think that when difficulty changes, it doesn't have to be more difficult. It can end up being easier but different. What do I... Oh, I'm supposed to go up Pink Street. What the heck? Oh, wait. Hold up. This is where I encounter the secret agents. I encountered the secret agents in this lot right here. The CIA agents. Not Richardson yet, but the CIA agents right here. You ready for some English, Japanese? I mean, yeah. The CIA agents. The words I'm using are merely semantics. I know you and I probably are saying the same thing though. Like, with all that said, the only reason I shared that was those words may mean slightly different, but they are more or less the same. I imagine when you heard me say dynamic, you probably were thinking the same thing. Or maybe the only thing that I was sharing that you might not have considered is that when a game's mechanic changes, it doesn't necessarily have to be harder. It just has to change. And that in itself can feel difficult for people. But for me, I want it to be dynamic. Like if I had a preference, I prefer a dynamic preset. So the developers designed the game to be played multiple different ways without a choice. So no hard, normal legend, just if I play a game and I'm doing really well in it, suddenly my entire experience is different. And then if I'm playing it again and I'm like mediocre, my entire experience is different. This is what characterizes the roguelike experience. But the roguelike experience is not big enough to accommodate dramatic experience differences. There hasn't been a roguelike game with a budget at a scale that makes the entire game experience dramatically different. So what they typically do on a smaller scale for smaller games is to just create different modes. And those modes are considered an imitation, in my opinion, of what a dynamic difficulty would be like. And even in the bigger games, they compartmentalize by introducing RNG, right? RNG mechanics like boon selection, power selection, things like that, that will continue to make it feel dynamic. You're constantly dynamically changing based on the choices you make. The game can be brutally easier, brutally harder. It could have no change, but ultimately it is dynamic in its difficulty, but the player themselves is being adaptive to the dynamic difficulty, is why I would use those words. An adaptive difficulty is weird because it would suggest whatever your choice is, the game will adapt to it, which it in the way it's done now, it really doesn't. The game, it would be cool to see what happens in that way, where like if you picked a range character, right? Like if you somehow made a range character, then the game will say, we're going to give you a non-range boss, a melee boss, because you decided to pick range. I don't know if anybody has done that, but that type of game design could be very off-putting too. As in, the game is programmed to beat you, as opposed to the game offers you obstacles and you find different solutions to this, like a mix of obstacles, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't mind trying a game like that. Inevitably you will lose, but maybe there's a way that the way you lose feels rewarding enough for people. For me, I don't mind if I lose. As you learn something from loss, all the time. So, if there's a game that's unwinnable, I'd probably be really interested in seeing and playing a game that's unwinnable. That would be an adaptive game. So, like a chess, for example, like an AI machine learning chess game where you're going to play, eventually you beat them, but eventually they learn to beat you with nearly 99 to 100% accuracy, right? They're going to keep training, far exceeding you. That would be something that would be adaptive. Which, it takes a person with a lot of self-esteem to to want to play a game like that, I think. Which I wouldn't mind. A game or two. Not all games, obviously. Like, that would be too much. Stealing game ideas. One example of adaptive difficulty that I can say in real life, like the closest thing I can think of, is peer review. Peer review, it's not like happening dynamically with one-to-one person, but peer review is the closest thing that I can think of where you practice a skill, have a lot of wisdom, knowledge, and experience, and you are constantly fighting an uphill battle. That the closest thing I can think of is peer review. So like when you're doing a scientific research, right? Like you're trying to publish a paper, no matter what, you are trying to do just good enough where the bigger group, the group that is always at an advantage, will accept you for doing sufficient, but you're never going to exceed the bigger group. It's kind of like another example of adaptive difficulty would be one person trying to beat an entire company of people. Over time, the company will exceed you because you are one person. They will adaptively exceed you because there are more people, right? Like it's a higher threshold. So you are inevitably going to lose. And that would be so fun to see if someone could make that process into a game that people find rewarding. I could think of it, the closest thing I can think of is there was a series called made by Criterion Game, is a driving series called Burnout. Back in the PlayStation days, it's not a very popular genre anymore. It's more like vehicular driving that is reckless vehicular driving, or like Twisted Metal kind of thing, where like vehicular destruction or destruction derby, where being a goofball and wrecking yourself early to lose can feel great if you lost gloriously. Yeah, so like that stuff, it's like, oh yeah, I want to win the race, but if I crash really, really bad, I'll just go back and play it again. But the idea is it's making it so that losing against more and more odds and going out in a blaze of glory is kind of nice. It's intuitively nice. So if they could adapt that to an AI that shows that what's a game like that? There were some games back in the day, arcade games were designed that way in a way. So back in the days, the arcade cabinets, right? We didn't have machine learning, AI, or the compute power to do that. But what they were trying to do to preset it is to do that. Basically, they keep driving the difficulty over time until the person loses. And that's it. Like just the odds, well, eventually you'll end up in a blaze of glory, and the run is the blaze of glory. And now just imagine that with modern technology. Basically, technology that has someone stacking and machine learning and countering you again and again. That'd be great, in my opinion, in a way that develops life skills, like peer review. A scientist becomes better and more experienced at understanding the shortcomings and the strengths of their research and their career, because they are constantly racing against their peers who are constantly in competition and scrutinizing your work. So they are adaptively challenging you endlessly. So if you can design a game in which you can adaptively mature a system that also dynamically changes over time, you could have a game that effectively constantly require no outside resource to benefit someone. So that's kind of like the idea of a chess player playing against a deep learning AI. At some point, you'll learn more over time, and it's dynamically changing because it's adaptively reading the player. Are we there yet? There are some in the future. It's not too far in the future. The next couple games, there are some coming in 2024 that developers are claiming they're using deep learning for their AI models to provide some like solo campaign challenges, like FPSs, like how AI movement works. You know, they're trying to apply new computational methods to provide an adaptive opponent, like an adaptive, like what happens if you shoot off the entire left flank. Well, then the AI would know that all the NPCs that they have control, they could, you know, cover certain flanks, so they would like dynamically change over time, but adaptive to the player. Right now, the only thing that's happening is usually dynamic difficulty changes. Basically, oh, you're comfortable with these set of rules now. Let's add another rule on top of that. And those rules can be completely unrelated to each other. So they're not really adapting. They're just changing the name of the game. So, like God of War 2, what they did was they just, regular enemies have other modifiers. So you have to get used to the idea that it happens on regular enemies now. They changed the rules of the game, as opposed to assuming what the player would be able to do. But in actuality, the developers try to figure out what the guys are trying to do, like what the players like you are trying to do. This game is way before that. PlayStation 3 was not the era of, and I still feel like back in the PlayStation 3 era, it's about substance, like the content, the preset content. So it's less concerning regarding the player's aptitude. And for me, I'm okay with that. Like, give me all of that. The gaming industry in general is my dynamic difficulty, not a singular game. The gaming industry as a whole, creative arts as a whole, is my dynamic difficulty. That's probably, we'll leave it there. Wait, that is Richardson. Never mind. No, Richardson is here. He's in the middle. He has the red tie. I thought it was like some other guy, but we kick Richardson's butt, so it's fine. I think we can shoot the other guys, right? Yeah, so he always does that. He always does that kick that auto stuns you. Yeah, we can. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. He keeps going, hey, and that's when I learned to tiger drop that thing, because it's so aggressively annoying. But we have to take out his other guys first. All right. Stop EIing, please. Yeah, he auto combos. Yeah, that. Get up. Get up. Yeah, that. Get up. Get up, Richardson. Yeah. See, this is where I could link it back to my digression about dynamic difficulty. Or adaptive. If it's adaptive, basically now the boss would start to never do anything that's susceptible to the tiger drop. So they would just say like, oh, don't do that again. That's the third time. It obviously doesn't work, right? A dynamic difficulty would be when the boss changes to phase 2, the pattern changes. That would be an example of dynamic difficulty. So most of the time, the game is using an approach to approximate a dynamic difficulty, where the boss just changes it up. Like, things just change, regardless of what the player is doing. You know, like from soft games, when the boss goes into phase 2, they just get new things. That is irregardless of the player's aptitude, other than they succeeded. Oh, I missed. Oh. So yeah, like the boss would stop doing this, basically. Which is not the case, obviously. But you have to do this so many more times because of the preset. And obviously you can mess up. And one of the things about estimation of dynamic difficulty is when you add it to a pool of RNG stuff, like, so let's just say you add happenstance, right? So the boss will randomly do things. That is also dynamic. It is not adaptive. It is just adding more things to the pool, and regardless of what the player does, the player has to respond to it. It's not responding to anything the player is actually doing. But it's all semantics. The player is adapting. So if it's the difficulty, if you're looking at the perspective, you could call it adaptive difficulty if it's what the player's doing. I typically refer to the game from the dev's perspective, because the game is designed from the dev's perspective. These older games are. And that's where I brought in accessibility. Accessibility has players in mind a lot of times. I enjoy games personally with not me in mind, more like what they envision in mind. I like when developers design games because they want to, as opposed to, hey, we need to make this game a certain way because it will reach out to most of the players. I am not that type of player. However, I don't mind at all that that's how developers make a lot of money. That's how developers become popular enough to do what they want to do, and so on. So I acknowledge that developers have to do that, like the bigger developers, in order to have a chance to make a game that caters to me, which is having an experience that isn't about my convenience and isn't about my choice. It's more about telling me what they want. If they want a game that is borked beyond belief and infuriates their player, I want to experience that because that's what the developer wants me to experience. I want to experience something that I don't have control over. I prefer that because my experiences are my experiences. They're not as interesting. I can't remember any example of actually adaptive difficulty apart from MGSV. True. Metal Gear Solid would be, especially 5, would be it would be a close example. Like, it has bits of it. The closest examples I have are where developers, like an indie game developer, like a small game, where, like, puzzle games are a great example. When you reduce it to something very simple. So, for example, the first set of puzzles make you think a certain way, right? Like, you got to push all these things. You got to push all these things. And then suddenly, in the next world or level, you can't push anymore. You have to think of pulling everything. And that's technically an example of adaptive difficulty, but it's a preset adaptive difficulty, as in the developers meted you, but the thing is, it's not adapted to everyone else. Like, it's not guaranteed to always be adaptive depending on the player, right? But it's an example of trying to make your game meta the player because you designed the game to make the player do something psychologically that is different. But then you intentionally make them do the opposite or make them do something else. Like my nightmarish example of these games would be a game that flip your controls upside down. Like, I can think of a few where the whole time you're playing, right? Up is up and down is down, and suddenly up is down and down is up. And that is mean. That is very mean. But then you do that, and then what they do next is, okay, so now you know that you can go from up is down and then down is up. Now we're going to mix them. Now there are sections that are colored in blue where up is up and down is down, and things are colored in red now is inversed. So then you have a stage that's both red and blue, and things just, you know, that's you can imitate adaptive difficulty by roping a player, conditioning a player into a line of thought. And then they get so used to it, and then you break the rules deliberately to meta them. The closest thing to adaptive difficulty is PvP. So, the best example of adaptive difficulty is any multiplayer game, any competitive game. That's the example. And obviously, when I was thinking of examples, I was thinking of designed developer examples, where the developer is designing it ahead of time. It doesn't deal with another human element. But that's what makes people think of adaptive difficulty. Yeah. So if you're playing a battle royale game, if you're playing any multiplayer game that involves another human being, that is adaptive difficulty. And I want to be super clear that I don't want to use that term, in my opinion, of adaptive difficulty, because it would imply that I'm talking about competitive games against another human being, where that's not the approach that a single player game designer would want to use. Like, because it would be very unfun. What I mean is, how can you tell a story? It is possible, and I'm looking forward to it if someone does it, where your ultimate loss is how you advance in the story, which has been mirrored. My favorite roguelike genre has done that quite a lot, where your ultimate loss is an advancement in the story. But in this game, imagine the boss is adaptive. How are you ever going to get to the end of the story if the boss is designed to adapt to you until you lose? You're never gonna make it through the story. You could do like a training arc. Like I could see a sub story. Okay, let's imagine how can we get it into Yakuza? You play an underling, right? As a sub story, you play someone who's under the tutelage of Kiryu, and no matter what you do, Kiryu is gonna tiger drop your face into the ground eventually, right? But that's how the story continues. Like, so your goal is to not get tiger dropped as hard as possible by Kiryu, and then it advances the story or something. I don't know. Something like that. Like, Kiryu is the end goal, but you can never beat Kiryu. But you can always deal more damage to Kiryu over time, and then you have an alternative goal that, because you're training against Kiryu, you ultimately can do other things, which is kind of the boxing trainer, master, sensei kind of relationship, where you go off to practice with your sensei, and then your sensei is unbeatable, but you can always challenge him. He's just gonna always be one up on you at some point. If you kind of hurt him more, he's gonna make it harder and harder. So in actuality, you're getting better, but you never get any progress against your sensei, because your sensei is adapting to you. So like, for example, you land 3 hits on Kiryu, you'll always land no more than 3 hits on Kiryu. because he will always get better while you're getting better too. And then you take that and then you go and like beat other people up, right? And then you'll know that from beating other people up, those people are chumps now, but you never get any good, like, noticeable feedback from Kiryu because he's designed to always beat you with efficiency. And I could think of a way that could work out. For me, I would put like Kiryu at the top, like he's like Komaki now, right? He would turn into Komaki when he's 60, and you play a new age like a dragon protagonist, and he trains you, and no matter what, he's gonna kick your butt so hard, and you never feel like you ever get any progress on him. But then the game pits you against other targets, and you just realize that Kiryu basically taught you everything you need to know to kick the butt out of everyone else. In this game, though, you actually kick the butt out of the masters. So, all the games up to this point that I played in the Yakuza series, the masters train you, but you kick their butts in the process. And then they use dialogue and stuff to say like, oh, you know, good job, you know. Like, you didn't really actually beat them, but you don't actualize that because you actually crush them. You crush the masters to get your skills and stuff. In real life, you know, in IRL, it rarely happens. The person who's more skilled and experienced tend to be more skilled and experienced. You can't take it away from them. You can learn as much and extract as much from them. But inevitably, even if you beat them now, they were never in their prime to be fought with in the first place, like in anything, not just physical confrontation. Like, the person before you that precedes you is rarely ever surpassed by you because it's an apples and orange comparison. So that's kind of the idea. At least that's the psychology behind it. They're gonna pull out guns. All of them are gonna pull out guns. He's gonna get a phone call and he gets whisked away. Bringing a gun to a fist fight. Oh no, actually he didn't get a call. It's just the police. Never mind. Because they're a clandestine operation. The CIA is working with a clandestine operation right now. With the Ministry of Defense. Yeah, no. So you could say Kiryu could have died there, you know? Oh, and Mac's back. So we chase Mac. Mac happens to be wearing all black. But Kiryu mistakes him for one of the agents, even though he just met him in Okinawa. So we have to chase him. And then they introduce the other chase mechanic, which is you can leap over things. They tagged him as a man in black. Which they were men in black. Oh, what the? Where does she come from? I couldn't even see her get scooted. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're not going to talk about the jump mechanic in this chase. Jump mechanics are warped in this game. So borked. One of the ultimate matches was to do this, so this seems relatively easy at this point. Except for the unreliable jump mechanic, so we gotta be careful of that. It can be brutal. Yeah, you can get ahead of him with a QTE. Oh, the backtrack? Yeah, yeah. Dude, some of the tracks make the long, enduring matches great. Basically, Mac came to Kamurocho because he's looking for the perfect shot, and it's just happenstance. Bye-bye, Mac. We'll see you later in another year. And this is Mac's email. Okay. All right. Now that the distractions are gone, we can go up again. Wait. Who's this? Oh, this is the scam. That's scam, I think. Yeah. Oh no, this is not scam. It's Kamiyama. Kamiyama says he has a base here. He has like a alternative vendor where you can mod weapons and stuff. But we're not in the neighborhood for that. I was checking my HP. So we go up, and this is the scene where we lose Kashiwagi. Rip Kashiwagi. He survived 3 games. 17 years. No, 20 years. Almost 20 years. Kashiwagi.
Kashiwagi-san.
あまり時間がない。お前とはいろいろと話しておかなければならないことがある。
はい。
今日の幹部会のことだ。
どういうことや。4代目呼び戻すやと。
Kanda. His name is Kanda. Shiyoshi Kanda.
そうだ。今6代目が現場を離れたら、
Yeah, this is the first time they all are assembled.
ここは最悪の事態も想定し、他の組織も承服する人間に登場会を任せるのが。
This is where they're deliberating who should be the acting chairman because Daigo got shot. Yeah, his given name is Yoshitaka.
神田の兄貴、ここは桐生4代目に出張ってもらうのが最善の策です。
何やつ？
頭、俺は6代目と直接
Kanda always sounds like he's about to blow a blood vessel in his eyeball.
大悟さんに戻ってきてもらいたい。ですが、近江連合やその他の組織のこともあります。ここは早急に他の組織が納得できる代行を立て、大悟さんの帰りを待つしかないと思います。
うん。
今さら何言うとんじゃ。国道が頭取られて落ち着いとる場合か。株ばっかりやって頭おかしいとんちゃうか。おーみね。
俺も神田と同じ意見です。極道だったらまずやることは後目のことよりも返しが先でしょう。
Hamazaki is actually the second player in this. Kanda is being manipulated by Hamazaki, which then Mine is actually manipulating both Kanda and Hamazaki, technically. And Kashiwagi is the observer. And unfortunately, he's gonna be taken out of the picture right now, like this coming scene. So he's a non-player. But Mine is actually the big head. He's the guy that's manipulating both. He knows what's going on most of the time. And Hamazaki is using Kanda for his own games because he wants to rise in Tojo Clan. But at the end of the way, in the end of the day, it's Mine. It's almost, having played Yakuza 4, this is really straightforward, right? This is a straightforward thing. And then before that, Yakuza 2 storyline is more straightforward. Yakuza 1 is even more straightforward. So it kind of they kind of escalated in complexity. Basically, they're offering to recruit Kiryu because Kiryu is the strength. But there's still one guy missing. I forgot. The Majima family is still alive. Majima's gonna show up soon. So the only existing family of the previous generation is Kazuma, run by Kashiwagi, and Majima, technically, technically Majima's the second generation of families. So Kazuma is the only family left. Then Nishiki's family and Nishiki's family come next. Then Hamazaki and Majima later. Because Majima's family come about when Shimano's family was ended. Oh, actually, I don't remember how Shimano's family went down, other than the patriarch. Maybe it's not.
それは聞き捨てならない話だな。桐生さんとやり合うのは構わない。だが錦山組に登場会の跡目渡すわけにはいかねえってことだ。ねえ、頭。
何を言っているんだ。今跡目の話なんかしている場合か。
でも頭は桐生さんを呼ぼうとしてる。俺も神田と同じでそれには反対なんですよ。
Yeah, so it's an even split, right? 2 against 2, but Majima's still around. So then Majima walks in
お前もそれは嫌だろう、ミネ。もう一人の幹部の意見も聞きたいね。
The scenes are super. It's like enough. There's Majima. He doesn't really walk in. He's just off, off camera. But he might as well be walking in. Majima was given his family in this time, basically, like within the span of years. Looking after Daigo at the request of Kiryu. And he plays a neutral card. Yeah. So he plays the neutral card, basically.
そうや。一言言うとくわ。ん？喧嘩すんのは結構やが、もしうちの島に入ってきたら、そん時は怪我するだけじゃ済まへんで。
The vocal shift.
マジマ。
ほな。
A classic Majima voice shift.
桐生ちゃん、えらいことになったで。
Yep. So in this game, you learn that Kiryu requests Majima to look after Daigo and the Tojo clan.
すでにお前がカムロ町に戻ってきたことを知っている組もあるだろう。特に神田の動きには気をつけろ。
はい。
おそらくそれぞれの組がそれぞれの行動に出る。俺は神田の動きを抑え、一刻も早く大悟を撃った男というのを突き止めるつもりだ。
その件ですが、実は。
Daigo is injured, and he's like in a secret place. That's not in Kiryu's knowledge right now, but Kashiwagi knows where he is. And then this is when Kiryu fills in Kashiwagi that the person who allegedly shot, and he did, Joji Kazuma, Shintaro's Kazuma's brother, is the one who shot Daigo.
Nani?
And Kashiwagi reveals that Daigo is somewhere safe, and not that no one knows, because it would be better if no one knows where he is.
だが、もしこの絵の男が犯人だとして、どうやって沖縄と東京の移動を？
中原が撃たれたのは昨日の4時過ぎ。
So Nakahara also got shot, but he wasn't shot by Joji. He was shot by one of his agents, one of Joji's agents by in self-defense. But he was there. So the long fight, basically, to explain it, is that Joji is a CIA agent, and they have their own private jet. So they managed to travel between the two places in 2 hours and do all that thing, which is actually really impressive. If you ever look at the geography of Japan, that's a pretty tight window, is what they're saying, which it is still true. It's a very tight window. Yeah. This I was not really like. I was not expecting Kashiwagi. Like, he didn't make it. It's a shame that's how he went out.
この男とつながってるやつを探し出せ。
つながってる。
多分そいつは沖縄のリゾート開発の裏で利権を狙ってる。そいつは登場会に。
登場会内部の人間ですか。
そいつを探し出せ。いいな。
はい。柏木さん。柏木さん。
The music, though, you can hear it. Na na na, like such a. This game, Kiwami 3, man. The Kiwami 3. I just keep saying that in my head. Like, it just, to me, just needs to be longer. Everything needs to be longer. I need Kashiwagi scenes. I need Kashiwagi scenes to make this hit even harder. As a PlayStation 3 game, and maybe like in the era that it came out in, like the time it came out in, it was super ambitious. Like, they did so many things. They laid the groundworks of so many things that I've appreciated in Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 and 2. But man, it would hit so hard. Everything in this game would hit so hard with longer production, like more production. It would also cost a lot of money to make, but it's just enough, I would say. Like, I would say for 8 out of 10 players nowadays, if they remade the game and just did like an updated fidelity for like just lift it, if they lifted to the Dragon Engine, which would cost a lot of money, but if they didn't increase the writing or anything, like anything of that, and kept it as is by lifting it into the Dragon Engine with all the tools that they have now that they've already done, so like they did batting for Kiwami 2, they can replace the batting for this to mirror Kiwami 2, so they can repurpose a lot of the assets that they have now with Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2 with the Dragon Engine. It would, I think 8 to 9 out of 10 people would say the story is great. It's straight to the point. It gives you glimpses of the things and you're good to go. But if you're someone who has played 4 other Yakuza games, it's not enough anymore. It's just not enough. Because when a character dies, there's so much baggage, and the transition from the quality of amount of TLC each character has before they end is quite substantial within the game they die in. And this game strikes me as, yeah, PlayStation 3 days, There was some limited in production, and the length was a different time. It was a different time. Now, here's the thing, though. It would go up in score, I think, if they removed everything, all the mini games and all that stuff, and filled those times with more story-driven narrative and battle focus. That would appeal to more people nowadays. To me, it would not. I would want all of that and the story standards of modern games, right? Like the story standard of modern games, it's like the whole experience revolves around MSQ. Like, and the MSQ is the dominant. It's almost 80 to 90% of a game's activities. In this game, the reason why I think it's short, and I'm probably going to say this again later, is that they had to make time to run all the developments in parallel. So they basically did not have time, in my opinion, more time to fill in all that stuff. Like Hamazaki is text most of the time. Kanda is text out of the set piece. So it trims all the, what would you call it? It trims all the fat of it. This is one lean MSQ, and I don't think the majority of players wouldn't mind that at all. It does need a quality of life updates to stand up to the other games, but this is kind of the MSQ that I think people would stay around for. This is what is represented in Yakuza 0 as well. Yakuza 0 has a really trimmed, super trimmed storyline. But this one, they went super dense, or they tried to make it more dense, but it didn't quite have all the details. Yakuza 4 upped the ante and made it even more dense. And I don't expect Yakuza 5 to change either. It becomes super dense. To the point where I think Yakuza 5 is when, dude, our stories are too dense. So, like, too heavy of, like, stuff. So then they dialed it back. So then that's the era, the post Yakuza 5, then came Yakuza 0. And the post Yakuza 0 era is more about straightforward storytelling, less here and this and that and this. So for me, this is a breath of fresh air now, because the standard is Yakuza 0 and how they try to make up for Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2. So the things Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 added are all the straightforward stuff that fill in the linear nature of the story. So Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 weren't really that ambitious to begin with. Like Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2 weren't that interlaced to begin with. Yakuza 2 tried a little bit more, because you can see it goes up. It's pretty intricate. But 3 went ham, but just didn't have enough production for it. In my opinion, not enough production value. And then Yakuza 4 went even harder, and I don't expect Yakuza 5 to let up. It's probably gone the hardest possible. And then the modern age happened. The modern age is, you gotta get simple storylines, man. You need singular, maybe duo protagonists as much as you get. In fact, I think Yakuza 0 was praised for staying true to the dual protagonist formula of old, like organized crime and like cinema, where you have dual and like contrasting main characters. There's no singular character, right? But when Yakuza 4 hit, when we were doing MSQ, that is my jam. I want like 5 characters. I want 6 characters. In fact, I can't wait to play a game that features 100 characters. That's my jam. I want to sit down and have to make a web of what the heck is going on. I watch shows that run 13 seasons long. If you ever watch a science fiction, a dry science fiction that runs 13 seasons long, there are more characters than people know NPCs in the show itself. That's kind of my thing. It helps me remember things really well. And forgetting tiny details feel less significant over time. And you can always revisit the stuff because it's overly complicated. So playing the game again, like this is the second time I'm viewing this. I'm still forgetting stuff and remembering stuff and noticing things. Kind of the great part about overly complicated things. And this is not overly complicated, obviously. It's fairly low-key. Oh, I guess I can cut that corner. Wait, can I dodge? Oh. I have to tap A rapidly? Ooh. Like, look at how... Dude. Ugh. Okay, button mashing? Not my jam. I think that can go. I'm okay with that. Don't cancel my dash, please. Okay. Okay. Dude. The freaking clipping? Oh, come on, man. Don't do this. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I think we're fine. Alright. Wait, am I supposed to go this way? I totally forgot. Okay, okay. I'm not saying all games should be like this. I'm specifically wanting my experiences to be varied. And Date's here. Date shows up and fill us in on all the three guys.
お前さんに話がある。久々に一杯引っ掛けねえか。
We go to New Serena. At first I thought we were gonna go to Bantam, but the surprise here was that which we learn later as a side quest, as a side sub story, that Date got someone else, Mama, he refers to her as Mama, to run New Serena after the late Reina, because Reina dies in Kiwami 1, and it's closed since. Reina is another character that'd be like, she got some details, but she was killed off as well in Kiwami 1. Shinji also died as well, but Shinji had a little bit of a reprisal in Yakuza 0. They showed how Shinji met Kiryu. Ryuji also showed up in Yakuza 0. Reina showed up in Yakuza 0. So basically Yakuza 0 made is a primer for so many of the characters that actually eventually died in Kiwami 1. Oh, and here's a little bit of confusing thing. The reason why I like the whole family name thing sometimes, and then the swap between given name for formality, is because Date, I don't know if anyone has noticed, but Date's first name is Makoto. Just so you know. Yes, and Makoto's given name is Makoto, but it's really hard to remember her family name because it changed. But it's like it starts with an S, but it's only mentioned once because Makoto gets married. And it's like something like Shawata or something like that. To the doctor. But I always use her given name because I don't remember her surname or her quote-unquote fake name or maybe her real name, her last name. So she went by a lot of different family names because those were aliases. So I wasn't sure. I don't even remember what it was. Minamota? I think it's like Minamota was the alias that she was given. And then I don't know her new married name, but they're both their first names are Makoto. Pretty sure it's Makoto Date is his name, his given name. So he shares the same given name as Majima's love interest in Yakuza 0 and up to Kiwami 2 or Kiwami 1.5 technically. Basically up to Kiwami 2. Given names, man. Now this is Date's new love interest. We learned that they love each other. But I don't know if we interacted with Date enough in Yakuza 4 to know they're still together. Their sub-story was great.
伊達さん、いつものやつでいい？
ああ、後で若造も来る。やつの分も頼むわ。
はい。
To quickly fill in.
随分若いままだな。
ああ。
He knew her husband. When he was in the police force, he was in charge of. He was a higher officer in his husband, and her husband died protecting her, and he was involved in that case, or he could have been involved in that case. And eventually they got over the problem of Mama having trouble going out with Date-san because every time Mama sees him, he sees her husband. And she fears for being widowed again.
和樹から聞いた。お前さんのことだからまた事件に巻き込まれてんじゃねえかと思ってな。
But he's no longer an officer.
お、来たか。
He's no longer a police officer. He's a journalist now.
もう、ブツって、そんな物騒な代物じゃないでしょ。
Which is where this guy comes in.
どうぞ。
This is the first time it's revealed that Date is no longer in the police force.
それより水。
はいはい。
And that he's a journalist.
お。よしよし、でかしたぞ。
He's only a journalist for 2 years. Or maybe not more. Maybe he was a journalist the entire time Kiryu was in Okinawa. So maybe 3 or 4 years. Because he goes back to the police force at the end of Yakuza 4.
東上会の現幹部たちの写真だ。
Yeah, so these are the... He fills us in on the current state of the Tojo clan.
実は私、こういうものでして。
Yeah. This is where he reveals he's a journalist.
伊達さんが新聞記者？
ああ。キリュウ、お前が巻き込まれている事件、実は今俺が追っかけてる山とつながってる。
山？
東上会、そして政治家鈴木義信に絡む沖縄リゾート開発。こっから先は危険な旅だ。お前さんには敵をよーく知っといてもらう必要がある。少し時間をもらうぜ。
And then this part basically is an info dump. So this is an info dump here. This is this part, the Daigo part, like earlier with Nakahata and Daigo filling in on the 6 months ago, like about the resort deal and stuff. And then later, when you meet with the Minister of Defense, Hamiya, or I forgot his name again, but the Minister of Defense is the info dump part, and I feel that that's Kiwami 3 material right there. Like this info dump is the most, it's a very budget forward and probably resource heavy forward, like PlayStation 3, right? We have to think about the PlayStation 3 era. This is where like basically they do autoplays. It's completely VO'd. So he just fills in on basically how he rise to, how each of the 3 characters rise to in the Tojo clan. So we can't skip this part. So, but yeah, it basically explains how they rise, and basically Mine followed Kanda, and then because he was great with money, Kanda vouched for Mine, and then Mine ends up in his position. And then Hamazaki worked out a deal with the Snake Flower Triad after like basically Kiryu pushed him out. And somehow he gained the ownership. He doesn't know how, but later it's revealed that he basically cut a deal. And then that was it. Which I don't remember the details of the deal.
柏木さんは死の間際、俺に言った。リゾート開発の裏で利権を狙っている奴が東上界にいると。
俺もそう踏んでる。今の東上界でこれほどの絵が描けるのはこの4人くらいだ。
柏木さんはもう一つ俺に言った。その裏切り者は大悟を撃った男ともつながっていると。
大悟を撃った男だと？
I forgot which person is working with if that was true.
それとリゾートの買収候補地の
If Kashiwagi was correct, I don't think any of them were actually working with Joji.
これ死んじまった。お前の親代わりだった風間じゃねえか。
俺にもまだわからない。
Like in the end, none of them were working with Joji, which is Kazuma's twin brother. Joji was working with the Minister of Defense, who was working with CIA to track down Black Monday. But Richardson was also working with the CIA, but he was a double agent for Black Monday. He's actually the leader, the ringleader of Black Monday.
お前は柏木を殺す可能性が一番高い神田を追え。
So this is where you track down the red herring.
わかった。
You basically track down all 3 of the people, and turns out, I guess the closest one that's working for the deal was Mine. Mine was pushing for the deal, but he was not the guy who knew that he was getting betrayed by Richardson. So it's another, you know, being betrayed and betrayed. This serves as our hideout. So Date is just asking if Kiryu can stay here and use this place as a hideout. And then they basically tease Date for being old. Because Date is the butt end of the joke most of the time. Kind heart, I tell you. Oh, yeah. And you abandoned Rikia. And he just came anyways. Kiryu tried so hard to keep Rikia from coming to Kamurocho. And When I heard this sequence, I thought he was gonna die this chapter. But they played the long game. They played the long game. So now we gotta find we gotta find Rikia. Basically we're destined to not find him. Oh, and Taichi wants a he wants a Shonen 5 magazine. Which is a way to get you back to Okinawa for his specific thing. Technically. We haven't done that yet. But yeah. So we get here. Rikia's nowhere to be found. Because he's a Pega. So he's gonna call us and he's gonna say, okay, he found a good landmark. A convenience store. Joy. It's so vague. So we're gonna go to the closest convenience store. Which is the Papo on Tenkaichi Street. So we'll double back. It doesn't matter what choice you have. I don't think you can actually succeed in finding him. He's nowhere to be found. Maybe you can find him. I don't know. Oh, it is. Okay, so you do have to. Alright, let's go to the Papo on Nakamichi Street. It's the next closest landmark. One thing I think RGG Studios hit hard with is that to produce the grimy nature, right? The grimy, hard life of organized crime and like this era is that most of the pure characters, the characters that are pure outside of Kiryu, they don't end up making it. It's a very classic I want to even say a movie or writing archetype to give you the grim reality of, you know, what happens in this like lifestyle. It's not great for those pure of heart. So whenever we meet another character that is not Kiryu and it's just really likable and charming, you have to hold your breath, right? Yeah, you just hold your breath. Every time they're in a potential danger, you have to hold your breath. Oh, are you serious? Oh, you can fail? Oh. So it was Chichifuku Street. Okay, so you do have to pick the right one. You have to pick the one that is closest to the Millennium Tower, which is the first landmark. I thought it didn't matter, but it does. You still fail, but I guess you fail less. That's a guy waiting to attack us. Death, I tell you, death.
Nani?
What? I didn't think he would be able to run that fast. Really? You can block a whole string? What the heck? Even late game guys don't even block a whole string. Oh, there we go. Come here. Wow. he actually okay, it's fine. For whatever reason, these guys are extra blocky. We do this because we don't want them to block. Okay. It's definitely this one. But you still don't find him. It's the children's park, I think. Yep. Oh, this is the fine. Don't have to worry about that. Yeah, this is the sub-story about the old guy who got indirectly ruined by Kiryu, and this is the storyline that increases the journalism storyline, the journalist storyline. Sawada or something. It might be him. Kazu. I forgot his name. I think he's one in the same. He might not be, actually. He might be a separate journalist. I don't know if it's the same guy with the beret, like that hat that Date-san knows. The murder mystery is his storyline, but the one in Shellac is probably a different journalist. But basically, Kiryu stopped his father from scamming people a few years ago, and it ruined him. And he was looking for the guy, and basically he's after Kiryu. But everything gets resolved. This is where, like, Rikia...
こっち渡せ。こっちは急いでんだよ。あ？なんだお前。兄貴。
目立つぜ。こんな場所ででけえ声出してるとな。
それがどうした？お前に関係ねえだろうが。
Of course they don't know who he is. Obviously. 90% of the time, people in the Yakuza don't know who Kiryu is.
と言っているが。
だからそれがなんだってんだ？文句でもあんのかおら。
何やってんだ。
Cute.
この胸の大門見てみろっつってんだ。あ
？See? We kick their butts, it's fine. We're just gonna pop caps into their butts, you know? They say a lot of stuff. Rikia is too pure, protects everything, so... That guy is not a boss. These guys are not bosses. Spear bullets, guys. Spear bullets. Rubber bullets. They're fine. Don't worry about it. This is where they reveal that Kanda gets his men to adopt girls. But all he really wants to do is give them a really, really nice massage. Because that's his fetish. And the woman was like, you know, it wouldn't have been too bad. You know? Like that girl, the choke, right? So now we have to go to the hotel district. And then this is where we play Magic Doors. Man, this game had so many things going on. But now we're gonna play Magic Doors. Sorry, not Magic Doors. Musical Doors. in the hotel. In the love hotel. Oh, this scene is great. This is a great scene. Makes Riki it develops more Rikia and the relationship between Rikia and Kiryu. Their bromance.
ちょっとお客さん。ん？うちはビジネスホテルじゃないんだよ。カップル以外はお断り。
どういうことだ？
あんたたちどうせろくな商売してない人たちでしょう。うちの部屋使って犯罪まがいのことされても困んのよ。
要は目的がはっきりしてないとダメみたいですね。
That glare. Kiryu's glare.
カップルじゃなきゃダメなんですよね。
そうですよ。
いや、私と兄貴はラブラブなカップルだから問題ないでしょ。
おい。
普段はカッコつけてるけど、たまにはイチャイチャしたいのよ。
あんたたちそうだったの。はいはい、それならいいわよ。今この401しか空いてないから安い分狭いけど我慢してね。
どうも。
エレベーター奥にあるからごゆっくり。
Imagine just having Dragon Engine emotes, you know, like more flexible models.
ああ、でかい組織の親分なのに金ないんすかね。
さあな、自分で金出すのが嫌いなだけなんじゃないのか。
He's still.
タグ、いつまでやってんだよ。
すいません。ここですね。
Man.
遅いやないか、姉ちゃん。何やお前ら。
まだことも始まってないようだし、少し時間をもらえるか。
誰やお前。
登場界4代目、桐生一馬だ。
何やと。これは4代目。なんでこのようなとこまでわざわざ。
あんたに聞きたいことが。
うわ敵が来たぞ。
Musical doors.
くそ、神田のやつ。上と下はどっちに行ったんだ。
兄貴、俺はこいつら倒した後、下に行ってみます。兄貴は上に行ってください。
わかった。
しゃー
I'm not moving. Not moving. All right. Oh, those aren't actually guys. All right. We gotta guess. Nope. My bad. Oh, my bad. Okay. Oh, we found him. I had to find him a couple of times. We're playing Resident Evil. Don't worry about it, guys. This is a Resident Evil game. It's a trap. Okay. That's the only other occurrence. But those are all the things. My bad. My bad. Okay. Down we go. Alright guys, you need to... Alright. Okay. Thank you. Come again. Okay. Yeah, we basically had to open all the doors, so we can't be in any of them. I think. And then keep going back. Like, I think this is the last one. We just have to find him 3 times. It's the ambush guy. Ba-da-da. Oh wait, I forgot about that variant. Okay, there were 4 variances. Okay. Oh, are we going further upstairs? Huh. And then now he's gonna go all the way up. Into the main room. This fight we did a lot of an ultimate match. He's in the bath. Shark.
いきなり何しやがる。
それはこっちのセリフじゃ。こんなとこまで勝ち込みかけやがってこんだけ。
お前とはゆっくり話すわけにはいかないようだな。
ああ、
仕方ねえ。力ずくで話聞かせてもらうぜ。
衝動じゃ。俺と差しの勝負したこと後悔させたら。行くで4代目。
Dang, that tracked all the way back around. Holy heck. Dang. My tiger drop whiffed. Oh, so that was the interaction. That's, yeah. The infinite days loop. Yeah, I can't escape that until that's Yakuza 3 right there. The infinite days loop after missing once. That's Yakuza 3 right there. The only reason it's not infinite is the eventually the object actually breaks. That's awkward. Pick it up, I dare you. I am taking a risk here. I don't want to reload, so I might want to heal. Maybe? Oh yeah, man, they have way more health. I can't get him to wall bound. Well, infinite days loop. Yep, infinite days loop. Alright, you win. Oh, we're gonna still need healing items for like the Mine fight and stuff. Unless we want to like get more like weapons or something. Because they have a lot of life. It's like 300% more life than the ultimate matches. Tiger drop.
さあ、お前の知っていることを話してもらおうか。
俺は何も知らん。
この後に及んで何も知らないとは言わせねえ。柏木さんを弾いたのはお前の組だろ。
シャワー、頭弾いて何のメリットがあるんじゃ。
お前は登場界の跡目を狙っていた。だから柏木さんを。
お前、ほんまに知らんのじゃ。多分この絵描いたんは浜崎や。
浜崎だと。
あいつは密かにカブロチを狙っとったん
It's
じゃ。
not
柏
Hamazaki
木を弾
either.
く動機もある。
なんだと。
やつは横浜で力溜め込んで攻める機会狙っとったんや。ほんまや。前にうちのシャバで暴れた中国人問い詰めた時そんな話しとったわ。
兄貴、
そっちは大丈夫だったか。
なんとか。下にも結構数がいて手こずりましたが。
このボケが
KO.
こいつが神田ですか。
ああ。
こいつもっと問い詰めなくていいんすか。
今回の一件、こんな単純なやつが書けるようなもんじゃない。多分こいつはどうして大悟が撃たれたのかすら分かってねえよ。
Red herring.
東京って怖い街なんですね。
力也、中原の一件、俺が絶対に何とかする。だから悪いことは言わない。今のうちに沖縄に。
嫌です。
力也、
自分は絶対に中原の親父を撃った男をこの手で仇を取りたいんです。お願いします兄貴。自分を東京にいさせてください。お願いします。
分かった。だが一つだけ条件がある。もしお前があの絵の男を見つけ出したとしても絶対に一人では動かないでくれ。約束できるか。
はい。
よし。それじゃあ今日は一杯飲もう。お前にこの街を案内してやる。怖いことばかりの街じゃねえことを教えてやるよ。
That foreshadowing, right? Does Rikia actually keeps his promise? Okay. Yeah, this is where we get to do the Rikia specific, and there's like 2 separate things. We go to Kanrai, of course. When in Tokyo, I guess. When in Kamurocho, you go to Kanrai. Because, I don't know. Just go to Kanrai. I imagine if there was a local, they say like, oh, that might be a little overrated. It's like, but tourism, you know. Rikia is a visitor. It's kind of like what is a American thing? I'm trying to think of like a facsimile for the United States. Basically, Kanrai is a really successful chain, right, in Japan, but it's like the tourist thing to do. And he just eats everything. Yeah, Rikia has a healthy appetite. Oh, this is where he talked about how his tattoo artist was unfinished. So technically, in this time is when you do everything with Rikia and get his tattoo finished. So his sub-story is convincing, basically indirectly convincing Kiryu's tattoo artist, I forgot the master's name, to judge his character and complete his tattoo. Also go to Club Asia too. Rikia wanted to go to Club Asia and watch some pole dancing. Alright, so we meet up with Date to update him about the Kanda stuff and find out about the whereabouts of Hamazaki. I don't remember what Hamazaki did in this game. Like, I don't think Hamazaki kidnapped Haruka. Someone attacked the orphanage. I think it was Mine. I don't think it was Hamazaki. Because eventually you go back to an orphanage and you do like two or separate things. And Mikio gets his brush with death. He takes a sledge to the back, actually. To the head. A sledge to the head. And when he got whacked in the head, I thought he was going to go the way of Tachibana. And I'm like, ugh. It's like, why, RGG? You couldn't even spare Mikio? And they did. Oh, this is the HLA stuff. Are we going to get distracted by the HLA stuff? I don't know if we're going to get distracted by the HLA stuff. This is Kashiwagi's legacy. Basically, the HLA was formed by Kashiwagi to help former Yakuza people who want to leave the Yakuza or get reacclimated and not get like persecuted and all that stuff. So that was what Kashiwagi's legacy was. He went out, even out of his way. He has a heart of gold. And you know what happens when people have a heart of gold? There's a very good chance the grim reality of this life will take their lives eventually. Basically, this is explaining the Reapers and the HLA. And Kashiwagi formed it. But the Reapers are like giving them trouble. And we go through the whole series of hunting down all the former Yakuza who became Reaper members to find the leader of the Reaper, which turns out to be Arase, the Dante wannabe from Kiwami 1. But Kashiwagi was trying to look out for him too. Anyways. Out we go. Already done that. Been there, done that. Oh. Off-camera shooting. Is there something I'm scared of in this game? Is there a boss fight? No. Actually, this game happens to largely feature in MSQ, largely feature one-on-ones. Yeah. Okay, the assassin guy was a pain in the butt though. Richardson came with goons. That's the one that really was up there, because you did not get tools yet either to deal with that. But we did get some revelations, so we did like a bunch of the rolling heat action thing to get rid of the guys and whatnot.
Kiryu.
お
A bit of teasing. Mama and Date tease each other a lot. Or specifically Mama teases Date for being old. What you call it? Rikia never found the bikini bar, but the bikini bar was Club Asia, which I wonder if that dialogue changed if you actually did it. When that happened? Missed opportunity, I suppose. Okay, so we catch up on that Kanda situation. Good save point. Now we go and hit up the florist technically, but it's Majima.
わかった。ご苦労。
Is that what Hamazaki did? Yeah, I'm still not sure what Hamazaki did. It's
ど
so
うやら
long.
神田の組が4代目に勝ち込みかけられたらしい。それで組の上層部は壊滅状態。たった一人で神田とやり合うとはさすがだな。堂島の竜の名は錆びついてねえようだ。
That's Majima.
どうやら桐生さんは例の沖縄の一件で動いてるようだ。あんたがこの計画に乗ってるという情報を掴んでいるかもしれん。
That lighter though.
そうなら次に桐生が攻め込むのはあんたのところだ。
I don't remember what did Hamazaki have over Majima for his cooperation.
沖縄のリゾート計画、あんたに紹介したのはこの俺だ。
Yeah, the deal.
リゾート
Right?
建設に関わる利権。あんたの組に入る金は1000億はくだらない。
Was it really just the money? Okay, so Hamazaki wanted the deal to go through, I suppose. True.
今俺らの中で6代目を弾いた可能性が高いのは間違いなくあんたなんだぜ。真島の兄さん。俺はカムロ町をこの手に収めたい。
But he's not the one that is
それがどういう意味か
conspiring.
わかりますよね。
He just wants the deal to go through. Like, not directly conspiring.
今桐生さんに暴られたら一番困るのはあんただ。やり方は任せます。後始末しっかり頼みましたよ。
This is where we fight in the Coliseum. We meet in Kamurocho Hills.
もう一軒行きましょうよ。次はどこ
Ricky is a lightweight.
兄貴ももつ飲みましょうよ。
桐生、とんでもない情報が入ったぞ。
今日の夕刊です。うちの政治部のスクープです。ついに防衛大臣のタミヤが民自党と沖縄県議会をまとめたようなんです。
つまり基地拡大法案の成立は確実ってことか。基地とリゾートはもともとワンセット。基地が動き出したことでリゾートの開発も一緒に動き出したってわけだな。
これでどうしてリゾート開発が再開されたのかが分かりましたね。
ところで桐生、このリゾート開発、裏でとんでもねえやつが絡んでるようなんだ。
Wait, so if the base went up,
政治部
Oh,
の記
there's
者
a
宛てに届いた
resort?
情
I
報です
forgot that. I
匿
thought
名
they
の
were
情報筋
against
から
each other on
こ
this
んな
one.
写真が
Guess not. I might have misinterpreted the deal thing. That the Okinawan deal was
どうやら
for
鈴
both.
木が仕掛けているリゾート開発
Yeah,
裏で
so
建設
that's
の利権を
the
得ようとしていたのがあの真島組らしいんだ
yeah. So that implicates Majima, but he doesn't really. In the end, so we go and take it out with Majima, and we basically Kiryu beats Majima to get the truth, which is how they resolve things. How do you resolve things with Majima? Fight him. And he has a pretty grand entrance too. Yeah, man, all the characters have some seriously grand entrances. That's just giving us the next clue. Take a taxi. Faster. I didn't realize going through the MSQ and watching the scenes take so long. Like, this is on the shorter side. This game has one of the shorter MSQs so far. Holy heck, man. Crazy how much they managed to squeeze in. Yeah, they really just cut all the meat. That was the word I was thinking. Cutting all the meat off the bone. And still it feels pretty up to modern standard. Oh, this entrance was great. We go into the little little hub thing called the phone. He gets peepoed, and then 8 billion peeps come. It's a great entrance. All the Tojo guys have a great entrance in this game. I'm glad they in the Dragon Engine they softened when they redesigned Kiryu over time. They softened his features because his features are so harsh that it makes him look out of place. Every time I'm looking at Yakuza 3 right now. I mean, he has a really recognizable face for that, but it's really strong around his eyes and his brow line, and it got softened over time. Majima, man. Freaking Majima.
真島の兄さん。
すまんのキリュウちゃん。驚かせてしもうて。
これは。
ま、俺なりの防御策や。最近は危のうて堂々と事務所構えることもできへんからな。ようこそ真島組へ。ま、地下でゆっくり話でもしようや。
So good. Okay. We basically run to the Coliseum. Right? No. Run to the main office building. I didn't think we go here. I guess we do, kind of. And then we go back. Let me in! Majima, please. Majima, please. Is it really the Coliseum? Yeah, it was the Coliseum. Majima, please. Open the door. Yeah, this is great. It's like every scene in Yakuza 3 is just a main set piece. Like most of it is just set pieces.
2年前まではここで俺も戦っとった。
Just the bones. Gotta fight for the truth.
桐生ちゃんよ。こんな俺にもな、極道としての筋っちゅうもんがあるんや。たとえ俺がそいつにはめられたとしても、ただで口割るようなことはできへん。
We still have to fight with Lao Kong Long soon. And then I have to fight with Richardson again. And then Mine. I think that's a funny touch where he takes off his tie instead of just like magically remove everything.
そういうことか。
俺の口を割らせたかったら喧嘩で白黒つけてからにしようやないか。
Now magically.
そうだったな。俺らはいつもそうやって生きてきたんだったな。
闘技場の絶対王者。
You can't use a gun on this one. Most of the boss fights guns don't work.
赤眼の魔王、島野の狂犬こと闘技場の帝王、真島五郎。2年ぶりに帰ってきた怪物2人。果たしてこのリングで生き残るのはどちらの怪物か。
いや、桐生ちゃんはずっと変わらんな。ほら嬉しいで。やっぱり俺らにはこのやり方がお似合いや。
ああ、そうだな。
さあ、手加減はなしや。思いっきり行くで、桐生ちゃんや。
Here we go again. For like the 8th billionth time, but with more health. And they deal more damage to me. But we have healing items. Oh my gosh. Wait, maybe I can hit him. Oh my gosh. It does like one damage. Oh, I can guard. I forgot. Because I have a red heat. Oh my gosh, dude. Please. For Pete's sake. Majima, please. Oh, it's different. Oh, it's even more annoying. He does this for longer periods. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, he can read my attack input though. Oh, I failed again. I mean, I should have been known. Oh my gosh, that deals so much damage. I know, you can quick step. Majima, please. Have mercy. I wanted to do this victory lap, Majima, please. Oh my gosh. Majima, please. For all that is holy. Majima. Oh my gosh. Not that one frame active attack, please. Oh man, it didn't reach. Okay, if I don't move, he dashes less. So, oh, he actually attacks during that too. Majima? That might actually work to my advantage. Oh, he gets tired out after that. Oh, I can't actually. I have to be facing him. Really? Ow. I can't see. What? I don't understand why. Oh my gosh. And that cheap stab. Because of the end. Wow, that's so delayed. I'm pretty sure I was on time there, but that's brutal. What the heck, dude? Input lag? Hello? And now I have no input lag on that one. What is going on with the follow-up, dude? And I was tapping A so hard there. I think it's even worse. Yeah, what the heck? That short distance. I can't tell what he's doing without rotating my camera. Trying to get him to attack me. It deals like negative damage. Whoops. Yeah, and they swapped up the input command as well. The input command order. Yeah, I still don't understand that timing. Yeah, see, it's I don't think I can actually tiger drop that. I don't think it's actually safe. Like, I'm positive I got the timing down on that. Maybe I need to back up.
やっぱりごっついなキリュウちゃんよほな約束やゆっくり奥で話でもしようか
ああ
Yep. That's how it's done. Yeah, so basically Hamazaki went behind Daigo's back. Yeah, and then Hamazaki was blackmailing Majima. Enters Sai. The forest of Sai.
久しぶりじゃねえか、桐生。
花や。
Yep. Lao Kong Long. Okay. He basically just made a deal with Hamazaki to get back in. Because Hamazaki basically was his way back into the Yokohama area to get back at Kiryu. So you fight Lao Konlong instead of Hamazaki. You don't actually ever fight Hamazaki, I'm pretty sure. He after Lao Konlong fails to seal the deal against Kiryu, basically they just turn on Hamazaki, and then Hamazaki runs away. Well, was proclaimed more or less captured and tortured and probably dead, but then we find out in Yakuza 4 he's not dead. Oh, and that's after. Oh, no. Then he's not dead, and at the end of Yakuza 3 he stabs Kiryu right in broad daylight. Scars Haruka's trust. Haruka's trust. And then he gets sent to prison, where he meets Seijima in 1 year later. Daigo hired the florist to keep tabs on Hamazaki. Basically everyone, to be honest. And Daigo, that's how he fits into the story.
これを驚いたか。まあお前にとっちゃ一番ゆかりのある人間に瓜二つだからな。
Oh, we still have to fight Choji too. So we have to fight Joji, Lao Konglong, Richardson, and Mine. I think Lao Konglong comes next though.
どういうことなんだ。
ボス、カムロ町におかしな連中が。
何？
Yeah, this is Lao Konglong now, right? Yeah. Lao Konglong marches into town, and you basically eviscerate all the peeps.
Lao Karo.
And then we intercept Joji to save Toma after meeting with the Ministry of Defense, Tamiya. So Tamiya is after the next one, where we fight like an onslaught of peeps, and then Majima plows in with a pink truck, which is a great scene too.
把这个男的给我找出来。是。
They're going after Rikia. That's how they get Kiryu to come out.
こいつは。
Rikia。
どうやらラウはジャカの連中を使ってお前の相方を探し回っているらしいな。
Wow, so much happened. I think I've underestimated. Maybe it is enough. This game would be so long. Holy heck. And he gets interrupted, so. This is where I really thought Rikia is gonna bite the bullet, but no. Oh, I forgot. We have to fight Tamashiro too. Because Tamashiro is the one that's, oh my gosh, we have so much left. Because Rikia dies to Tamashiro's bullet. So there is a part where we fight Tamashiro again. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, maybe I'll take it back. No. We don't have time for this. I know. We don't have time for this Coliseum stuff. Nishida. Honestly, this game was really long. Holy heck. It's not that long at MSQ. It's still on the shorter side still though, man. A lot has happened. And there's all the extra modes that we didn't actually do. Like the fortune teller stuff. What's my life like? Oh, I'm still 6 XP from maxing him out. Am I afraid of Lao Konglong? I'm not really. I think I can actually gun down Lao Konglong. This stuff is cut down though. Although it's not really that much faster. Because the little guys are fairly easy to take down. It's just the bosses that take a while. It's fine though, we have a pistol. Spare bullets. Wait. Oh yeah, right. The vans with the dudes. They don't try to run Kiryu over. They get out and casually bring their fists to a pistol fight. Oh, I remember this guy. So he just keeps running. Wow, I forgot this sequence too. Is he a boss? Oh no, he is a boss. Right. The guys spawn infinitely. I don't want to fight him and the guys. We'll just stand here. Oh, he can actually dodge those. How much life does he need to... Do you need to take down 1 bar or something? We're not fighting him with the dudes. Okay, we only need to remove 1 bar. Thank goodness. Then he runs. Eventually we fight one-on-one, which it'll just be faster to do. I don't think the last upgrade means much. Yeah, it just increases. It just gives us golden dragon spirit. Is anything else unlocked? Did we max out? Nope. Wow. That's not very fast, is it? Oh, this vastly expedites this sequence. Thank goodness. I think there's rocket launchers somewhere, right? No, is this the one where they just pull out rocket launchers? No, I think it was the Jingu one in Kiwami 2. That just randomly pulls out. Okay. I don't remember if there's any... Are you really this passive? If that's the case, I'm just gonna keep shooting you. The guy's way too passive. Yep. So, how's everyone doing? I'm sure everyone's having a fun time, right? Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to bait out his attacks. It'll take too long. If he was more aggressive, it would be helpful. Need to be more aggressive. Okay. Now we go after Lao Kunlong. After we catch him. Ugh. Oh no, we can fail here. That will cause us to hold up. Wow, I didn't know you could do that actually. Wait, what the? Holy. I got it turned around. So I relied on the mini-map there. Oh, I almost choked. I would have had to do all that over again because we can only load. I was a little worried there. Holy heck. Oh, we fight again? Oops. Yeah, we have to make our way to... Oh my gosh, this sequence is so long. We can't risk failing. Wait, are there grenades? I feel like there's grenades at the end of this. One thing for sure though, Kiryu is freaking accurate. Like, when it comes to, firing, he is pretty accurate for someone who doesn't use guns very often, you know? Thank goodness. Imagine if shooting in this game was RNG. Oh my gosh. I could see that happening though. Shooting being RNG. Oh, this sequence would have been so long. Holy heck. Wow, it just keeps going. Are you passive too? Oh yeah, you are passive. He has a sword. We're not dealing with this. I have no place. I have no compassion for sword wielders. Weapon wielders, not so much. Even to save a few seconds. Not even. Here, I'll get closer to you. Does it make the hit faster? No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't make the hit faster. Oh, I can't do like the spam tech to make the firing faster. Maybe I can. No, it doesn't work. Just get out of my face. 60 bullets later. That running cycle though. Wow. So if you fail here, you load all the way back to the beginning of this sequence. Yeah, this was where I was like, oh no, man.
こうすればお前に会える。だからこいつさらった。
お前たちの目的は知ってる。
The Chinese, Japanese.
その男は関係ない。今すぐ話せ。
分かってないな、お前は。俺が浜崎という男に協力したのはお前への復讐。それだけ。
I think he starts with a spear. Or pole arm. Yeah. Here's the pole arm. We don't touch the pole arm. But we can tiger drop the others. But we're not dealing with the pole arm. Screw you, Lao Come Long. Screw you and your pole arm. He's very stationary when he has his pole arm out. So by stationary I mean he actually moves kind of fast. He doesn't hit stun from the bullets. That 1 second like getting hit animation. Pull out your fists. Oh, maybe because I don't break his spear, he doesn't fight with his fist. Oh no, there it is. Okay. How did that miss? What the heck? And he even traded. Okay. How's that missing? I'm trading with him too. Oh my gosh, that's just plain missing. Is his frame data slightly altered or something? What the heck? No, okay. I'm just not targeting properly. Because he has immunity, I have to like try to intercept him straight on in order to get the trade. This is just slower. Because the hitbox on Tiger Drop is making him invulnerable. Like, it just doesn't land because he's airborne. Break out your claws. Maybe he's more susceptible when he has his claws out. Let's find out. Maybe he has a different hurt box. Nope. Nope. That tray was disfavorable too. Okay, okay, I can back up. I can back up a little bit. I can backpedal. Oh, but it causes that to happen. Okay. Alright. That works. That is still not reliable. The Tiger Drop keeps whiffing. And this does like negative damage, but you know, I'll take any. Oh, now the... Oh, it's random. It's random inputs. It's random inputs on Legendary. It's not a predetermined inputs. Oh, come on. Infinite stun mode. Engage. I even stopped on that. How did that miss? Oh, it's like turned a little. Infinite stun. That didn't really save much time. I think we came out about the same amount of time, but I just kept shooting him. Joji saves. Joji saves the day.
また勝負は終わってない。
This is the last time we see of Lao Konglong, though. No rubber bullets for this one.
さあ、目の前で
I was on the edge of my seat for this one.
ところを見ろ。
力也。
ナジ、あの男は死んだはずでは。
Yep. He's not coming back. This is the last time we see Lao Konglong. Not coming back.
あんた風間のおやっさんじゃないのか。どうして大吾中原を撃ったんだ。
優が桐生一馬か。
ああ。
Beautiful eyes.
え
Like I heard from my brother before.
Joji Kazuma, people. Probably still the same voice actor, though. Same voice actor. I think. Okay. Oh, man. Now Mine is gonna attack the orphanage. Or go after the orphanage.
ほんまに風間の親父がそう言ったんか。
ああ。
一体何が目的なんだ。事件に絡んでいることだけは間違いねえんだが。
Or Rikia.
どうした？まだ痛むのか？
いえ。兄貴、俺には何が何だかわからなくなってます。あのヒゲの男、どうして俺を助けてくれたんでしょうか。親父を撃ったやつなのに、どうして俺を。
力也、お前は一旦沖縄に帰れ。俺はこっちでまだやることがある。だがお前には今やるべきことがなくなったはずだ。
でも
いいから言うことを聞いてくれ。今はまだあの絵の男が俺たちの敵なのか味方なのかわからない。
Rikia technically broke his promise. He went to look for trouble when he observed it, so you know.
わかったか？
はい。
どうした？何？白鵬会の会長が？おい桐生、どうも白鵬会の峰が直接お前に会いたいとここに来ているようなんだが。
Oh yeah, this. That's right. Yeah, Mine shows up with a present. And it's presumably Kanda's head, I would say. Probably. It wasn't ever really shown, but...
ああ、すみません。実は今回のごたごた、うちの組も少なからず影響していたので、その責任をと思いまして。
責任？
ええ。
Did anyone see that? I think that's what the meme was about. If you see it really quickly, Majima like glitches into existence at that one frame. It's a visual glitch, but it's kind of funny. I noticed it right there. Maybe that's what that video clip was about, like the jump scare, Majima jump scare, because I just saw it this time. Anyways.
噛んだ。
Yep. It's implied. It's Kanda's head.
これはどういうことだ?
Eh? Yep.
くそ、気流の野郎。絶対許されへん。
Oh yeah. This is where he like kicks over all his artifacts or all his expensive stuff.
何すました顔しとんじゃ、大峰。なんとか言うたらどうなんじゃ、おぐら。
兄貴、ここはうちの事務所ですよ。少しは気遣ってください。
社会者ボケ。己がチンタラしとるから、気流のアホがうちに攻め込んできたやろが。
幹部会で言ったでしょ。別に俺は桐生さんに牙向けるつもりはない。あなたが喧嘩ふっかけるようなことするからこんなことになるんです。
はあ？己みたいな西洋かぶれの説教なんじゃ聞きたないんじゃぐら。おい、峰！己んとこの兵隊と金うちに回せや。それで俺がキルの首取ったら、そうなったら俺が7代目や。お前も若頭ぐらいにしたら。
本当に状況の見えない人だ。
なんやと、もっぺん言うてみや、こら。
あなたが今壊したコレクション全部で10億は下りませんよ。
それがどないさ。己は金だけは腐るほど持っとるやろが。
金の問題じゃない。その価値がわからないことが問題なんですよ。
なんやと？成り上がりの分際で。の。
あなたに一つ言ってなかったことがあります。私、こう見えても結構強いんです。
He is very strong. No. No lie. Mine is very, very strong.
Mine。
あんたとの縁もこれまでだ。俺は桐生さんに義理通してきます。ここで殺すな。これ以上部屋を汚したくない。
はい。
おい、ミネ、おい、ミネ、ミネ。
That's the end of Kanda.
神田のような男、必要以上に大きくしてしまったのは私です。手洗い方法を取りましたが、錦山組の一件、これでけじめとさせてください。私は今のうちに登場界の直系を集めて事態の収拾を図ります。浜崎に関しても白鵬会で行方を追っています。まあ探したところで見つからないでしょうけど。
奴の行き先に心当たりでもあるのか？
Got picked up by the triad.
おそらく日本にはいないでしょうね。
どういうことだ？
ジャカ日本支部の総統だったラウ・カーロンが死んだ。当然中国のジャカ本部は黙っちゃいません。ラウと共に行動していた浜崎は彼らの手によって拘束されているに違いありません。
Oh, I know what kind of fish that is.
浜崎以外の組員は横浜港から死体で上がったという話ですしね。
Dang it. It's a koi.
どちらにしても
It's a type of
白鵬
koi.
会が手を出すまでもなく浜崎組は消滅するでしょう。私としては。
Wait, that's not the Nishiki koi, is it? No way. It was something else. I remember in Yakuza 0, that's the fish model used for something that kept coming up. Dang it, I don't remember the fish.
中国と戦争にならないようジャカ本部と早々に手打ちするつもりです。
そうか。
I feel like if that was a Nishiki koi, that's a really clever way of alluding to what he's saying right now.
工場会にとって今一番必要な人です。くれぐれもお体にお気をつけて。
Also, it's imagery, right?
それでは。
Imagery of like a bigger fish eating a smaller fish, and that's what Mine is doing.
お前は
He's
そ
the
ういう
bigger
教育
guy
をされたの
and
か。
pulling the strings.
どういう意味ですか？
内輪の落とし前、大悟がそんな付け方を命令するかってことだ。
多分しないでしょう。
だったらお前。
だが命令する大悟さんはいない。この落とし前、私の判断、私のやり方です。それに桐生さん、こういう事態を招いた責任あなたにもあるんじゃないですか？大悟さんに以前聞きましたよ。沖縄で養護施設を営んでらっしゃるんですって。のんきな人だ。自分が背負った立場が分かってない。ボランティアでもされている気分なんでしょうね。意味のないことを。偽善だ。
何？
とにかく私は私の判断でドライに行動します。やり方はどうであれ、私は大悟さんの意思を継いでいるつもりですよ。
峰、お前。
つまり、私の行動のすべては登場界の未来のためにあるということです。大悟さんもそれで納得するはずです。そのためには阻害するものは全て排除します。たとえそれが身内であろうと。私には分かりません。どうして大悟さんがあなたみたいな人を大事にしているのか。
He realizes that.
峰、お前何か見失ってるぜ。
何をです？
それは俺がいつか教えてやる。
あなたから教わることなんか何もありませんよ。
いや。そうだな。
Okay, so Hamazaki was a traitor? Fair enough. Technically, I guess. Because Mine was keeping order. So he was conspiring behind. Fair enough.
それじゃな。ほな。
First we gotta take Rikia back to Okinawa. The florist got cut short too. So did Majima in this game. And yet still, so much. Like, so much has happened. And it would have taken I would say like 12 hours. That's crazy just for the MSQ part. Reasonably? Huh. I guess Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 were relatively... Oh, it's because we can skip sequences though. Even the dialogue sequence. And I'm rewatching the cinematics. Or like the cutscenes. Because it's difficult to remember what's happening anymore. Alright. Alright, Rikia. I'll see you soon. We still have to fight Joji. Then we have to fight Tamashiro. Oh, this is where we meet with Tamiya to set up the Shoji fight. He informs that Toma's in danger. Toma switched sides and went to Shizuki. To push the deal forward. And we go with Date, that's right. Heck. How much happens in this game? So much happened that doesn't follow each other. Like the set pieces aren't long. They're just so much substance crammed. It's so dense. Compared to the character driven stuff in the Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 0. Where are we going? On the Millennium Tower. Wait, why are we heading to Millennium Tower? I thought we were gonna head to, oh, we're meeting with, Tamiya, that's right. He gave us an escort, a car, to the minister. I forgot what it's called, the place. That's a pretty simplified name, like DuPont or something. Diet is the Diet building. D8 building. And this is where we get the gigantic info dump. This is the last info dump. And it's about the last leg of the thing. Which is Black Monday, Toma, Joji, the CIA, and like so how Richardson and Joji fits into all this.
あの有名な元刑事の分野か。
Crazy. Okay, we can definitely skip this. It's fine. And then we have to get through all like the dialogue and like the commands. Oh, it's considered a cinematic. Interesting. Okay, this will save some time for sure. Yeah, it's huge. And like there's so much. This is like super info dump. I remember one night I was just sitting here. I would say like 3 hours of information. But we know all of this. I forgot how Mine plays into this actually.
トーマが基地拡大法案を通過させるためにリゾート開発
Oh, Mine took over the resort plan. That's right. Toma went to Mine. And now because he went to Mine, Joji has his sight on taking out and then now we have to fight our way out. We have to fight our way out because the defense minister can't be seen with Kiryu and the like. Oh wow, that tracking on the stun gun charge is ridiculous. Alright. We're gonna watch the next scene though. This is where like friggin' Majima shows up in a pink idol truck. Oh no, it's just a straight up truck. I thought there were like stickers on it or something. Never mind.
ここだおおよかったてっきり引き殺してしもうたかと思ったわええから早乗れあ
I was expecting reasonably Date was the one that comes in with the getaway car, but nah. Pink truck. Majima in a pink truck. That's how you do it. Oh, and this is the backstory of Mine's backstory. So they just basically go one at a time.
こんな夜遅くまでどこ行ってたんだ
友達とみんなで野球してた
なんだそうだったのか帰りが遅いから心配したんだぞ
それよりおじさん聞いてよ今日のテスト俺1番だったんだよ
そうか吉高は頭いいな
みんな僕も混ぜてよ
おめえバットもグローブも持ってねえじゃねえかよ俺ら貧乏人とは遊べね
Yeah,
えんだよ
he got orphaned as well.
おじさんねえ起きてよ死なないでよ
したか
おじさん
したかよく聞くんだ吉高は頭がいいたくさん勉強して偉くなりなさい
おじさ
んごめんな守ってやれなくて
おじさん
誰だ
片瀬です
Right. And the assistant that actually likes him also got cut short too. Like this relationship between Katase and Mine.
沖縄行きの飛行機手配いたしました1時間半後羽田発です
Yeah, this is where they go after the orphanage.
会長
なんだ
I knew.
いえ何でもありません
Hello.
ただ最近随分ご無理をされておられるのではないかと会長にもしものことがあったら私
Yeah, so her character got cut short too.
大丈夫だ。
Everyone basically had the same amount of screen time. They went from intro, sub-story, conflict, battle, like their set piece, back to back. And oof, it's so dense that the game could be like 4 times longer because of there's no fat on it. It's just the meat propped up by the bones. You know? No fat. Just extremely lean story game. So now I think so this is where Kiryu decides to go and honor his arrangement with Tamiya to save Toma by confronting Joji. Oh, and then that's the HLA thing. We're not doing the HLA thing. So we're gonna head back to Okinawa, confront Joji, and after we confront Joji, we were informed that Mine went after Morning Glory with the orphanage kids, where Mikio has a brush with death. It's just so dense. Everything is a key. Everything is a key event, and every scene involves a different cast and storyline. Yeah, man, the post. Really, Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2 being remade fits really well with modern standards because it's not really that intricate yet. So, fits naturally with the post Yakuza 0 thing. But 3, 4, and 5, that's where it's at. That's when they kind of went a little ham and everything is just dense. You have to play the game maybe 2 or 3 times over just to get all the details straight in the main storyline only. Like, not even the 119 sub-stories. Oh, wait. Was I supposed to go to Morning Glory? No, I was supposed to go to, oh yeah, I am. I think. Wait. Yeah. I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to meet him at the at one of the clubs. Joji is gonna get confronted at one of the clubs. Probably Aqua Sky, not Aqua Sky, Flawless, I think. And here are the kids.
Nakahara.
Back from the hospital. Nakahara lived through this game. I wonder if he shows up in Yakuza 4 in a sub-story. We didn't do the sub-stories in Yakuza 4 yet. Yeah, this is where he fills in on the CIA involvement. Because he's back in Okinawa to stop Joji from killing Toma. At the request of Tamiya. And we're waiting for a call from Tamiya. There he is. And then he tells us where Toma is. And Toma's at a cabaret club. At a pole dancing club, technically is what they said. Pole dancing club. And Joji's going there now. Which is who we're stopping. Joji works for the CIA. But I don't... Oh, but before we do all of that, Taichi gets his main story MSQ, which he has asthma. But or people think he gets a brush with having respiratory problems, but turns out he was just allergic to soba. And then I digressed about soba and how great soba is, but he's gonna wrestle and Tai Chi is gonna like collapse from trouble breathing. But he loves wrestling. Tai Chi is really into wrestling, and that's what we learn about the kid, because every kid has an episode too. So this is Tai Chi's one. And then Haruka has an episode too. Man.
まだまだだ。じゃあそろそろ決めるぞ。必殺のうわー大地キック。
Just like every other dropkick in Yakuza, every one of Kiryu's dropkick, that's what happens. Big whiffs.
初めて勝ったぞ。あれ？ねえ太一。
Yeah, Tai Chi has a respiratory irritation. And it all results in Kiryu wearing spandex, a luchador mask, and Rikia dressed up as one to have a mock wrestling match on the beach. We're doing our victory lap through this game, and it takes probably 10 plus hours just to go over what I consider is one of the shorter main story quest lines in this series. The doctor says he might not be able to wrestle ever again because he has like he has asthma, or they think he has asthma, which he has trouble breathing and whatnot, but it's revealed later that it was just an allergy. But they have to cope with the idea of how to tell Tai Chi that he can't do what he loves anymore. Kiryu does the thing where like you can enjoy wrestling in different way and whatnot. So to cheer him up, Rikia suggests that Kiryu and him wrestle. So now we go off and prepare for it. I don't remember. Does he just immediately get ready? Yeah, good. Oh no, that's just the hideout thing. There it is. Immediately. Rika's technically a Flash in the Yakuza universe. So he basically zipped through around town, fixed all of the things, set up the beach and the ring right away. It looks fantastic. We already know in like 3 seconds. He's amazing that way. See, there it is. Look at that. And now we do this mock wrestling, and it's a Capcom reference. It's Mika. It's a reference to a Capcom game. A Capcom character. It's a wrestler from Street Fighter. Or I recognize it as a character from Street Fighter, but I think there might be another Capcom series featuring Mika. So Rikia is dressed as Mika, and then I'm dressed as the color pattern of her partner, which I forgot her name. Wait, can I pull out a gun? No, I can't. Oh, I forgot. I have to do the thing that they're asking me to do. Never mind. Right. We have to grab. Grab him, throw him. Next. Wait, do I have to keep throwing him? Grab and throw him. Come on. Okay. Drop kick him. Oh no. We did it. One more time. Ugh. All right. Knock him down. Get him knocked down on purpose. Oh, get knocked down on purpose. Me. Drop kick again. Ugh. There we go. Execute heat action. What heat action can I do? Oh. Right. Yep. The animations are solid for like getting the pro wrestling stuff. Like this is closer to pro wrestling stuff. Or
Daichi. これは本気じゃ。
必殺の第一キック。
ワン、ツー、スリー。
大丈夫か、大地。
あれ、なんともないや。
We still gotta do the Haruka thing. I think. Yeah, this is where they find out that he's allergic to buckwheat, which is in soba. So he'll be fine. As long as he doesn't eat buckwheat. And it's only a slight allergy. He just ate a lot of it. Yep. Now we do Haruka's chapter. This is Oh, I could have said no. Wait. No. We're gonna. Oh, we can choose not to go because she's doing some sketch pamphlet deal for some shady peeps. What if I say no? Nice walk on the beach. So we can. Oh, interesting. Uncle Kaz, have you seen Haruka? And just now she has been shopping. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, so something else gets you to go downtown. Okay. So even if you say no, you end up getting roped into spying on her. Spying on her anyways. This is where Haruka is basically taking care of the 8 kids while Kiryu's off in Kamurocho. And she's been pressured to make money so that she can be a big sister, right? And to get like the stuff that they want. So she applied for this job, but she got roped into some shady business with these 2 guys. It sounds like drug deal. Like she's hanging out, handing out something that is illicit. So now we find that out. I was trying to figure out which way I'm going. I think you have to go this way. This part took me a while because I didn't know where to go. I think I still remember. You're supposed to roam around town until you find her. But so you basically find out, like, help her out because she's in a tight spot, but you also learn that basically all the kids are like national treasures. Basically. Somehow, someway, Kiryu ends up picking up 9 kids with hearts of gold. I don't think I need to go here, right? Not here. Is it? It's one of these locations. Maybe it's later. They meet up in this corner at some point. So it's not that. I think I have to go downtown. In the marketplace. Because that's where she says she's going. She's going to do groceries. But she really isn't. She's doing a side job. We're not walking that way because that guy is clearly just waiting to jump me. Yeah, it's somewhere here. Maybe it's in the Smile Burger area? It's probably the Boulevard. Riku's Boulevard. No. No? Maybe we have to go confirm she's not at the marketplace. Resident Evil. Off-camera shooting. Hey. I didn't think we had to go to the marketplace. Oh, we don't do the Mikio thing. We did the Mikio thing before. It's kind of adorable. Mikio basically just likes to patrol around all the time because he gets fed. He gets fed in the marketplace. Huh. Where is she? Yeah, I had the same problem. The first time. I could win shopping if something went on. I should follow her and see what's up. Right. But don't remember. You think I remember this? Because I got lost first time. I thought she was Haruka. Where is she? I only remember the second parts. No? Where is that whippersnapper? Alright. We might need some whisper guidance here. Huh. I really thought it was here. Interesting. Hmm. Did I really miss her? Hmm. If she's looking at a pamphlet or something, it's like a flyer on a, it should be a flyer somewhere along the boulevard. Probably down the other way. Oh, my bad. Casually, running. Oh, there she is. Yep. Then she runs off. Marketplace. But she doesn't actually run off to the market. She runs off to the guys with about the flyer. I don't know if it happens right away though. But let's just go anyways. Oh, that guy has some square shoulders. Yep. I'm set up with shady business. Oh, I could just choose to interrupt, right? Because we already know they're up to no good. Oh, she hands out money. I think she hands out money or something. I don't remember. But let's find out. I gotta refresh my memory. It's like some sort of illicit trading. Now she's like handing out the stuff under the monorail bridge. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It doesn't actually show what she's handing out. And basically, Kiryu has all the wrong thoughts. Like, that's not boyfriend material. Looks like Yakuza, not boyfriend material. He runs off again. And now we go back to the orphanage and confront her about it. But that doesn't stop her from doing one last thing. Okay. She was able to, with the money, she was able to get sukiyaki ingredients.
私も少しやりくり上手になったんだ。
ごめんください。おじき、ちょっと気になることが。
なんだ？
今日街ではるかちゃんが男2人と話してたんです。結構親しそうに。でもそいつら一目見て堅気じゃねえなってわかるやつらだったもんで気になっちゃって。
今日はごちそうだね。
お肉たくさん。いっぱい食べてね。
Too pure. Too pure. So go back. So you gotta do some of that stuff again. So now we have to go find her. Oh my gosh, please. Camera. Pretty sure she's in the corner. Like in Hachmachi. I think at some point we got the choice of deciding to interrupt her or not. Like interrupt him early. I think I'm just gonna interrupt early. Yeah, they're doing illicit trading, but what is it? They don't really say. Oh, it's cards, like credit cards. It's either credit cards or telephone cards. Like fake. Oh no, never mind. Can't interrupt early. Oh yeah, we can step in right away. We don't have to wait. Oh, so that's what happens. Oh, okay, so you just wait. Okay, fine. Fair enough. I was curious what happens when you interrupt early. You have to wait for the opportune moment. Now you interrupt. Yeah, counterfeit credit cards. That's right. I don't think these guys are bosses, so we can just pistol whip them. Yep. Don't mind the clipping. Haruka just explains that money is kind of tight, and she's placing pressure on herself to try to. But she misunderstood. She misunderstood this conversation.
急に家賃が上がるなんて聞いてねえからな。それに食費だけでも結構かかるしな。 みんな結構食うんだよな。
とにかくこれ以上金かかるとやばいっすよ。もう来月の家賃も厳しいくらい。これじゃもうやっていけないっすよ。
分かったクソ。でもどうしたら。
キリの兄貴は何て言ってんすか？
兄貴には言ってね。心配かけたくねえし。
So
じゃあ
she thought
俺らで
she's really grateful and that the Ryudo family is taking care of the orphanage, but they're really talking about the rent on the Ryudo family office, not the orphanage. So because she's an incredible child, she thought she could pitch in by getting more money, but it wasn't. It was a misunderstanding. So and the eating thing was because Mikio eats a lot, not the kids. This, come on, Mikio's got a. It's kind of a little. You know, he eats a little bit. You know. So just a little bit. And that's the end of Haruka's thing, which then enables us to get a call from Tamiya to advise us that the club he's in, and then we intercept Joji. And then we have the incredibly devastating loss of Rikio and having to fight Tamashiro in the bullpen. Then Mina goes scorch earth, which brings us back to the orphanage. And then we go and climb Kamurocho Hills to beat Richardson. And then we go to the top of oh yeah, this is the last time basically you get a chance to talk to all the kids. Make sure they're doing all right. They have all their separate, like, they're basically great. All the kids are great. It's your last opportunity before it's basically the last time you interact with them before the big thing happens. And usually all the end stuff either happens on top of a very, very tall building. It generally happens on a very tall building. But in this game, it upped the ante and it's on top of two very tall buildings. It's either the Millennium Tower or Kamurocho Hills most of the time. They're interacting about borrowing money and allowances, which happens a lot. Shiro reminds him about the teacher. Ayaka is lots of people depend on Ayaka. Oh, Ayako, this is her thing where we had to resolve her thing, which is basically Ayako is like the big sister next to Haruka. So everyone depends on her, but no one helps her or thanks her because she's. So they're trying to resolve that. Basically, it's a life lesson on understanding how you can take someone for granted and showing some respect, gratefulness, and gratitude can help a long way. But Ayako is placing too much pressure on herself. Basically matching Haruka. Shiro's mad at Ayako because Ayako helped them with the homework, but the homework wasn't good. The help didn't work out, and then Ayako just had enough. And she gave money to Izumi. She's just a nice person. So Shiro, she helped Shiro with homework, even though she has a lot to do. Ayako went to apologize to the kid that Mitsuo picked a fight with. Ayako is responsible for taking care of Koji whenever he gets boo-boos from playing baseball. Ayako took care of him when he had the allergy to the buckwheat. The money to Izumi. Eddie basically treated her like a spoiled brat and didn't complain about it. And Ayako gives her clothing because she cares. That's it. They come together and show, I forgot she had a separate thing. It wasn't, the whole money debacle thing wasn't about Ayako. It was about Izumi. And, no, it was about Eddie. Wow. Dang. Where did she go? Oh, she might have went... I'm gonna take a guess.
Nani?
Nani, your face. Wait, I have to head this way.
Nani?
Stop it. Leave me alone. It's not here. Oh no. I don't actually know where she is. Did she even run to town? These kids, man. Why is that guy standing in the middle of the... I don't remember. Where did she go? Ice cream place? I feel like I remember needing to go to an ice cream place. But I think that's a sub-story. Anyone seen a kid around here? I don't remember her age. Hello? Anyone? No, I don't see her. What the heck? It wasn't on the beach. Maybe it's no, not there either. Ugh. The heck? Maybe I missed her? The heck? Oh, I remember. The one place I didn't look, obviously, right? She's on the second floor, looking over the railing near the coin lockers. It's fine. We're immune to cars. Wait. Oh, I chase her now. Yeah, and she's really fast, actually. I can't actually tackle her. We just follow her until she tires out. But she can book it. Look at that. Look at that stride. Ooh-wee. Yep. Yep. Like, look at all the cars, man. What is even going on? All right. Heading back to the orphanage. It's a super touching moment. Coming up. Ah, she has a VO for waiting up. There we go.
みんな
綾子姉ちゃん、いつもありがとう。僕からはこれ。
これは？ごめんなさい。いつも本当にありがとう。
はい、これ。
みんな。しばらく綾子ちゃんが休めるようにってみんなで考えたんだよ。
最後は俺から。
宿題、お手伝い券。
いらねえ。できねえくせに。
綾子に迷惑かけてどうすんだ。
何？
ありがとう。みんな、ありがとう。
Yep. And that wraps up all the kids' arcs. And now we're gonna get the Tamiya call. I think we go to Club Flawless. Or no, not Club Flawless. Flawless is Cabaret Club. It's one of the clubs. That's on the same city block as Club Flawless, I think. But it's not normally accessible. Just for this one scene. Just for this one encounter. It's up here somewhere. Like here? Guess I need to talk to this guy. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Canal Grande. Okay. All right. Yep. There you go. Pole dancing. Alright, we're good. And then we fight Joji. Can I shoot you since you're so passive? Is this faster? Nah, this is not faster. Ow. Oops. I'll take the 3% damage, I guess. Of course you will read the quick step. Wow, that is so fast. Oh yeah, this track is amazing. Wow, he tracked through that? That's so cheap, man. Trying to provoke him. Wow, that's the first time he's done that. Being more aggressive. Makes it so yeah, he just reads he reads quick steps. He waits till your quick step fades. He's so freaking defensive. This is faster. Oh, or he kicks me in the face. Oh wait, can I farm that? Hold up. For the love of Pete, please put your gun away. Hold up. How far back do I have to be? Okay. It's not guaranteed. Can't get him to do a running jump. So freaking defensive. What? Dude. No way. Oh my gosh, it just doesn't. Really? I totally had that, but okay. Why can't I guard crush that? What the heck, dude? It like locked me into place. Wait, I don't remember this part. Oh. Okay. Nothing like getting turned around unintentionally over and over again. Tiger dropping for the win. Time for the negative damage. Oh no, actually it does alright. Joji doesn't have as much life as the other one. Or as much defense. Okay. happened here.
どうやら俺も年のようだな。
あんたが若かったら勝てたかどうかわからんな。
俺の負けだ。タミヤの望み通り、そこのボーイのことは忘れよう。
そこの
トーマ。
トーマ。
桐生さん、あなたは本当に先生に頼まれてここに。
ああ。
どうしてタミヤ先生は俺を助けるようなことを。
Tamiya's a straight up guy.
お前のことが好きなんだ。
He's the goat. He cares about his proteges. Even if his protege like backstabs him or sells him out.
俺は先生を裏切ってミネを。
タミヤにとってお前が裏切ったかどうかは問題じゃない。お前の沖縄を救いたいという熱い思い、タミヤには伝わっていた。タミヤはお前がいい政治家になると言っていたぞ。
先生、タミヤ先生、すみません。
And that wraps up Joji's involvement in the story, Toma's involvement in the story. And then now we're down to Mine. Mine, the rest of Tamiya's arrangement, and Richardson, the CIA, which turns out to be the head of the Black Monday. Crazy dense, I tell you.
That's
probably Tan Takatan.
最終便で東京へ帰った。タミヤに直接会って謝りたいそうだ。
そうか。
あいつもタミヤと同じで気持ちで動く男なんだろう。タミヤが好きなのがよくわかる。
Okay, it was Richardson that shot both. Yeah. Okay, so Richardson shot both of them. Which Richardson is the head of he is the figurehead of Black Monday, which Joji doesn't know yet, actually. So yeah, Richardson basically escalated everything.
大吾は今どこにいるんだ?
And Joji was none the wiser.
東都大医学部附属病院だ。
東都大？カムロ町の目と鼻の先か。
ああ、数時間前 CIA 本部がその情報をつかみ、ついさっき俺も知った。すでに峰が動き出していたとしたら手遅れにもなりかねない。行くのか？
ああ、急げばまだ最終便に間に合うはずだ。
おじさん、桐生のおじさん。
But not before the orphanage gets stormed by Mine, or gets stormed by Tamashiro.
おじさん。
太一、
Oh no, I think it's Tamashiro that storms the orphanage, not Mine.
どうしたんだ何が
朝顔が
That stare though. It's Tamashiro's group. I forgot. It's not Mine. Mine is classier than that. Yeah, Tamashiro's back. That's right. Oh, with Mine. Never mind. I forgot. It's both of them. That's why I keep mixing them up. They were both there. Yeah.
ミキヤミキオ
お前はこの施設が好きか？俺はな、こういう大人に守られたガキを見ると無性に腹が立ってくるんだ。孤児だからって大人に守られて生きるお前らを見るとな、壊してやりたくなるんだよ。まあ自分が行ってる偽善に気づかない桐生さんが悪い。お前たちはある意味あの人の被害者なのかもしれないな。
はるか姉ちゃん。
やれ。
どけ。
泉、やめろ。お願い。うるせえ。このガキが。お願い。やめて。ミキオ。なんなんだこいつ。こいつは壊させねえ。ミキオ。
何手止めてんだ。それ仕事ぶっ潰せ。はい
ミキオ、もういい、逃げろ。くそ。弱くてごめんな。ミキお兄ちゃん、ミキお兄ちゃん。くそ、ミキオ。
おっと、てめえの相手はこっちだ。
玉城。
てっきり死んだと思っていたが、なかなかしぶといじゃねえか。
玉城、俺の命が欲しいならくれてる。だがあいつらは関係ねえ。子供の命とこの場所だけは見逃してくれ。頼む。
こんなんじゃ足りないね。俺はまだ1年前の傷が痛むんだよ。じじい。
親父。
てめえとは後でゆっくり話させてもらうよ。ここをぶっ潰した後にな。
なんだと。
ほらやれ。
やめろ
とにかく大変なんだ。おじさん、すぐに朝顔に来てよ。
わかった。
This is where they get on to Richardson, more or less. But we have access to the CIA private jet when we need to get there. But right now, we're gonna go try to save Nakahata, and unfortunately, the worst but unfortunate part of the game. This is where Rikia sacrifices himself. Mikio's alive though. Mikio pulls through. We haven't gotten an opportunity to see what happened to Mikio later. Not yet.
Oji-san. Oji-san. 怖かったよ。
ちょっといいか。
兄貴。
ミキオはミキオ。ミキオ。
ミキオ。ミキオ。おしき。すみません。朝顔が。
いいんだ。いいんだ、そんなことは。気にするな。
おしき。
なんだ。
親父を頼みます。
分かってる。中原は絶対に俺が連れ戻す。
よか。
It's fine. It's fine. He's okay. He's okay. Mikio's okay. It's fine.
おい、ミキオ。
くそ。
嘘でしょ。ミキお兄ちゃん。
ミキオ。
It's a psych. It's a psych, guys. Mikio makes it.
もしもし。本当ですか。はい。そうですか。わかりました。よろしくお願いします。それじゃ。ミキオ、一命は取り留めたようです。
そうか。
はあ、よかった。
それじゃあ俺はそろそろ行く。
親父のところですか？
ああ、確か琉球街の外れの闘牛場だったな。
はい。1年前から玉城組がアジト代わりに使ってる場所です。
Oh, that's right. Saki speaks for the first time. It has a very anime moment coming up.
お前も足を撃たれてるんだ。すぐに病院に行け。
兄貴、でも俺。
ダメだと言っているだろう。今ついてきても犬死にするだけだ。
兄貴。
カムロ町の時とはわけが違う。今回は連れてはいけない。
でも俺は竜道一家の若頭です。子分やられて親拉致られておとなしくしてるわけにはいかないんだ。俺だって一人前の男になりたいんだ。
気持ちはわかる。だが今じゃないはずだ。死ぬと分かってて戦うのが一人前の男ってわけじゃない。男なら命を張る場面はきっと来る。お前にその時が来たら思い切りやればいい。今は俺を信じろ。
He doesn't. Freaking Rikia doesn't. Yeah, we get in the bull ring. The same bull ring that gets called back in Yakuza 0. And I don't think they're featured in Kiwami 1 or 2. Not that I remember. Freaking butthead.
やっと会えたな。
中原はどこだ？
まあまあ、そう焦るな。こっちは1年ぶりの再会を楽しみにしてたんだ。峰会長にお前に会わせてやるって聞いたときは嬉しすぎて鳥肌が立ったよ。
峰はどこだ？
とっくに帰ったよ。東京にな。俺の役目はあの養護施設をぶっ壊すこと。それにあんたの足止めだ。あんたをここで殺せば白鵬会から10億円、ついでに竜道一家を潰せば沖縄は全て俺のもんだ。
貴様。
ま、時間はたっぷりあるんだ。あとはゆっくり楽しもうじゃねえか。
中原！
桐生。いい絵じゃねえか。昔はブイブイ言わせた極道門と闘牛の対決。こりゃ見物だぜ。
玉城、お前。
ちょっと待て。闘牛ってのはな、銃の音に敏感に反応するんだ。もし俺がこの銃ぶっ放したら中原に向かって突っ走るぜ。
I'm gonna end up shooting bullets myself.
中原の始末は後回しだ。まずはお前を血祭りにして、その後たっぷり闘牛と遊ぶとしようじゃねえか。
This part took forever on the MSQ run only on hard. Ooh, this one was a marathon. You know. Rikia, why?
すんません兄貴、怒らないでください。お嬢が一人でここに行こうとするもんで。力也、先。
何しに来やがったこの死に損ねが。
騙すの。もう警察には連絡済みだ。10分もすりゃおまわりがここになだれ込んでくるぜ。
なんだと。
お前みたいなやつは兄貴や親父が相手にするような価値ねえんだよ。
くそが。そうか、お前ら中原が死ぬとこよっぽど見てえらしいな。それなら望み通り見せてやるよ。中原、てめえと竜道一家はこれで終わりだ。
Anime moment. Anime.
魂の久々に思い出したぜ。街で暴れ回った頃の自分をよ。
Dude, a spin-off game? Wouldn't mind that too. Or a flashback moment for Nakahara. That'd be great too. You want me 3 ideas all the time. Nakahara. Flashbacks.
よし。じゃあそれまでにこいつら全部片付ければいいんだな。
And a tiny Rikia and Mikio? That'd be great too.
遊びは一切なしだ。さっさと片付けさせてもらうぜ。
上等だ。てめえら、そいつをぶっ殺せ！
Freaking Tamachiro. Nah. Get out of my face. I don't think any of you are boss level units. Spare bullets for the win. Should have just tiger dropped him. Or just tiger dropped that guy. Alright, Tamashiro. We can't use guns on him. He has a gun too. Oh! I still have it equipped. He's a chump. It's fine. Man, I do so little damage. What the heck, dude? That's a full combo. Oh, I could do wall bounding. That's right. Alright. Oh, that's right. He pulls out this stuff. I don't know if I'm safe on, he's a chump because he has, he's super aggressive, so he always attacks after he gets up, which is, basically not a boss at all in this game. Usually it's, the boss being really passive, and it's just really difficult to know when he's gonna attack with frame 1 actives. But this isn't too bad. It is timed though, so we still need to do I wonder if this scales with the full bar. Probably not. Nope. No, sir. It's timed when he summons his other Goonies again. And you always get free shots because of a loading buffer. I might as well use this then. Although I do have the rage set, so... I do so little damage. Okay. We got 2 more boss fights. Richardson. Oh, this scene, dude. Oh, this scene. Hold up. Hold up. Kiryu is always turning his back, man. Just too trusting.
一緒にするな。
酒。お前、喋れるように。
Joji's too late with the sniper. He was just this late. Just a few seconds too late. Fucking butthead.
リキヤ
敵に背中見せんのは素人のやることだ。これでお前も終わりだ。
一足遅かったか。
リキヤ
撃たれちゃったみたいです。兄貴、自分どこを撃たれたんですか？
大丈夫大丈夫だ。こんな傷すぐに良くなる。おい、しっかりしろしっかりしろ。
兄貴、これって俺犬死にってやつなんすかね？俺は兄貴を守ったんすよね。なら俺はそれでいいや。
リキヤ、お前
俺楽しかったっす。兄貴に会えて。
おい、リキヤ、何言ってんだ。
これで俺も一人前の男かな。
リキヤ、
兄貴はかっこいい。さあ、最高に。
リキヤ、
絶対にあの峰ってやつ。
峰か。峰になんだ。
負けない。
わかった。わかったから死ぬな。死ぬな、リキヤ。
すみません。兄貴。
力也。
おい力也。おいお前何勝手に死んでんだよ。おい俺許さねえぞ。おい力也返事をしろ力也。
In the first like 4 games from 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, and now Yakuza 3, that's probably the toughest scene.
着陸までの間、シートベルトの着用をお願いいたします。
今頃
of a death.
どんな顔をしてるか見てみたいもんだぜ。
Not even Nishiki was that difficult.
ここから先、いよいよ峰会長の時代が来るってことだ。
東京に戻ったら今晩セッティングしましょうか。
何をだ。
これでもう峰会長の7代目は決まったも同然です。
These guys just talk their mouth off, and Mine just pops that guy in the face for disrespecting Daigo. So it's okay. And then we take the CIA private jet back to Kamurocho to face off with Richardson and Mine. The private jet, you know? The private jet.
そうか。あんたはこれで沖縄と東京を1時間で行き来していたのか。
ああ、そうだ。これを使えば1時間もかからんよ。
And Joji never comes up again either. At least, not yet. In Yakuza 4. Not in the main story though.
ああ、力也との約束だ。俺は峰と決着をつける。世話になったな。
See, that handshake confirms that Joji would be back, you know, at some point.
お前がミネを倒し、俺がリチャードソンを捕まえた時、その時までこのシェイクハンドは取っておこう。
Not even then. Not even then. Somehow there's gonna be a game with Kaoru and Joji in the US when for whatever reason Kiryu has to visit the US, and it just happens that Kaoru knows Joji. I'm calling it, okay? Like a Dragon
病院で堂島大吾を見つけたら屋上に向かえ。俺は救助のヘリを回す。
わかった。
気をつけてな。
じゃあ病院の屋上で
I mean, it might be like a Dragon Gaiden that's coming out soon, actually at the end of this year. Who knows? Because it does star Kiryu. Kaoru returns? Maybe. Freaking Mine.
6代目。
Mine is very misunderstood though. He's the type of person that wants to clean things up and produce more order, but he's making the tough decisions on how that's done. And
Okay, got it. No.
There's no change in the plan. Bye. 桐生さんが沖縄を出たようだ。あと少ししたらここへ来るだろう。
いかがいたしましょうか。
別に気にすることはない。奴らが到着したら全てが終わる。
This is the top of the Tauto building or something. I forgot which building this is. It's the hospital outside of Kamurocho's. Just outside of Kamurocho, I think. This is where Haruka.
ねえおじさん。
なんだ。
おじさん、今から大悟さん助けに行くんでしょ。どうして私に一緒に来てほしいって言ったの？いつもなら私が行くって言っても止めるのに。おじさん死ぬつもりなんでしょ。もう死んじゃうから最後になっちゃうから私のこと連れてきたんでしょ。
The number of times Hiryu traumatizes Haruka is really, really high. The count keeps going up.
もう一度お前とこの街を見ておきたかったんだ。
おじさん。
すまん。俺がわがままだった。やはりお前は沖縄に。
大丈夫。私すごく嬉しい。
はるか。
本当だよ。嬉しいよ、おじさん。
Okay, now just picture in your head that we did like incredible amounts of things and gained her trust. Because that's what we did already. And then now we're just gonna go and put a cap in Richardson's face with our boot. Our brand spanking... Oh yeah, the CIA. They put in a Rick Langley as the CIA contact. But just put our shiny plot shoes right in his face. Actually, we're probably gonna tiger drop him to death, but it's fine. And then Mine, we're gonna struggle. Mine has been a struggle always. So far, anyways. Freaking Akuho clan. Yep, we're going to the hospital. The Tauto hospital. Oh, it was at the top of the hospital this time. Which isn't really that tall of a building. So I guess it keeps with tradition of Yakuza 3 being a little different. It's not on top of a tall building. Like the Kamurocho Hills development or the Millennium Tower, which Kiwami 1 ended on the top of the Millennium Tower. Kiwami 2 went from Kamurocho Hills top thing, and then we skipped Yakuza 3. Yakuza 4, the last two sequences were on both, on top of Kamurocho Hills and the Millennium Tower. Oh wait, I should save, actually. Yeah, Joji is coming back to arrest Richardson, which we already know that, hold up, I need to save. Richardson isn't gonna make it out of this. No, sir. Richardson is not going to make it out of this. I'm expecting Yakuza 5 to be on the top of 3 buildings. No, 4 buildings. Because there are going to be 4 playable characters. I expect they up the ante and it's going to be on top of at least 3 buildings. 3 tall buildings. It's got to end up on a rooftop though. Because every game except Yakuza 0 ended up on a rooftop. Yeah, now you fight through the entire, like, CIA, Yakuza, like, the entire Hakuho clan, and the entire CIA, like, outfit that Richardson, like, coerced or colluded with. Like, all the special agents. Like, this is an incredibly long sequence. This was tough. With MSQ on hard, like with no like upgrades. We did get the revelations though. Oh no, we got revelations and Komaki stuff. Just to make it less crazy. But yeah, just the entire clan. He just takes on the entire clan. He does this at the end of it. Almost every game. You know, every year he just wrecks about 100 people plus all at once. In Yakuza 4, he destroys the entire clan too. The entire Ue Seiwa clan. Ue no Seiwa clan. Now I have a gun though. We're not going through this. It wasn't too bad. This sequence wasn't too bad because we could use Essence of Terror to take down 4 at a time. But this is a lot faster. Spirit bullets! So much time saved. I think it took me almost the entire day to get through this sequence. Everyone was like a tank, and they just kept defending. Oh no, it wasn't too bad actually. Because I guess we could tiger drop and spin. It probably took like an hour to 2 hours. We had no weapons though. Not having to reach the opponents and wait for them to attack saves so much time. This game is super passive, so like... I thought I saw something over there. There's a guy over here. What the heck? We don't have to wait anymore because of the gun. Don't have to wait for them to attack. This song is great too. Yeah, I need some soundtracks. There's a big guy with a chair or something, yeah. I don't know if this mutes the VOD. Can't be too sure. Oh, this guy's a boss. Right, he's a captain. What's his attack string like? I think we can probably take him out. Let's see. Oh, he has a weapon. But he has brass knuckles, so we can parry. Can't even punish on counter. His recovery is... Since he has a... What the heck? Dude. Since he has a recovery on hit, can't even punish that. Okay, he's too passive. It's actually kind of annoying. It takes too long. Too passive. Alright. Now we have to like fight through all the floors with all the guns and yeah, like it just keeps going. But thankfully, this part is about the same though. We pick up guns along the way and pivot across the hallways to shoot them all down. You basically just pick up all their guns. So it doesn't really change that much here. And now they have SMGs too. That's okay. Actually, I think we can shoot them through the... No, we can't. Can we shoot them through this? There's basically guys at the other edge too. There's a guy with a shotgun. Okay. I don't think they have rocket launchers in this game. Now we get stuck in an elevator with agents. Oh, after these guys though. The final battle sequence in each of the Yakuza games are incredibly long and epic, but it's also really grueling too. When we get back down, when we leave this building is when we fight the agents. No, gunslinging. This is where we meet Richardson later. We just gotta get to the room first. We meet Richardson for the first time. Like, the second time, technically. We met him in an alleyway. And he does the spin kick, which we abuse because we tiger drop his face into the ground. Freaking Richardson.
Oh my wa.
Oh my wa.
Looks like you're a little late.
English!
You just missed him.
Yep. That's fine.
If I'd known it would have come to this, I'd have killed you when first we met.
なんだと大悟はどこだどこへやった
If you're looking for Daigo, Mine's taken him up to the roof.
The roof. The
屋上
roof.
だな
Nah.
そうか 屋上に行くには
Nah.
あんたを倒してからにしろ。
This is the easy version
You're
of
welcome to try. This is the end of the line for you, Kazuma Kiryu.
Nah. Oh, I couldn't even respond properly. I can't reorient myself. Camera is such a struggle in tight quarters. Okay, but rotating your camera and getting it around it's tough. It's alright, he's fine. He's still fine. Yep. We'll see him again. Now he has his agents. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. Camera is rough. This is PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 era, tight quarters. But now we fight the CIA agents. But it's fine. I don't think they're considered bosses, so yeah. Yeah, this is a remastered game. It's their first PlayStation 3 game. Oh, still got like the dynamic camera stuff is not the greatest. Alright, so now we put away the gun because hopefully the gun's not out. Let's do it. Nope. Ah! Oh my gosh, my camera's locked. My stick is locked. It also does the stick locking, the direction stick out. It's something you learn to deal with though, you know. I mean, it's still really frustrating as heck, but it's fine. Ow. Ow. Just like every game there. Okay, yeah. You just have to get used to it. This one carries over to pretty much everything, so you kind of just get used to it. The targeting system is even it's probably the biggest. When you have more than one target, you don't see in this game because most of the boss fights are one-on-one. But man, like see, I can't move away from I can't strafe properly a lot of times. And it gets really bad when you have more than one target. But it's kind of the fun jank. You still got like 3 more bars. He's sliding into the corner, so I need to get him out of the corner. Hello? Come on, don't just stand there. Ow. Oh. The boss has so much life. Oh, Mine is gonna be such a problem. Ugh. You get such a headache? I see. It's fair, you know. It's fair. Ow. Oh, am I really actually trading that? Oh, I am. That's actually bad. Yeah, he has extra frames. Hey. Nice Richardson. We're like a third of a way through the Yakuza games. Like a third through the RGG games. But we're getting to we've already completed like the one of the longest ones. So this one is kind of okay in length. This is our victory run. This is the last thing we have to do, which is to beat the game on Legend. Yeah, I'm playing all of them in a row. So I'm staggering them too. So what I do is I do an MSQ run only. I do an MSQ run only. And then I do a completion run. But I do the next MSQ. Do their sub-stories while doing the next MSQ. And then I do all the rest while doing the sub-story of the next one. And then the MSQ of the following one. So we've already done the main story quests of Yakuza 4. And this is the completion run of Yakuza 3. So soon we're going to start on the completion run once we do the sub-stories of Yakuza 4 while we're doing the MSQ run of Yakuza 5. We finished 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. And then we have Judgment and Lost Judgment. And Ishin. Like a Dragon Ishin. Yeah, he's misunderstood here. A grand dialogue. His monologue.
こんなことになっちまうとは。こんなことだと。何を言ってるんだ。桐生さん、俺はね、大悟さん、いや、六代目のこと、本当に心配していたんですよ。何？この人は俺の人生で唯一、俺を一人の男として信じてくれた人なんですよ。
Daigo trusted you.
桐生さん。
He does care about Daigo. It's not, he didn't plan the shooting of Daigo. He actually looks up to people who trust him.
無所から出てきたばかりのバカな極道を探していたら、たまたま神田に行き当たった。
He basically is revealing that he manipulated everyone because he can't trust anyone. Early in life, he was orphaned and shown a reality that robbed him of his compassion.
俺も生まれた時からたった一人だった。物心ついた時から貧困の限りを味わう毎日。まるで戦後の孤児並みの生活しかできなかった。
Hamazaki's still alive too, and Kiryu did the same for Hamazaki that at the end of this game that Daigo did for him, basically. It's really complicated to explain by the time you get to Yakuza 3. Yakuza 4 has 4 characters. So does Yakuza 5. 4 interwoven storylines. It's kind of hard to explain what happens in all of them. Past the modern ones are a lot more straightforward. So Yakuza 0 is very straightforward. So he basically learned in an early life that money makes the world go round. He's very smart. He can buy anything, do anything, manipulate anything. So he has a mistrust of power in money. And then now, he's realized something else.
いくらたくさんの人間が周りにいても、みんないつか自分の都合で勝手に離れていく。そんな様子を見続けながら俺は悩んだ。人間の絆なんてものは、この世にないものなのかと。
He's been a loner his entire life, so he's incapable of. He thinks he's incapable of forming bonds with anyone. So he wanted to enter the Yakuza. And Yakuza bonds are made by that. That's what she seeks. So for his self-education, he joined Yakuza because organized crime is like a brotherhood. And that's where he met Daigo.
大悟さんは極道として経験のない俺を、いや中身のない人間だった俺を普通に迎え入れてくれた。年も俺と変わらない。だけど人の上に立つ男のカリスマがこの人にはあった。俺はかけねなしに初めて人を好きになることができたんです。
それならどうしてこんな真似を？
俺はね、桐生さん、今回の一件、もし大悟さんが生きていたら無条件に手を引いてたんですよ。
何？じゃあどうして？
だが大悟さんは死んだも同然。俺は虚しかった。目標になる人間を失った以上、次の生きがいが俺は欲しかった。そして心に決めた。
It's quite. It's I would say the mechanics and like mini games and all that stuff might not be for everyone. Definitely not for everyone. But watching like a 30-minute essay on Yakuza, it's like watching your favorite cop drama, Asian cop drama you can possibly find. It's about every form of brotherhood and family and misguided values. As many as you can think of. The web is so deep.
俺はこれ以上見たくないんですよ。
ミネ、お前何か思い違いしてんじゃねえのか。
I'm rewatching this, by the way. How it's done is right at the end, you have to complete on the highest difficulty. So I watched the MSQ cinematics over again as my victory lap to remind myself everything. So I actually played the game twice. Actually 3 times. All the games 3 times. More or less.
まさにあんたの言いそうなセリフだ。
なんだと？
大悟さんもあんたのそういうところに惚れていたんだろう。
Hiryu knows the Hiryu is loyal.
あんたみたいな義理人情だけで生きてきたみたいなやつが大嫌いなんだよ。なんであんたはそうなんだ。あんたも俺と同じ孤児だろうが。何にどうしてそんなことが言えるんだ。
Basically, he's frustrated that Kiryu is not like him. Kiryu is foolhardy, trustworthy. He values loyalty and friendship above all else. So he represents everything that Mine does not have or refuses to exist.
登場界のトップに立ち、新たな生きがいを。
そんなことをして何になるんだ。
何？
お前は何にも分かってない。お前の周りから人が去っていく理由。俺にはよくわかるぜ。
あんたが何を知ってるって言うんだ。
お前から去っていった人間が今でも恨めしいか。
ああ、あんな金をたかることしか頭のない血も涙もない連中。今ここにいたらぶっ殺してやりてえよ。だったら何なんだ。
お前も同じだぜ。お前もその連中も金に振り回され、人間そのものと向き合うことをしなかったんだ。お前は自分しか信じちゃいない。自分以外の人間を心から信じれない。だから人から愛されないんだ。
黙れ！
お前を迎え入れたとき、大悟は人としてお前を信じたはずだ。だからお前も大悟のこと。
Self-importance is a form of loner, being lone. And the classic unshirting, just not
お前みたいな人間には口で説明しても伝わらない。
Just the cuffs. That's how Yakuza solves
俺なり
things.
のやり方でお前に教えてやる。
やっぱりあんたって人はこんな時でさえ何にも変わらない。いいでしょ。気持ちだけで人間どこ
He
まで
even
やれる
takes
の
off a
か。
tie. That's
教
how
えられる
amazing
も
it
んな
is.
ら俺に教えてくださいよ。
One smooth motion, even the tie.
でも言っときますが、いくらあんたでも俺を通すの
No,
は
he's not gonna go
簡単
down
じゃない
easy.
ですよ。
Not even close. I didn't even bring any gimmicks or anything. This is gonna take a long time.
桐生さん。
Yeah, the deroping.
これがあなたの最後の戦いで
This
す。
is gonna be punished. This is gonna be
思いっきり
brutal.
来てください。
It's gonna be so long.
言われなくても遠慮はしねえ。とことんやってやるぜ。行くぞ。
I don't even know what my plan is. I guess we can try parrying first. Parrying is safe. Can we get a wall bound? No, we can't get a wall bound. Ah, his evasive strike is so... Oh, I'm getting lamed out already. Ugh. I don't know how I'm gonna stop him. I guess I keep my rolling essence. Okay, I timed his evasive strike, so we can farm his evasive strike for the time being. Oh no! Now he has sweep, which I can't do anything about. I don't think I'm gonna challenge him while he has heat. There's no way I'm gonna challenge him while he has heat. Maybe I can. Let's see. No, that's so fast. And he has kicks. Oh my gosh. We can't challenge him here. This is suicide. He'll take off half my HP bar. There's no way. I don't know what to do following this though. I'm not sure how I'm gonna stop him from healing. This is the only thing I can think of to stop him from healing. He can actually heal himself. Does he do it again? I gotta stop him from healing. Yep, can't do anything about that. That's just full combo hit. Oh, that is so fast. Yeah, bosses can do pretty much anything they want. They can do like 8 different button presses before you even get a chance to react. Especially Mine. That's actually a parry timing. It's not actually an attack. Run! Ah! Run! Ah! Okay. He doesn't have as much life though, so that's a silver lining. Gotta stop him from bleeding. You do abuse him though. It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick battle. So, like other games. Oh no. I didn't have enough heat. You just gotta know how to chip him down, basically. Infighting on even level is like non-existent. What the heck? How are you still healing? Oh man, he has better frame data when he's heated. Higher recovery. I can't parry that. I can tiger drop though. I can tiger drop that. Okay. Oh, I can't parry that. That's a kick. Oh no. We have to use his stamina. We need to stop him from healing. When are you gonna heal? Do it! So in the normal story mode, you have healing items though. So it alleviates some of the issues, like to learn the boss's mechanics and stuff. But there's an alternative like match mode where we did this like 3 times in a row where you can't heal, so you rely on something else. I'm not fighting you. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. There we go. Dang it. Oh, I could just let him fizzle out. I hope he doesn't do it anymore. He's still in the phase, so we gotta get our heat back in case he doesn't. Okay. Oh. Ow. Oh, I totally read that tiger drop too. Dude. How come I can't tiger drop you? What? I totally read that. What the heck? Oh my gosh. What? Dude. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, it's within 100 milliseconds of each other. Landing the 1 frame active. Like, that's just so aggravating. I'm not letting you heal though. No healing. Healing is cheap. The camera basically screwed me out of percentage. Okay. Couldn't get him. I was hoping I could throw him there, but I can't. It's not enough, obviously, but we gotta take the free damage when we can. Oh, we got the wall bounce. Oh, that's dangerous. Run away. It doesn't even matter. I'm not that greedy. Not that greedy. I could get wall bound forever. We're too close to the wall. Get out of here. There we go. Now the final monologue. There are rarely ever straight up like evil villains or anything like that. So it's kind of a bittersweet moment a lot of times. Many monologues later, yeah. Tons of monologue. Yeah, it's a Katase. Katase. So she just gets left out to dry. She likes him. She's probably the only person that actually likes him.
お前だけだ俺のこと
私だけでは判断できず、もうどうしたらよいか。例のドバイの案件の株、時価の10倍での申し込みがありました。今回の話を聞いた欧米のファンドが会長とぜひミーティングをと依頼が殺到してスケジュールが。
金か。結局。
She does like him though, but she only called him because of money. Like the money matters. But she does like him.
のし上がったんだ。誰の力も借りず、誰も信じず、金だけを信じて。
会長、今では数千億規模の案件です。会長、早くご決断ください。
でも人間、結局誰かを信じたい。信じてもらいたい。それだけなのかもな。なあ、桐生。
会長、返事を先送りにしていると先方が態度を変える可能性もあります。会長、お返事ください。会長。
なぜかな。なんか吹っ切れたみたいに穏やかな気分だ。全てが終わる時ってのはこんな気分なのかな。いや、人間生きてりゃ終わりなんてない。いつだってやり直せるんだ。
Kiryu is he holds by it all the time. Kiryu like trusts everyone to the end. He's like he's a caricature. He's a human being that unrelentlessly foolhardy, trusting, and he survives. Like Kiryu is a special kind of guy that still somehow lives, living the way he lives in his principles.
どうして CIA が奴らは CIA なんかじゃない。表向きはそうだが
Don't worry, that is the last boss fight though. The plot thickens. Basically, Richardson was Black Monday. The people that they were trying to coax out of hiding. The CIA and the Japanese Ministry of Defense.
俺は奴らに聞いてあんたがここに来ることも知っていた。CIA や風間の動きも奴らには全て筒抜けだった。
I'm afraid your role in all of this has come to an end.
くそ。奴ら何する気なんだ。俺らを殺して新たに基地拡大法案を実現できる人間を探すはずだ。こうなった以上、奴らにとって俺は用済みだからな。
Oh, there are plenty of people who could replace you. And unfortunately, you both know far too much for me to let either live. Die. What?
Daiko! Daiko to the rescue.
What the fuck?
まだ死ぬわけにはいかないんだ。俺は。
Damn it!
Daigo!
Oh, and characteristic of these games, almost all the twists, like all the hiding, like if you didn't catch on yet, all the twists happens at the last sequence of the game. Like every game, all the stuff, all the twists just piles on. Yakuza 4 had 7 twists within like 10 minutes of each other.
お前どうしたんだ。大丈夫か。
The newer games might be not like this, but these are the older ones. Like Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 are some of their first games, so it's not twisty yet. But Yakuza 3 is when it got pretty twisty. Then 4 upped it. There was so many twists in 4. 5, I can imagine they're just going up. It just keeps going. Like...
くそ、しぶといやつだ。
I won't let it end like this. I'll kill you all.
The more modern games are not like this though.
God damn you. Die!
At least Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 came out after Yakuza 5.
会長、すみませんでした。
ミネ、何を言ってるんだ。何をしてる。こっちに来い。
今の俺にそこへ行く資格はありません。
ミネ。
桐生さん、俺も極道の端くれ。俺なりの筋通させてもらいます。ミネ。
Stop it! Are you nuts?
桐生さん、もう少し早くあんたに会って教えてもらいたかった。ミネ。
Every single person that went up against Kiryu said that, more or less. That they just needed someone to believe in them. Maybe in the next life.
やめろ。やめるんだ。ミネ！ミネ！
Let me go!
And then Date and Pseudo just magically pops up, right? Just like Yakuza. Okay, there's Haruka. But Date and Pseudo. Oh no, it's Joji this time. Joji is the guy who comes out.
まさか登場会を裏切ったのミネだったんですか
いや違う
Kiryu is kind of lying.
あいつはミネは裏切り者なんかじゃ
What he says there is actually true. Mine didn't betray Daigo, technically. He would not betray Daigo. But he was colluding. But it's kind of like one of those, like, Kiryu doesn't want to besmirch someone who's honorary, like very, just because his methods and stuff was different, right? He's stuck by his word with conviction. And that's kind of the theme of Yakuza in general.
そんなことはねえよ。また近いうちに遊びに来るさ。
お待ちしています。あ、はるかちゃん来たみたいですね。
それじゃあ行くな。
ええ。
おう、桐生。
Amazaki. He's one of the 3 villains of this, and he escaped from the Chinese triad that he kind of failed.
全て失っちまったよ。お前のせいでな。俺はもう終わりだ。だが、捕まるくらいなら首でもくくるわ。
何言ってるんだ。死ぬくらいなら生きて罪を償えよ。
That's Kiryu's response to everything. It's never too late to turn your life around.
何でもできるはずだ。お前に信じるものがあってやり直すつもりがあるなら力を貸すぜ。
そんなこと信じろってのか。
ああ。
そうか。なら試させてもらおうか。死ぬ気にならって何でもできるってか。信じる？やり直す？ああ？ふざけんな！お前に教えてやるよ。人間死んじまったら信じるところじゃねえんだよ。おめえはあんめんだよ。おら、言ってみろ。死んじまうときは信じるとかどうとかどうでもいいってよ。
俺は信じる。
おい、てめえ何してんだ。こいつ、この野郎。おとなしくしろ。桐生さん。
おじさん。おじさん。おじ
俺は峰に教わったんだ。信じる心ってのは人間死ぬ間際でも持てるんだってことを。
That's the end of the game, by the way. That's the end of Yakuza 3. I don't think this song is muted. There was one song that was copywritten back in I think it was either Kiwami 2 or Kiwami 1. He's okay. He's okay. It's fine. Kiryu has plot armor. Don't worry. But it the nice thing about a character that has plot armor, but the point was made. So Kiryu is constantly in danger. Like the way he holds up his life, right? It's a Mine, Hamazaki, the three characters is Kanda, Hamazaki, and Mine. They represent like the gross, dirty world, like all the dirtiness and griminess of the time and organized crime, and how a character can be driven even with convictions, pure convictions of their own. But Kiryu is a character that they built for like many years up. He's a guy that pretty much can't really exist in reality. Like, wouldn't be able to survive that long. But the compelling nature of this character is that it's a game that he gets lucky. Kiryu is super lucky. Like, he is incredibly foolhardy, trusting, and it makes him like a really compelling character to contrast with like real life stuff. So Hamazaki was one of the big three that were bad people in this one, but in the next game he actually shows up again. He goes to jail and he goes on a path of redemption because of this scene here, that there was no one else that would believe him except two people he's ever met, and the first one was Kiryu. And because of this scene, in the next game, Hamazaki ends up helping out someone else and trusting them, making them turn over a new leaf. But they are related to another beloved character. It gets really wild. Like, if I had to say like what you need to know, it's basically Majima's brother, who is also a loner, and Hamazaki saves him, like helps him out because he started to trust because of Kiryu trusting him. And then Saejima trusted him back and reminded him of Kiryu. So then they become best buds and they broke out of prison, and then everything revolves around that. And it goes all the way back to the events of Yakuza 0 that was introduced. So it just keeps going. It's like a drama. Like, it's a organized crime drama. So to describe one character takes a really long time. The easiest characters you can describe are the ones that are the one takes. They're like there to show the aggression. Like Kanda in this game is only in this game. He's an aggressive dude, but his lineage and his family goes back to the first game, Kiwami 1, because the family he took over is actually the family that the sworn brother of Kiryu started in Kiwami 2, and he died. It was his sworn brother. So all of it still connects. Everything continues to connect. And that's why I'm kind of playing it in order, but I'm not playing it in the technological order. Yakuza 3 is now technically... Yakuza 3 is technologically the oldest game in the series. So when you think of quality of life and how the game plays and the writing, it can be restricted. So Yakuza 3 is technologically the oldest. So we've played the oldest game now. See, they're okay. Mikio survives the sledgehammer to the back of his cranium. The camera is panning because it's from Kiryu's perspective. Like he's... The game does the cinema thing where they pretend like the camera does what like movie perspective do all the time. So all the kids are fine. The house is rebuilt. There's Haruka. So there's only one person the camera could be showing. He's fine. Honestly, he already took like 3 bullets and like 4 stabs and... Yeah, so new house. That does say end, but it's obviously not the end. Yeah, we just ran straight through and did our legend run. So the achievement should be coming up. There it is. We did it. Earn all other achievements. The achievement's called World's Greatest Dad. Because that's what this was. Dad Simulator. Took me like, this game is frozen? I think the game's frozen. This is the only time. I haven't ever seen the game lock up like this before. Alright, well, we'll leave it on this screen. So, we're gonna mark this completion, basically. This is the 4th game in a row that we played. No, we're just farming for, Steam achievements. So, we want to do 100% completion Steam achievements. And that does, a lot of them involve 100%ing the game. Like, it's a wild ride. I have all of them. I mean, you can always check, but let's see. So, let's review this. I have to go and... Oh wait, now the game is black. Oh! Weird. It unlocked itself. Good. Alright. So, I need to mark this moment. So let's where's my dashboard? Hold on. Let me get to a menu. Oh, the menu's just the menu's just dead. All right. Well, that's fine. Okay. So, this is my Yakuza for the month. So that's good, I guess. Yeah, the menu's just gone, but it's fine. What can I say about this game? So this is where I review the game, because every game that I complete, and by complete I mean I typically go for completion of the Steam achievements, which tend to overlap with the in-game completion goals. And for Yakuza, it's pretty much 95 to 99% of the game time. So, how do I'm reviewing this in Yakuza 3 Remastered with the context of the entirety of Yakuza 0. So we 100 completed Yakuza 0. Kiwami 1, which is the remake of Yakuza 1, and Kiwami 2, which is the remake of Yakuza 2. And then Yakuza 3 was remastered. So Yakuza 3, it gets a facelift, but effectively nothing changed. Like nothing was changed or added. The localization might have been changed to update. So a little bit about Yakuza 3. It was released in 2009, actually. So it lines up with the events of Yakuza 3. Yakuza 3 is a realistic fiction game based on Japan of that time. So they wrote a game for 2009. I don't know when they started. Maybe for PlayStation 3, maybe it's a 3 to 4 year timeline. So they were writing, anticipating what may or may not be happening in 2009 in Japan. The remastered happens 10 years later. So this game, I think, was remastered for the US release, the stateside release. I specifically want to say it's the US release, emphasis on the US, because the localization is targeted towards Americans. Like, it even refers to strictly things that of American nature. So in the US release, it was remastered in 2019, so 10 years later. So they probably, if I got this right, they relocalized the stuff. So the translations, the subtitles, that stuff was revamped along in the remaster. So the maybe the audio might have changed a little. I don't think so. I didn't notice any like refinement in the audio, but the textures of the main characters and stuff stayed up to like was improved. And then maybe all the writing was changed. Maybe some of them are not contextually safe anymore. You know, like between 2009 and 2019, a lot of things have happened. So I did notice some of the sub-stories, the context of their sub-stories were actually quite sensitive back then. So some of that might have changed. I don't know what was changed. And then I also have Yakuza 4 remastered. So 3, 4, and 5 were only remastered because they were PlayStation 3 titles. And Sega, more or less, it's time and money that wasn't allowed the remake. Maybe 5 or 6 years down the line. I still have my fingers crossed that they remake 3, 4, and 5. But I also know Yakuza 4's main story quest. So all of this, I'm reviewing this game now with my final thoughts with all the knowledge, everything about Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, and the main story quests of Yakuza 4, along with everything in Yakuza 3. So I basically completed all the mini games, like the bulk of everything outside of just buy this, retrieve this. Because Yakuza 3 was a little less stringent in the Steam achievements. I didn't have to like eat every item at every restaurant, which I had to do the last 3 games, and like check off everything for their Steam achievements. This one, 99% of the game time is getting all the sub-stories. There were 119 sub-stories in this game. And all the mini games, which every mini game had a complete list of objectives compared to the previous game. So, things to know about this game, right? This is technologically the oldest. So this represents the most oldest archetype and design language Ryuga Gotoku Studio has. RGG Studios is the same studio for all of the games. These are all RGG Studios. This represents all the oldest stuff they've ever done. So effectively, playing Yakuza 3 is truly the first title that you can see where it all began. So like the earliest thing you can do outside of getting a PlayStation 2 copy of Yakuza 1 and 2, everything in this game lay the foundations for everything else after. Even Yakuza 0, which I've already played, Kiwami 1 and 2. All the stuff that got cut or refined is in this game. So, in this game, what can you notice? There's the groundwork. I assume, for now, like, in terms of to answer about favorite games is generally for me is whatever is recent. So like whatever I recently engaged in tends to be the favorite game. So I speak about the game, speak about my experiences most vividly when I'm doing them. In retrospect, it's difficult to quantify, so I don't really focus on what I think is my overall favorite game. At the moment, I typically like to focus on the thing I'm experiencing. So for now, that would be a safe assumption that the Yakuza series is my favorite series, right? So for Yakuza 3, mechanically speaking, like let's do my personal take, I guess. My personal take right now. Actually, let's do the more easily explained stuff. Modern standards. This is a 2019 re-release as part of a collection. It's called the Yakuza Remaster Collection, 3, 4, and 5. So for someone who's picking it up post 2019, so that's over 3 years ago when this was re-released on the US. In terms of modern standards, it's very deficient in modern standards because it's just a facelift. And what didn't age well? For modern standards, when it comes to phonetics, in terms of like combat fluidity, this is 2009, unchanged. It has no fluidity. There's no such thing as intuitive animation cancel. There's no such thing as fluid like connection between combos and like interruptions, block priority, string priority. None of that is here. So that does not hold up. So you have to be very familiar with old school street brawlers, almost even old school 2D fighters, where it's about footsies. It's about your spacing, knowing your recovery frames, your active frames, your timing, and then to splice that all in, it's RNG. Almost everything in this game, and 4 and 5 probably, they're frame 1 actives. Most of the bosses have on frame 1 they're active, and they use the classical things where it's active for the entire animation. There's no like fluid dynamics where the boss is winding up to swing, so if the boss is winding up, it's not active while it's winding. Only when they complete the swing is it when the swing motion happens, it's active, and the hurt box, right? The hurt box on the thing would be at the point of the weapon, but maybe not the bar, the arm. This game does not have any of those dynamics. It is 2009. You got to think like 2009. So when you get hit stunned. There's no difference in stun states. There's no faster recovery, varied recovery, getting hit heavy, getting hit hard. When you get hit, you're stunned. So that can be very jarring. So in terms of mechanics, like the core mechanics in combat, it doesn't hold up. It would be an adjustment for anyone who grew up recently in games that they expect that this is a street brawler that deals with spacing. So that still holds true, actually, all the way to the 2 previous games I've been 2 of the 3 previous games. Yakuza 0 still holds true to that, and Kiwami 1 still holds true to that. Now, the combat constitutes, I'm going to say it constitutes like 20% of most Yakuza games. The other like 80%, minigames, and more minigames. So in this game, you have the entire barrage in their unrefined state. So Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 0 has refined minigames, like to the point where those minigames are centerpieces in the game. At least 2 minigames are centerpieces in the modern titles. This game doesn't have that yet, but it does feature the groundworks for that. So it has, Mahjong, Shogi, all the gambling games, roulette, poker, blackjack. And then you have all the traditional Japanese flavor of dice and card games, koi koi, oichu kabu, CeeLo, Chohan, and then you have Shogi, and then you have the mainstays in the games. Karaoke. So karaoke is just a rhythm input, very rudimentary rhythm input game. It's the mainstay now. Cabaret stuff. So Hostess and kind of light hostess dating stuff. So like visual novel level kind of sim like matchmaking, and then there's one-offs like massage parlor. So and batting is a mainstay, and golfing is also a mainstay. So all that is still in this game, but this is the roughest version of it. So because it is the earliest version, so you can see it all. So if you play any other games after, or even the modern titles, if you start with the modern titles like me, you can basically, it's a callback. The entire game is a callback. And for being, this is the first PlayStation 3 title for this studio, so they must have tried to go big, like really big. You have to put it in the mindset of RGG Studios. Like, this is our next gen Yakuza game. How do we do better than Yakuza 1 and 2, which were well received in Japan? It didn't really do that, like, amazing, like the vanilla ones, initially. But now, they remade it, and because of the success of Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1 and 2 were, Yakuza 1 and 2 were remade into Kiwami 1 and 2, and they did phenomenal. And the quality of life changes are amazing. Kiwami 2 actually features an entirely new graphic engine, but I think this game demonstrates how well the character rigging and the performances hold up even today's standards. Like, it's, the voice acting is absolutely incredible. And also to note, in terms of voice acting, Yakuza historically, outside one title is exclusively kept in Japanese. So like it was, they actually, I think if I read it correctly, they went out of their way to make their audience understand that this game series was strictly encouraged to be in Japanese, with a heavy focus on making localization portray as accurately as possible. So in a way, yeah, the American audience or English speaker audience may have trouble. There's some loss in translation, which I can even notice. I only have a rudimentary understanding of Japanese dialogue when they interact with context, but there are places where you have two different meanings, but they're both very appropriate for the situation. But clearly the Japanese, there's a loss in translation, but either or are amazing. The subtitles are great, even for this game. Like, they really did a good job if they did remaster and also did the localization. Now, in terms of story, right, this is where it gets hot. In Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2, when they were remade to fill in a lot of the story elements that Yakuza 0, which came after Yakuza 5, added. So, but the modern titles that I'm referring to is post Yakuza 5. So 0, the remake 1 and 2, which is where most of my experience came from, are modern titles, as in all the changes and stuff kind of reflect the modern trend. And modern trends in game narratives, like in terms of storytelling, is often focused around character-driven action. So one, if not maybe 1.5 characters, like 2 characters, is the max when it comes to interweaving stories. And sure enough, Yakuza 0, the post Yakuza 0 years, which is after 5, it featured 2 prominent characters, Kiryu when he was super young, and Majima when he was super young. And they knocked it out of the park because it went with the trend. So when they went to go and remake Yakuza 1 and 2, they primarily remade it in a way to fill up the cast while it's appropriately Kiryu centric, because their first games are coincidentally very trendy. So they didn't have to change much. They added more to the story, but it's only Kiryu. So it's easy to follow. It's quite straightforward. But in the historical nature, when they went from 1 to 2 to 3, and this is where 3 comes in, 3, they went ambitious as possible. So if I get in the mind of the developers, it's around 2006 to 2009, whenever they started making this game, and they thought, how do we highlight Asian cinema, in my opinion, like Japanese level or even Chinese level of like cop drama and organized crime? It is illustrated. It is often very convoluted. It's filled with webs. Everyone's lying. Everyone's backstabbing everyone. And it's built on like 10 years of character development. But the character development only comes from conspiracies and events. They don't come from someone like loving someone, or like it's not character driven emotion development. It's typically event driven. So they went hard in Yakuza 3 at the time, which is not actually appealing, in my opinion, to the standard model. So Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 is for anyone who's interested in a niche thing right now. This is something, the storytelling is not something familiar. It's a storytelling that is very popular among niche groups, which I'm one of them. Or you're interested, or you grew up in a different time period, like played video games from a different time period, like 15 years ago ish. The storytelling is super dense. Like, you can't skip those scenes. It's the whole point of the game. So if you want to go to do the combat and mini game and you skip the story or just hit A, you might as well just not play the game at all. Like, it's 70 to 80% of the substance of the game is the incredibly weighty everything. And Yakuza 3, like all the other Yakuza games, continue to expand on Kamurocho, or the fictitious facsimile of Tokyo and other parts of Japan. And in this one, it took us to Okinawa. And as far as I know, this is the only one that actually features anything from Okinawa. And most of the story and stuff, the elements, are all portrayed in little bites all the time. So Yakuza 3, when I was doing the incredible amount of sub-stories, there's incredible amount of sub-stories in this game, like disproportionately more than the last 3 games, because those were modern titles. They didn't like go ham, right? So here, every little thing is a callback. Like, the whole goal of playing now a Yakuza game is you got to figure out how this relates to everything else. So pretty much they don't do one-offs in these games anymore. Like, so we're entering a territory where 3 is the relic of the old games. 4 and 5, all of them, every single moment, every single jam, dialogue is related to something that already exists in the universe. It's like watching a television show. It goes into the 7th season of a television show. It's no longer about just new events. Every single behaviorism is something that's a callback to 7 seasons worth of things. Like, the character itself embodies all the baggage. So when Kiryu shows up, like in Yakuza 4, right, they introduce even more characters. So this is the beginning of the spiral. Like, they were like, all right, we tried 2 characters ish, maybe 3, added some allies, and 4, they just went hard. They decided to do 4 and had 5 sequential, like 5 interacting points in it. So they're, instead of just having 3 villains and Kiryu encountering each villain in this game, there are 3 antagonists. Hamazaki, Kanda, and Mine, and they go in like order, and then they introduce the 9 kids, right? And Haruka, including Haruka again, and introduce all of them, Saki and all of them, like all in one order as Kiryu encounters them. Later on, no, they have multiple characters. They kind of run staggered, but they also loop back on each other. So that's the essence of what, for me personally, is the essence of Chinese cinema. Hong Kong cop dramas, organized crime, and it's, in revisiting in my later age, Japanese cinema, it is very similar. It's one of those things. To summarize a game like this, you need a chart where all the frames of the characters are there and show how their lines connect at each event point. So this is the beginning of the crazy cycle. So this is probably a great first game into the old school RGG studios. I don't think they do this anymore, but we'll find out. Because after Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, then Yakuza 6 happened, and then Kiwami 2 happened. But the completionist stuff, right? The hard, grueling completionist stuff changed completely. It changed to a modern standard. It's no longer about nitpicking, grinding your way, RNGing your way constantly, always failing. You're like, everything is jank, so it's jank, so it takes a lot of time. That is gone. So 3, 4, and 5 are the closest thing you'll get to the old school, like 14 years ago jank. Like, really a different experience. So it's not for everyone. So if you want to do something, I would say, challenging in every different way possible, it's this. But storytelling, that's my jam. Like, and the thing I can say about the story is it's too short. For someone like me, for the modern gamer, okay, let's start with object. The modern gamer, the story is perfect. It's bite-sized. Every single moment is super dense. It's straight to the point. It looks choppy. It feels choppy, like there's a lot of information missing, but it captures the essence of the moment. So you could just watch the VOs, and I would say the vast majority of what people are used to right now have gotten used to. It doesn't drag. It's always forward. It's bite-sized everything. Like, here it is. This is all we need. This is all we need. And then all the other text, you can just slam A and skip all of it, and it's fine. To me, it's like half. It's not even enough. Like, it should be double the length. But the thing I see is it's probably due to time, production costs at the time, because like Yakuza is not a popular game at the time. We have to put it in its time frame. It's a game targeted at adult males, right? It wears it on the sleeve, and it doesn't age very well in a sense, but it's targeted at a very small sector, specific age group, specific gender, specific type of entertainment, cop drama and organized crime. So and it was only released in Japan largely before it got localized, right? So it is a really low publishing group, part of the bigger SEGA publishing group, and or a studio under the SEGA publishing group. So what happens is, I would say, it's ironically, the story is perfect. And like, what I mean by perfect is like, it's a 9 out of 10 for modern gamers today. It is I'm gonna say it's like a 7 out of 10 for me, because it feels like there's so much missing. Every time there's a scene, it's like, oh, I get it. It's straight to the point. And then I want like 10 other scenes. Like, What happened between those 6 months? They even do time skips, like 6 months, then a year, and you're so invested in these characters that the moment a character dies and say their monologue and stuff, it's like, wait, but how did they even get there? Like, every character in this game, has a legacy that's related to an entire amount of baggage that requires details. So naturally, if Kiwami 3 ever happens, maybe 5 or 7 years down the line, and the modern audience is more receptive to character driven, like less character driven, but world building driven games, Kiwami 3 might happen. In the previous 2 games, Yakuza 0 is designed as a character driven game. It was super popular. It resurged RGG. And then when they remade Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2, that was already character driven largely because it was Kiryu focused. The scope didn't expand large enough. This is the last game that solely focuses on one character, like Kiryu specifically, without being counterbalanced by 3 or 4 other characters. Yakuza 4 moves that up to 8 characters that you keep track of, 4 of which you play, and 4 of which you interact, and then a legacy of 16 characters that are carried from the previous 3 games. That's just to summarize what I know so far, without going into any of the sub-stories. So that type of game, I can't think of a game that is popular enough to make people want to buy for a big reproduction of this game right now. People like tight, focused. Like what's trendy right now that's nice is you want to focus, less brain melting, like really packaged, refined piece of gaming, like FromSoft, where even the character itself is a placeholder for you, right? So it requires less explaining how you feel when you're projecting through a character. This is the game of old. These are the game and stories that if you go on Netflix, it's not cop dramas and organized crime and true crime stories that take the top 10 things. It's character-driven murder mysteries that are personal murder mysteries that are the closest thing, and those are still far more successful compared to then you go into rom-coms and like mysteries based on the character. Kiryu is defined by his circumstance, and that's kind of how the game works. So the circumstance they find themselves in is what creates the weight. And I love world building games. They're just not very popular. And because they're not popular enough with the current status quo, they don't get enough production value, right? You only invest in much as you return. So with that said, story is great for modern audience, but it will leave the modern audience feeling like the rest of the game is a waste of time. Like the rest of the game doesn't appeal to them. So most of it's not going to appeal to you. Probably the combat is a big no, probably a 6 out of 10. The mini games are a definite no. It's like a 3 out of 10. I think the moment a mini game shows up in a mainline game, in most games, they are either a nuisance, a waste of time, or you get that little comment that the diehards would say, like, why include this when you can just add more to my main story core, right? Why include a mini game? In this game, the mini game defines the world building. You have to play Mahjong. You have to gamble. Batting is part of the district. Like Kamurocho is characterized by the mini game. Is it unfair that this pool guy just spanks your butt? I mean, have you gone to a pool hall and challenged an expert billiards player and expect to win? Like, if you gamble, do you expect, how often do you expect to win, right? So all these things, instead of being a mini game just provided for you, I can name a great example recently. Capcom likes including mini games. Like Resident Evil has shooting galleries, right? But let's think about the context in which Leon has to shoot a shooting gallery in the context of the theme of the game and the story. It's extra engagement. It's refinement to allow the player to break the fourth wall and enjoy a mechanic of the game. RGG, in my opinion, is not best known, in my opinion, to me, for mechanics. They are building a world, and it is my favorite game because I'm sentimentally attached to the series. I'm not attached to the mechanics. I'm not attached to whatever mini games make it, technically, like the mini game itself, like the tactile or winning mini game. I'm attached to whatever they decide to make the mechanic, but just more of the content. So Mahjong completely changes, but it's still Mahjong. It's part of the world. So if they add other gambling games that are different, it's part of the world. So there's a reason they are there, regardless of how unfair or unfun they are. Like, if tic-tac-toe was a characteristic of Japan, they would include tic-tac-toe in it. But tic-tac-toe is inevitably not an engaging game. And one thing that helps RGG, in my opinion, is that they include timeless games. Blackjack is timeless. Poker is timeless. There's no investment in redefining something. They are all period games. Batting, golfing. How to execute them leaves room for desire. Like, you're not playing, like, for batting, you're not playing MLB sports or like an EA sports game inside Yakuza. You're playing like a bare bones Wii sports game, right? As a mini game. And that could be considered very cheap and fluff for modern gamers, especially Western modern gamers. For me, it's like I did it 4 times in a row already. So I still want to do it. Like, now I want to play Mahjong even more, Shogi even more in the next game. Like, it just keeps going. And if I had to give an opinion of this game, like, just down to rating, because I can talk about it for hours, because there's a lot to talk about, as opposed to like playing a FromSoft game. In my opinion, there's a lot to talk about, but it's centered around something. In this game, when you review these games, like a game like this, it's difficult to center your stuff around something. It's a lot of Yakuza. It's a lot of Japan. This is Japan. Like, it's a part of... That's all you can describe, because what is my favorite part about Yakuza 3? It's hard. All of it is not... They're all apples and oranges. Like, from FromSoft, it's like, you can compare the gameplay because the focal point is the gameplay between each game. In this game, it's like, well, Mahjong doesn't play like Shogi. Period. Like, period. There's no... What are you going to quantify? Like, so how do you compare them? You don't. They're timeless things. The vast majority of activity is timeless. You can compare the combat, but even the combat is like 10% of the game. So it just comes down to, it's the content. And rarely has there been a game series, and this game in general, that I'm far more concerned about the content. So in modern standards, it's a 7 out of 10, probably. If I had to guess, it's probably a 7 out of 10 for the current modern trends. It doesn't flow with modern trends, but it is a remaster. It isn't a new game. So that's the asterisk. Me personally, I can't stop saying certain things that I can want from the game. So for me, I would probably give it an 8 out of 10, only because I want Kiwami 3 so badly. Because everything this game has, whenever there's a scene or a mini game, I know that RGG can do 3 times that much with their budget, like with a better budget, right? With more time. So it just feels like the story is not long enough. They're so ambitious. This game was incredibly ambitious. 2009 for a PlayStation 3 game like this, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Like, I think they took a gigantic gamble of not making a character-driven novel game with a linear story, like a flavored linear story with no main character, just a character that is a blanketed slate that's customizable, and then have them run through a refined game that deals with combat, like street combat. That's it. Like that. Instead, they followed through, upped everything about the original Yakuza 2, and just went their own way. And unfortunately, in my opinion, I loved Yakuza 0. I love Kiwami 1 and 2. I look forward to all the other games, but I do feel a little concerned, in my opinion, that maybe a little reservation that ultimately they're going to have to sacrifice and cut many of the things I'm going to play after this, 4 and 5, because you have to think of pragmatism. You have to think of business models and trending. So I already know that 3 is maybe the 4th longest game in terms of like thing. Yakuza 0 was a very long game, but 4 and 5 are arguably just as long. And that type of value just doesn't exist anymore. And the reason why it doesn't exist is not necessarily objective volume. It's subjective trends that are changing behaviorally. Most of the stuff that I value, like 80 to 90% of this game and Yakuza 0, is valueless. It's valued less than I would currently. Like mini games are just not, mini games are fluff. Like that's kind of how modern audience think of it. So what happens is in the future, if I had to guess, they'll take 2 or 3 of the central minigame features. So if I guess Yakuza 6 and 7, which is Like a Dragon, they would have 1 or 2 mainstay minigames. And then all that other stuff that I've fallen in love with, I guess, in 1 to all the way up to 5, maybe even including 6 and 0, they're going to be streamlined. So what happens is you get 2 or 3 main core mini games that are big enough so that people don't associate them with mini games. They're like core essential games, like different moded games for the core, and you lose the variety. You lose that ham that RGG went. Because 4 and 5 is going to go ham. I read that notoriously 5 is one of those few that even for the long-standing Yakuza fan base, they went too much. There was too much in 5. And in a way, that would be the Ubisoft effect. The Ubisoft effect, right? However, in this game, they didn't do it as a collectathon or a checklist thing in a way that didn't impart accuracy to the Japanese experience. So I think they went beyond the Ubisoft effect before the Ubisoft effect actually happened, where it's constantly keeping the player busy for the sake of keeping them busy. This game doesn't ask you to, like, technically it does for me, to ask you to complete all the mini games, but the thing is, the mini games are part of the Japanese life, like this context, and they're timeless mini games. They're not mini games made solely to keep you busy. So Ubisoft does this thing a lot where, hey, collect 100 save points or go to the top of 50 mountains. Those are mechanically something that takes you outside of a game in order to collect objectives. It's a completionist satisfaction too, just in this way, you're completing things that inherently is part of the culture. Like playing claw games, that's part of being in Japan, going to arcades. So they keep proliferating that. And honestly, I think in in a near future, maybe there will be a trend that values these things. But for now, I can see I'm over the hump, basically. When I get to 4, you can see even the completionist, like Steam requirements are dipping. And then in 5, it's going to be the big one. It's the last big one. Then when we get to 6, I'm going to anticipate, like, instead of like a 24-day affair with lots of things to talk about, it's going to be pretty straight, narrow, got a lot of standardization, and 6 will probably take me like 30 hours or less, because it's streamlined. It has the modern day things. Things are very flowy. It's straight and narrow, and it's probably going to be a lot more emotionally driven around 2 characters. I already know by some regards that they dropped the 4 characters with 5 antagonists and stuff by the time they reach 6. And then it's even less so later on. And then Yakuza 0 is basically just 2 and 2, right? And maybe a third party. Yakuza 0, I would say, is the great balancer. It's a lot of 3, 4, 5, from what I gather, 3, 4, 5, half of 3, 4, 5, and then meeting with modern standards. So it's half and half. It's a great balancer. Enough streamlining. It's like, but I'm like hardcore this stuff. So I want my 60 mini games in place of a good combat system. Like a rudimentary combat system is all that's required. It's fine. Like, I don't want a super complex singular thing. I want 100 things that are done sufficiently to create one collage or mosaic. So for me, this game does that, but it is an 8 out of 10 for me, because in a different time or space, it could have been a 10 out of 10, because all the hallmarks of the game, they were not expanded upon. And it's more like 8 out of 10 because of lost potential. It's a incredible missed opportunity, and I can't possibly begin to emphasize how to understand if they even had the production cost, the time to do it, or what Sega was doing at the time to provide for this. But I want to see Kiwami 3. Kiwami 3 is just adding all the blankets, all the little things in between, and it probably would be a resounding 10 out of 10 for me. That's how I feel. And this is echoed by fans. Like, Kiwami 3 should be a petition happening, in my opinion. All right. So, not for everyone. Definitely worth seeing, in my opinion, like just the events and the story. If you're into more big brain stuff, in my opinion, it's quite a bit big brain. It's a non-linear story. And what I mean by non-linear story, I'm talking about, it's not a story that connects cause A to cause B, or to consequence B. Like, I'm going to kill someone. At the end, you killed the person. It's more like, oh, you go out to solve this problem, but end up encountering 3 different problems. One of the problem gets solved, and the other problem turns out it wasn't a problem, it was a solution. So that kind of thing. Like, just, it's a web. It's a non-linear story, and it's not non-linear. I don't want to confuse anyone. You play linearly, sort of. The story is told largely linear, as in it goes from a earlier time point to a later time point, and you're mechanically going through each series without choices. I'm not talking about mechanics. I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the storytelling. The storytelling is non-linear. It is incredibly complex. And 3, 4, 5 is a relic of the old. Incredibly high, dry web. Like, there's a point in this game where there's a meeting between explaining the conspiracy or the collusion that's happening, and it's legitimately 3 to 4 hours you could possibly spend 3 to 4 hours just sitting, writing down what the heck was going on. And that's 1/3 of what is going on in this game. And they were doing it layered. In Yakuza 4, you spend most of the time trying to line up all the events and what's connected with what is. So it's engrossing, in my opinion. I think it's engrossing. But modern gamers, not really. I don't want to sound like it's everyone, right? I would say 70% are not interested in flavor, is what I would call it. If a game plays well, we've heard this phrase before, right? I would say if I asked, I would say 7 out of 10 people would say, if the game plays well, I'm gamed. I'm like, I mean, if the game plays poorly, I'm still gamed if it's going to tell me a compelling story. Like, I'm not that. I'm not in that. I'm in the other 30%. I mean, saying 30% is kind of generous. And this game, however jank the future game is, I would love to see that it gets weighted for its construction, its world building. Yep. Solid 8 out of 10, solely because there was so much potential left on the table. Absolutely, for sure, I would pre-order, play it if Kiwami 3 is announced. Without a doubt, no reservations. Except for the biggest one that I already mentioned. Just one. Just let me have one. Which is, if they decide to modernize it and streamline the storytelling and streamline all the mechanics that make Yakuza games Yakuza into the modern age. Because the modern age deals with doing one or two things really well, as opposed to doing a lot of things okay in order to create a collage of a theme. This game, Yakuza 3, doesn't do anything super well, like at all, outside the story it's telling. So everything aids in its world building. That's the summation of the game. The game in its entirety is an 8 out of 10. In other games, when you evaluate, you're focusing on one thing, what it does best and what it does worse. This game does a lot of things not so great, but all of it together makes it great. Solid 8 out of 10 with an asterisk, just lots of lost potential. And we'll create that moment. There's still so much to talk about this game, but we're okay. Oh, and also, careful. Headphone alert. This is gonna suddenly get really loud because I'm gonna click back into the window. Okay, now that the menu is broken, it's a great place to end as well. My plans now are, we're in the middle of our sub-story run, sub-story in Yakuza 4 for tomorrow, and I guess tomorrow's Sunday. I might not be able to start doing my MSQ run, so we're going to try to set up for the main story only run for Yakuza 5. And it's going to be a little bit different because of the way achievements work for Yakuza 5. I'll explain that later. And Yakuza 4 is a little different right now because we're doing completion run on normal through MSQ, but it's a little of the minor differences, little nuances. But yeah. And hopefully we get to Yakuza 6 and Like a Dragon, which I own presently. And yeah. And hope I'll pick up Lost Judgment and Judgment and Lost Judgment and Like a Dragon Ishin at some point. Alright. Guys, thanks for hearing my thoughts. It was a grueling 26, I think. Yeah, 26 day event. it's technically 25. I mean, it's technically 26, but they're like 27 sessions because of a disconnect. But another down the hatch. That makes number 4. Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, 2, and 3. And 4 is actually going to be a lot faster. And we're going to try to carry it to 5, which is the big one. And then 6 and 7 are going to be relatively cruise control because we're really familiar with modern designs. Modern designs tend to play in our favor. It's been so long since I played such a older game, and there isn't one that I would give up at the moment for Yakuza 3. Alright, guys. As always, you can catch me next time. I'm always playing Yakuza for like the next foreseeable future, or RGG Studios specifically. But occasionally I'll like be doing other parts for other things. But largely Ryuga Gotoku Studios games. And you can always catch the previous parts in like the YouTube channel or something, because they're all the raw files are all there, and I wouldn't give up any of that moment. I actually can't compel myself to edit any of it. It's probably one of my favorite things about this experience. All right, guys. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself. Remember, exercise, positive energy. You gotta get that positive energy source, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye now.